Introduction of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Introduction. The history of philosophy is the exposition of philosophical opinions and of systems and schools of philosophy. It includes the study of the lives of philosophers, the inquiry into the mutual connection of schools and systems of thought, and the attempt to trace the course of philosophical progress or retrogression. The nature and scope of philosophy furnish reasons for the study of its history. Philosophy does not confine its investigation to one or to several departments of knowledge. It is concerned with the ultimate principles and laws of all things. Every science has for its aim to find the causes of phenomena. Philosophy seeks to discover ultimate causes, thus carrying to a higher plane the unifying process begun in the lower sciences. The vastness of the field of inquiry, the difficulty of synthesizing the results of scientific investigation, and the constantly increasing complexity of these results necessitated the gradual development of philosophy. To each generation and to each individual, the problems of philosophy present themselves anew, and the influences, personal, racial, climatic, social, and religious, which bear on the generation or on the individual, must be studied in order that the meaning and value of each doctrine and system be understood and appreciated. Such influences are more than a matter of mere erudition. They have their place in the praenotanda to the solution of every important question in philosophy, for, as Coleridge says, the very fact that any doctrine has been believed by thoughtful men is part of the problem to be solved, is one of the phenomena to be accounted for. Moreover, philosophical doctrines, while they are to be regarded primarily as contributions to truth, are also to be studied as vital forces which have determined, to a large extent, the literary, artistic, political, and industrial life of the world. Today, more than ever, it is clearly understood that without a knowledge of these forces, it is impossible to comprehend the inner movements of thought which alone explain the outer actions of men and nations. The dangers to be avoided in the study of the history of philosophy are eclecticism, which teaches that all systems are equally true, and skepticism, which teaches that all systems are equally false. A careful study of the course of philosophical speculation will result in the conviction that, while no single school can lay claim to the entire truth, certain schools of thought have adopted that world concept which can be most consistently applied to every department of knowledge. False systems of philosophy may stumble on many important truths, but a right concept of the ultimate meaning of reality and a correct notion of philosophical method are the essentials for which we must look in every system. These constitute a legitimate standard of valuation by which the student of the history of philosophy may judge each successive contribution to philosophical science. The method to be followed in this study is the empirical, or a posteriori method, which is employed in all historical research. The speculative, or a priori method, consists in laying down a principle, such as the Hegelian principle that the succession of schools and systems corresponds to the succession of logical categories, and deducing from such a principle the actual succession of schools and systems. But, apart from the danger of misstating facts for the sake of methodic symmetry, such a procedure must be judged to be philosophically unsound, for systems of philosophy, like facts of general history, are contingent events. There are, indeed, laws of historical development, but such laws are to be established subsequently, not anteriorly, to the study of the facts of history. The historian of philosophy, therefore, has for his task 1. To set forth the lives and doctrines of philosophers, and systems and schools of philosophy in their historical relation. This, the recitative or narrative portion of the historian's task, includes the critical examination of sources. 2. To trace the genetic connection between systems, schools, and doctrines, and to estimate the value of each successive contribution to philosophy. This, the philosophical portion of the historian's task, is by far the most important of his duties. Potius de rebus ipsis judicare debemus, quam pro magno de hominibus quid quisque senserit scire. The sources of the history of philosophy are 1. Primary sources, namely the works, complete or fragmentary, of philosophers. It is part of the historian's task to establish, whenever necessary, the authenticity and integrity of these works. 2. Secondary sources, that is, the narration or testimony of other persons concerning the lives, opinions, and doctrines of philosophers. In dealing with secondary sources, the rules of historical criticism must be applied in order to determine the reliability of witnesses. The division of the history of philosophy will always be more or less arbitrary in matters of detail. This is owing to the continuity of historical development. The stream of human thought flows continuously from one generation to another. Like all human institutions, systems, and schools of philosophy never break entirely with the past. They arise and succeed one another without abrupt transition, and merge into one another so imperceptibly that it is rarely possible to decide where one ends and another begins. The more general divisions, however, are determined by great historical events and by obvious national and geographical distinctions. Thus, the coming of Christ divides the history of philosophy into two parts, each of which may be subdivided as follows. Part 1. Ancient or pre-Christian philosophy. Section A. Oriental or pre-Hellenic philosophy. Section B. Greek and Greco-Roman philosophy. Section C. Greco-Oriental philosophy. Part 2. Philosophy of the Christian era. Section A. Patristic philosophy. Section B. Scholastic philosophy. Section C. Modern philosophy. End of introduction.
Chapter 1, Section A, of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyr Iluz. History of Philosophy by William Turner.
Part 1, Ancient Philosophy. Section A, Oriental Philosophy.
In the doctrines by means of which the Babylonians, Chinese, Hindus, Egyptians, and other Oriental peoples sought to formulate their thoughts concerning the origin of the universe and the nature and destiny of man, the religious elements predominate over the natural or rational explanation. An adequate account of these doctrines, therefore, belongs to the history of religions rather than to the history of philosophy. While, however, this is so, and while the task of separating the religious from the philosophical element of thought in the Oriental systems of speculation is by no means easy, some accounts of these systems must be given before we pass to the study of Western thought. Babylonia and Assyria. When, probably about the year 3800 BC, the Semites conquered Babylonia, they found there a civilization which is commonly called that of the Akkadians and the Sumerians, and is by many regarded as the source of all the civilizations of the East. The religion of the Akkadians was originally shamanistic. Every object, every force in nature, was believed to possess a spirit, Z, who could be controlled by the magical exorcisms of the shaman or sorcerer priest. Gradually certain of these spirits had been elevated to the dignity of gods, as for instance Anu, the sky, Mulge, or Enum, the earth, and Hea, the deep. It was not, however, until the time of Assurbanipal, 7th century BC, that this primitive system of theogony began to develop into a system of cosmology based on the idea that the universe arose out of a chaos of waters. Before that time, there prevailed in Acadia a vague traditional belief that the present cosmic system was preceded by an anarchical chaos in which existed composite creatures, men with the bodies of birds and the tails of fishes, nature's first attempts at creation. With this creationist legend, there was associated an equally vague belief in a gloomy Hades, or underworld, where the spirits of the dead hover like bats and feed on dust. From the earliest times, the Akkadians devoted attention to the observation of the heavenly bodies, and it may be said that among them astronomy found its first home. Their crude attempts at astronomical observation were, however, connected with astrological practices, so that the Chaldeans became famous among the ancients as adepts in the magic arts, Chaldeos ne consulito. In like manner, the first efforts at numerical computation and notation were made subservient to the demands of the magician. It was through the Phoenicians, who inaugurated the trade of Western Asia, that the civilization of the Assyrians influenced the religious and artistic life of the Greeks and of the other nations of the Mediterranean. Egypt. Up to the present time, Egyptologists have failed to reach an agreement as to what was the primitive form of religious belief in ancient Egypt. In the first place, the chronological difficulties have hitherto proven to be insurmountable, and in the next place, the diversity of religious systems in the different nomads, or provinces, into which ancient Egypt was divided, renders difficult every attempt at forming a theory as to what, if any, was the one religion which prevailed throughout Egypt at the dawn of history. Historians are content with dating the period preceding the 7th century BC by dynasties rather than by years, the first dynasty being placed about the 55th century BC. Menes, who established the first dynasty, found already existing a hierarchical system of deities, to which whom some great city was dedicated. But what was the primitive religion of Egypt, from which this hierarchical system of gods evolved? Monotheism, polytheism, pantheism, henotheism, totemism, sun worship, nature worship. These are the widely different answers which modern Egyptologists have given to this question. Scholars are equally at variance as to the origin and significance of animal worship among the Egyptians. When, however, we come to the period of the great gods, chief of whom were Ra, the sun, Nut, heaven, and Set, or Typhon, the earth, and to the legend of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, there seems to be very little room for doubt as to the essentially naturalistic character of these divinities. Quote, "The kernel of the Egyptian state religion was solar." Unquote. With regard to the speculative element of thought contained in the mythological conception of the Egyptians, mention must be made of the doctrine that everything living, whether it was a god, a man, or an animal, possessed a ka, or shadow, which was in each case more real and permanent than the object itself. This notion was present in the practice of animal worship, for although there is by no means a unanimity of opinion among scholars in favor of reducing animal worship to mere symbolism, there is no doubt that the Egyptian's mind was dominated by the idea that every ka must have a material dwelling place. Similarly, when the abstract notion of the divinity presented itself to the Egyptian mind and was identified with each god in turn, and when at a later time there appeared the notion of a pantheistic divinity in whom all the great gods were merged, The dominant idea was always that of the Ka, or soul, whose dwelling place was the individual God or the universe. Another conception, which may be traced very far back in the history of Egyptian civilization, is that of the magical virtue of names. The idea of, quote, shadow, unquote, and the belief in the magical virtue of names determined the Egyptian cult of the dead and doctrine of immortality. From the monuments and relics of ancient Egyptian literature, especially from the Book of the Dead, it is clear that deep down in the popular mind was the belief that the continued existence of a person after death depended somehow on the preservation of his name and the permanence of the dwelling place which was to harbor his Ka, or shadow. Hence, the Egyptians considered that the house of the living were merely inns, and that the tombs of the dead are eternal habitations. In the philosophical traditions of the priestly caste, there grew up a more rational doctrine of the future life. According to this doctrine, man consists of three parts: the Kat, or body; the Ku, or spirit, which is an emanation from the divine essence; and the soul, which is sometimes represented as Ka dwelling in the mummy or in the statue of the deceased, and sometimes as Ba, a disembodied soul, which ultimately returns to its home in the lower world. It is this Ba, or disembodied soul, which after death appears before Osiris and the 42 judges, and is weighed in the balance by Horus and Anubis, while Thoth records the result. The souls of the blessed are eventually admitted to the happy fields of Alu, there to be purified from all earthly stain, and made more perfect in wisdom and goodness. The souls of the wicked are condemned either to various torments of hell, or to wanderings long and arduous through the regions between heaven and earth, or to transmigration into the bodies of various animals, or, finally, to annihilation. The fate of the soul is determined partly by the good and evil which it wrought during life, and partly by the amulets, prayers, and gifts by which it secured the favor of the gods. But whatever may be the immediate fate of the soul, it will ultimately return to its body, and on the great day of resurrection, soul, body, and spirit shall be once more united. From the chapter on judgment in the Book of the Dead, and from the ethical maxims of Kakima, 3rd dynasty, and from Ptahhotep, 5th dynasty, it appears that the ideal conduct among the ancient Egyptians was practical, a high order of purity, and essentially religious. In these documents, charity, benevolence, prudence, chastity, social justice, clemency, and the love of intellectual pursuits are ranked among the foremost virtues. And not only external morality is incalculated, but also the morality of thought and desire. China. When about 2000 years BC, the Chinese first appeared in the light of history, they already possessed social, political, and religious institutions and a material and intellectual civilization of a high order. It was not, however, until the 6th century BC that the sacred books were collected and arranged, although some of them, especially the Yi King, were assigned by tradition to the learned princes and kings who, long before the historical period, had invented the art of writing. The sacred or authoritative books were: 1. The 5 classics, namely the I King, the Book of Changes, divination; the Shu King, the Book of History; the Shi King, or the Book of Poetry; the Le Ke, or Record of Rites; and the Chun Tzu, Spring and Autumn, a book of annals, composed by Confucius. 2. The 4 books, namely Lun Yu, or Conversations of the Master; Chun Yung, or Doctrine of the Mean; Ta Heo, or Great Learnings; and Meng Tse, or Teaching of Mencius. The five classics were collected, arranged, and edited by Confucius, with the exception of the last, which was written by him, and it is impossible to say to what extent the editor introduced into the text doctrines and opinions of his own. The four books were composed by disciples of Confucius. Before the time of Confucius, there existed a national or state religion in which the principal objects of worship were heaven and spirits of various kinds, especially the spirits of dead ancestors. Heaven, Tian, is the supreme lord, Shang-Ti, the highest object of worship. This deity carries on its work silently and simply, yet inexorably, in the order and succession of natural phenomena, in the rain and sunshine, the heat and the cold, etc. With this natural order are closely connected the social, political, and moral orders of the world. Or rather, all order is essentially one, and perfection and prosperity in moral life and in the state depend on maintaining the order, which is not only heaven's first law, but heaven itself. With the worship of heaven was connected the worship of spirits, Shan. These are omnipresent throughout nature. They are not, however, addressed as individuals, but as a body or aggregation of individuals, as, for example, celestial spirits, terrestrial spirits, and ancestral spirits. The last are the object of private as distinct from official worship. The Chinese, always inclined to look towards the past rather than towards the future, thought less of personal immortality in the life after death than the continuation of the family life, by which the actions of the individual were reflected back and made to ennoble a whole line of ancestors. The qualities which characterized the religious thought of China from the beginning, its eminently practical nature, the complete absence of speculation, and the most complete exclusion of mythological elements, reappear in the writings of the great religious teacher Confucius, Conce, 551 to 478 BC. Confucius was no innovator. He appeared, rather, as the collector of the sacred literature of the past and the restorer of the old order. He inculcated the strict observance of the traditional forms of worship, discouraged speculations in matters theological, and while he taught the supreme importance of moral duties, he grounded all his moral precepts on the general order of the world and the long-established tradition of the Chinese people. He insisted on man's political and domestic duties and emphasized especially the importance of filial piety. Lao Tse, a contemporary of Confucius, born about 604 BC, and author of the Tao Te Ching, introduced into China the first system of speculative thought, the philosophy of Tao, reason, way, which many scholars consider to be of Hindu origin. Lao Tse did not, however, attempt to overthrow the traditional ideals of his countrymen, and while the importance which he attaches to speculation places him in sharp contrast with Confucius, the doctrines of the two great teachers have many points in common. For Tao, the fundamental concept of the Tao Te Ching does not mean reason in the abstract, but nature, or rather the way, the order of the world, the impersonal method which all men must observe if they are to attain goodness and success. Ultimately, then, both Lao Tse and Confucius teach that conduct is to be guided by a knowledge of the unalterable, discriminating intelligent order of heaven and earth. But while Confucius refers his disciples to the study of the writings and institutions of antiquity, Lao Tse refers them to the speculative contemplation of Tao. The former encourages study, the latter advocates contemplation, as a means of acquiring knowledge of the eternal order on which morality depends. Hence, the tendency of Taoism towards quietism and self-abnegation. Quote, "Recompense injury with kindness," unquote, said Lao Tse, to which Confucius is said to have answered, quote, "Recompense kindness with kindness, but recompense injury with justice," unquote. To the 5th century BC belong Yang Tse and Mi Tse, or Mak. The former preached a kind of Epicureanism. Man should enjoy the present and cheerfully accept death when it comes. Virtue is but a name. Good reputation is a shadow. The sacrifice of self is a delusion. The latter maintained that one should love all men equally, that the practice of universal love is a greater benefit to the state than the study of antiquity and the preservation of ancient customs. Li Tze and Chuang Tze appeared during the 5th and the first half of the 4th centuries BC as representatives of Taoism. They were opposed by the distinguished exponent of Confucianism, Mengzi or Mencius, 371 to 288. In his dialogues, which were collected in 7 books by his disciples, he gives a more compact exposition of Confucianism than that found in the isolating sayings of the master. He insists on filial piety, on political virtue, and on the proper observance of religious and other ceremonial rites. He reduces the cardinal virtues to 4: wisdom, humanity, justice, and propriety. End of section 1. Chapter 1, Section A, of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyr Iluz. History of Philosophy by William Turner. India. The Veda, or collection of primitive religious literature of the Hindus, consists of books of sacred hymns, the Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Atharva Veda. In each it is usual to distinguish the mantras, or hymns, the Brahmanas, or ritual commentaries, and the Upanishads, or philosophical commentaries. The Vedic hymns, which are the oldest portion of the Veda, 1500 BC being the date to which conservative scholars assign the earliest of them, consist of songs of praise and prayer directed to Agni, fire, Soma, the life-awakening, intoxicating juice of the Soma plant, Indra, the god of the wars of the elements of thunder and rain, Varuna, the great, serene, all-embracing heaven, and other deities, all of whom possess more or less definitely the twofold character of gods of nature and gods of sacrifice. The gods of the Vedic hymns are styled Devas, shining divinities, and Asuras, lords. There is, in the poems, no evidence of a sustained attempt to trace the genealogy of these deities, or to account, by means of mythological concepts, for the origin of the universe. In the Brahmanas, or ritualistic commentaries, appears the concept of a god distinct from the elemental deities, a personification of the act of sacrifice, Brahmanaspati. From this concept, the monotheistic and pantheistic speculation of the Hindus may be said to have started, although it is undeniable that even in the hymns there is expressed at least, quote, a yearning after one supreme deity who made the heaven and the earth, the sea, and all that in them is, unquote, a yearning to which expression was given in the name Pragapati, the lord of all creatures, applied successively to Soma and other divinities. Of more importance, however, than the name Pragapati is the expression Tad Ekam, that one, which occurs in the poems as the name of the Supreme Being, of the first origin of all things. Its neuter form indicates, according to Max Müller, a transition from the mythological to the metaphysical stage of speculation. With regard to the word Brahman, which succeeded Tad Ekam as the name of the Supreme One, Max Müller refers it to the root bri, to grow, and asserts that while the word undoubtedly meant prayer, it originally meant, quote, that which breaks forth, unquote. It, quote, was used as a name of that universal force which manifests itself in the creation of a visible universe, unquote. The word Atman, which was also the name of the deity, is referred by the same distinguished scholar to the root Atma, breath, life, soul, and is translated as self. There grew up, he says, in the hymns and the Brahmans of the Veda, the three words Pragapati, Brahman, and Atman, quote, each of which by itself represents in nous a whole philosophy or a view of the world. A belief in Pragapati as a personal god was the beginning of monotheistic religion in India, while the recognition of Brahman and Atman as one constituted the foundation of all monistic philosophy of that country, unquote. In the Upanishads, or speculative commentaries, we find the first elaborate attempt made by India to formulate a speculative system of the universe and to solve, in terms of philosophy, the problems of the origin of the universe and of the nature and destiny of man. It must, however, be remembered that probably until the 4th century BC, the Upanishads, in common with other portions of the Veda, did not exist in writing, being handed down from one generation to another by oral tradition. The sutras, or aphorisms, therefore, which we possess of the 6 systems of Indian philosophy, do not represent the first attempt at philosophical speculation. The men whose names are associated with these sutras and are used to designate the 6 systems are not, in any true sense, the founders of schools of philosophy. They are merely final editors or redactors of the sutras belonging to different philosophical sects, which, in the middle of a variety of theories and in a maze of speculative opinions, retained their individuality during an inconceivably long period of time. Before we take up the separate study of the 6 systems of philosophy, it will be necessary to outline the general teaching of the Upanishads. This teaching belongs to no school in particular, although each of the 6 schools is connected with it in more than one point of doctrine. The Upanishads teach 1. The identity of all being in Brahman, the source, or Atman, the self, which is identical with Brahman. 2. The existence of Maya, illusion, to which is referred everything which is not Brahman. 3. The worthlessness of all knowledge of things in their isolated existence, and the incomparable excellence of knowledge in all things in Brahman or Atman. This latter, the only true knowledge, is difficult of attainment. Still, it is attainable even in this life. It is this knowledge which constitutes the happiness of man by uniting him with Atman. Quote, in the bee's honey, one can no longer recognize the taste of the single flowers. The rivers which emanate from the one sea and again return to it lose meanwhile their separate existences. A lump of salt dissolved in water salts the whole water and cannot be grasped again. So the true being can nowhere be grasped. It is a subtle essence which lies at the foundation of all phenomena, which are merely illusions, and is again identical with the ego. 4. The immortality of the soul. The idea, writes Max Müller, of the soul ever coming to an end is so strange to the Indian mind that there seemed to be no necessity for anything like proofs of immortality, so common in European philosophy. Equally self-evident to the Hindu mind was the samsara, or transmigration of the soul. In some systems, however, as we shall see, it is the subtle body which migrates, while during the process of migration, the soul, in the sense of self, retaining its complete identity, remains as an onlooker. With the idea of immortality is associated that of the eternity of karman, deed, namely the continuous working of every thought, word, and deed through all ages. If man were, once in 1,000 years, to pass his silken handkerchief across the Himalayan mountains, and thus at last succeed in wiping them out, the world would indeed be older at the end of such a long space of time, but eternity and reality would still be young, and the deed of today would still exist in its results. At a late period in the development of Vedic speculation, the immensity of the duration of Brahman was given a popular expression in the doctrine of kalpas, eons, or period of reabsorption, pralaya, and creation. 5. Mysticism and deliverance from bondage. All the Indian systems of philosophy recognize the existence of evil and suffering and concern themselves with the problem of deliverance by means of knowledge. From the rise of Buddhism, 5th century BC, date a clearer perception of the reality of suffering and a much more emphatic assertion of the importance of freeing the soul from the bondage which suffering imposes. It is to be remarked that even in the Upanishads, existence is referred to as an evil, transmigration is represented as something to be avoided, and the final goal of human endeavor is proclaimed to be a union with Atman, in which all individual existence is merged in the general self, and individual consciousness is quite extinguished. Turning now to the 6 great historical systems of Indian philosophy, we meet at the very outset the vexed question of chronological order. Many of the sutras, or aphorisms, in which these systems are formulated are of very great antiquity, ranking with the Upanishads in point of age. Besides, the authors of these sutras are more or less vaguely historical or altogether mythical persons. It is hopeless, therefore, to attempt to arrange the systems in chronological order. The order followed will represent rather the fidelity with which the systems, all of which were considered orthodox, adhere to the doctrines described as the common teaching of the Upanishads. The Vedanta, or Uttaramimamsa, is first in importance among the systematic expositions of the philosophical teachings of the Upanishads. It is contained in sutras composed by Badarayana, who is sometimes identified with Vyasa, the author of Mahabharata, one of the great epics of India, and in commentaries composed by Sankara, about AD 900. The fundamental doctrines of the Vedanta are those of the Upanishads. The Vedanta insists on the monistic concept of reality. In one half verse, I shall tell you what has been taught in thousands of volumes. Brahman is true, the world is false, the soul is Brahman and nothing else. Unquote. Quote, there is nothing worth gaining, there is nothing worth enjoying, there is nothing worth knowing but Brahman alone, for he who knows Brahman is Brahman. Unquote. More emphatically still is the unity of all being in Brahman asserted in the famous words Tat Tvam Asi, thou art that, which Max Muller styles, quote, the boldest and truest synthesis in the whole history of philosophy. Unquote. But if the individual is Brahman, how are we to account for the manifold thous and for the variety of individuals in the objective world? The Vedanta Sutras answer that the view of the world as composed of manifold individuals is not knowledge but nescience, which the Vedanta philosophy aims at expelling from the mind. This nescience, avidya, is inborn in human nature, and it is only when it is expelled that the mind perceives Brahman to be the only reality. Sankara, the commentator, admits, however, that the phenomenal world, the whole objective world, is distinct from the subject, Brahman, while it is the result of nescience, is nevertheless real for all practical purposes. Moreover, it is clear that phenomena, since they are Brahman, are real. Only the multiplicity and distinction of phenomena are unreal, Maya. With regard to the origin of the universe, since it is Brahman, cannot be said to originate, and yet Brahman is commonly represented as the cause of the universe. The Hindus, however, regarded cause and effect as merely two aspects of the same reality. The threads, they observed, are the cause of the cloth, yet what is the cloth but the aggravate of the threads? Since the finiteness and individual distinctions of things are due to nescience, it is clear that the road to true freedom, moksha, from the conditions of finite existence is the way of knowledge. The knowledge of identity, of Atman with Brahman, of self with God, is true freedom and implies exemption from birth and transmigration. For when death comes, he who, although he has fulfilled all his religious duties, shall have failed to attain the highest knowledge, shall be condemned to another round of existence. The subtle body in which his soul, Atman, is clothed, shall wander through mist and cloud and darkness to the moon, and thence shall be sent back to earth. But he who shall have attained perfect knowledge of Brahman shall finally become identified with the Brahman, sharing in all the powers of Brahman except those of creating and ruling the universe. Partial freedom from finite conditions is, even in this life, a reward of perfect knowledge. The Vedantists, however, did not neglect the inculcation of moral excellence, for knowledge, they taught, is not to be attained except through discipline. 2. The Purva Mimamsa is a system of practical philosophy and is contained in the 12 books of sutras attributed to Gaimini. Here, the central idea is that of duty, dharma, which includes sacrificial observances and rests ultimately on the superhuman authority of the Veda. 3. The Samkhya philosophy may be described as a toning down of the extreme monism of the Vedanta. It is contained in the Samkhya Sutras or Kapila Sutras. These, at least in their present form, date from the 14th century after Christ, although the sage Kapila, to whom they are ascribed, lived certainly before the 2nd century BC. Of greater antiquity than the sutras are the Samkhya Karikas, or memorial verses, in which the philosophy of Kapila was epitomized as early as the 1st century BC. A still older and more concise compilation of the Samkhya philosophy is found in the Tattva Samasa, which reduces all truth to 25 topics. This latter compendium is taken by Max Müller as the basis of his exposition to the teachings of Kapila. The Samkhya philosophy is essentially dualistic. It does not, like the Vedanta, assume that the objective world, as distinct from Brahman, is mere illusion or ignorance. It accepts the objective world as real and calls it prakriti, or nature, in the sense of matter containing the possibilities of all things. This principle is of itself lifeless and unconscious, and rises into life and consciousness only when contemplated by the soul, Purusha. What we call creation is, therefore, the temporary union of nature with soul, a union which arises from a lack of discrimination. How, then, is the soul to be freed from bondage of finite existence? This is, for the Samkhya, as it is for the Vedanta, the chief problem of practical philosophy. But while the Vedanta found deliverance in the recognition of the identity of the soul with Brahman, the Samkhya finds it in the recognition of the difference between the soul and nature. This recognition confers freedom, for nature, once it is recognized by the soul as distinct, disappears together with all limitation and suffering. Quote, Prakriti, once recognized by Purusha, withdraws itself so as not to expose itself for a second time to the danger of this glance. Unquote. The assertion of the individuality of the soul, as opposed to nature, implies the multiplicity of souls. And this is another point of contrast between the Vedanta and the Samkhya. The former asserted the oneness of Atman, the latter affirms the plurality of Purushas. 4. The Yoga philosophy is contained in the sutras ascribed to Patanjali, who is supposed to have lived during the 2nd century BC. In these sutras, we find practically all the metaphysical principles of the Samkhya and, in addition, certain doctrines in which the theistic element is insisted upon. Kapila had denied the possibility of proving the existence of Ishvara, the personal creator and ruler. Patanjali insists on the possibility of such proof. Of course, Ishvara is not conceived as creator in our sense of the word, but merely as the highest of the Purushas, all of which may be said to create, inasmuch as they, by contemplating nature, cause nature to be productive. Among the means of deliverance practiced by the Yogins, were the observance of certain postures, meditation, and the repetition of the sacred syllable Om. 5. The Nyaya philosophy is contained in the Nyaya Sutras. The founder of the system was Gautama, or Gautama. According to this system, the supreme resignation, or freedom, in which man's highest happiness consists, is to be attained by a knowledge of the 16 great topics of Nyaya philosophy. These topics, padarthas, are means of knowledge, objects of knowledge, doubt, purpose, instance, established truth, premises, reasoning, conclusion, argumentation, sophistry, wrangling, fallacies, quibbles, false analogies, and unfitness for arguing. Taking up now the first of these, namely the means of knowledge, we find that there are, according to the Nyaya philosophy, 4 kinds of right perception: sensuous, inferential, comparative, and authoritative. In order to arrive at inferential knowledge, anuman, we must possess what is called vyapti, or pervasion, that is to say, a principle expressing invariable concomitance. So, for example, if we wish to infer that this mountain is on fire, we must possess the principle that smoke is pervaded by, or invariably connected with, fire. Once in possession of this principle, we have merely to find an instance, as this mountain smokes, whence we immediately infer that it has fire. But while this is the comparatively simple means of acquiring inferential knowledge, we cannot impart this knowledge to others except by the more complicated process, including 1. Assertion, the mountain has fire; 2. Reason, because it smokes; 3. Instance, look at the kitchen fire; 4. Application, so too the mountain has smoke; and 5. Conclusion, therefore it has fire. The process, in both cases, bears a close resemblance to the syllogism of Aristotelian logic, and it is by reason of the prominence given to this means of knowledge that the Nyaya philosophy came to be regarded as a system of logic. Yet the Nyaya philosophy is far from being merely a systematic treatment of the laws of thought, for the syllogism is but one of the many means by which the soul or self, Atman, is to attain true freedom, a state in which all false knowledge and all inferior knowledge shall disappear, and all individual desire and personal love and hatred shall be extinguished. 6. The Vaisheshika philosophy, founded by Canada, is contained in the Vaisheshika Sutras, which, according to Max Müller, date from the 6th century of the Christian era, although the Vaisheshika philosophy was known in the 1st century BC. The system is closely related to the Nyaya philosophy, even its most characteristic doctrine, that of atomism, being found in undeveloped form in the philosophy of Gautama. Here, as in the Nyaya, supreme happiness is to be attained by the knowledge of certain padarthas, or quasi-categories, namely, substance, quality, action, karman, genus or community, species or particularity, inhesion or inseparability, and, according to some, privation or negation. The substances are earth, water, light, air, ether, time, space, self, Atman, and mind, manas. The qualities are color, taste, number, etc. These are called gunas, a word which occurs in the Upanishads and is a common term in all 6 systems. The 4 substances, earth, air, water, and light, exist either in the aggregate material state or in the state of atoms, anus. The single atom is indivisible and indestructible. Its existence is proved by the impossibility of division ad infinitum. Single atoms combine first in twos and afterwards in groups of 3 double atoms. It is only in such combinations that matter becomes visible and liable to destruction. To these great historical systems, which were orthodox insofar as they recognized the supreme authority of the Veda, were opposed the heterodox systems of the heretics, Nastikas, who, like the Buddhists, the Jainas, and the materialists, rejected the divine authority of the sacred writings. Buddhism, as is well known, was a distinctly religious system. It recognized suffering as the supreme reality in life and devoted little or no attention to questions of philosophic interest except in their relation to problems of conduct. To cease from all wrongdoing, to get virtue, to cleanse one's own heart, this, according to the celebrated verse, is the religion of the Buddhas. The four truths on which Buddhism is built are 1. That suffering is universal, 2. That the cause of suffering is desire, 3. That the abolition of desire is the only deliverance from suffering, and 4. That the way of salvation is by means of certain practices of meditation and active discipline. In connection with the second and the third of these truths arises the problem of the meaning of karma and nirvana. In the Upanishad speculations, karman, as we have seen, meant deed, and its eternity meant the continuous working of every thought, word, and work throughout all ages. In Buddhistic speculation, the substantial permanence and identity of the soul are denied, and the only bond between the skandhas, or sets of qualities, which succeed each other in the individual body and soul, is the karma, the result of what man is and does in one existence or at one time, being inevitably continued into all subsequent existences and times. The body is constantly changing. The qualities or states of the soul are constantly replaced by other qualities and states, but the result of what a man is and does remains. That alone is permanent. With regard to nirvana, modern scholars are not agreed as to whether it meant total annihilation or a state of painlessness in which positive existence is preserved. Max Müller and Rhys Davids may be cited in favor of the latter interpretation. Rhys Davids defines nirvana as, quote, the extinction of that sinful grasping condition of mind and heart, which would otherwise, according to the mystery of karma, be the cause of renewed individual existence. Jainism, like Buddhism, was a religious system. The only important speculative doctrines in which it differs from Buddhism is that of the substantial reality and permanence of the soul. Accordingly, the Jainas thought that nirvana is the freedom of the soul from the conditions which cause finiteness, suffering, and ignorance. In this respect, they approach very closely to the speculation of the Upanishads. Persia. The religion of ancient Persia and that of ancient India sprang from the same origin, namely the ideas and usages which were shared alike by the Iranian and the Hindu branches of the original Aryan family. There are indeed traces of a civilization which existed in Persia prior to the Aryan invasion and which closely resembled the shamanism of the Akkadians of ancient Chaldea. Little, however, is known of a pre-Aryan Persia. All that can be said with certainty that the Aryan invaders found already existing in Bactria and in the neighboring regions a system of polytheism, which they replaced by a religion monotheistic in its tendency and similar in many respects to the religion of the Hindus of the Vedic period. The heaven god, known in India as Varuna, became the principal deity of the Iranians. Soma was also worshipped under the title Homa, and the distinction between devas and asuras, shining ones and lords, was employed in Persia as well as in India to designate two imported classes of divinities. Gradually, however, a change was introduced. A tendency towards dualism became more and more strongly marked. The devas came to be recognized as evil deities, and the ahuras, transliteration of asuras, came to be looked upon as divinities friendly to man. Quote, the conflict between these opposites assumed a moral form in the minds of the Iranian wanderers. The struggle between night and day, between the storm and the blue sky, of which the Vedic poets sang, was transformed into a struggle between good and evil. In place of the careless nature worshippers of the Punjab, a race of stern and earnest Puritans grew up among the deserts and rugged mountains of Ariana. Unquote. This dualistic conception of the universe, this antithesis between good and evil, was already in possession when Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, the great religious reformer, appeared about the middle of the 7th or the beginning of the 6th century BC. To him, according to the Parsi tradition, is to be ascribed the inspired authorship of a portion, at least, of the Avesta, or the sacred literature of the Persians. This collection consists of 5 gathas, or hymns, written in an older dialect than that of the rest of the collection, the Vandidad, or compilation of religious laws and mythical tales, and the Zend, or commentary. The first 2 portions constitute the Avesta proper, that is to say, law or knowledge. In addition to the Avesta Zend, there existed the Korva Avesta, or small Avesta, which was a collection of prayers. Zoroaster's share in the composition of these books is a matter which it is impossible, in the present condition of our knowledge, to determine. It is, however, beyond dispute that the sacred literature of the Persians reflects the beliefs which existed before the time of Zoroaster, as well as those which Zoroaster introduced. The religious reform effected by Zoroaster consisted in reducing to 2 or more less vague principles the good and evil elements in the universe. For him, as for his ancestors, the world is a vast battlefield in which the forces of good and evil meet in a mighty conflict. But instead of representing the contending forces as independent principles, manifold yet capable of being classified as good and evil, he reduces all the conflicting powers to 2, the good and the evil, of which the individual forces are derivatives. The good principle is called Ahura Mazda, or Muzd or Ormazd, and the evil principle is called Anra Mainyu, Ariman. The former is conceived as light and day, the latter as darkness and night. From the former proceed the Ahuras, or living lords, who were afterwards called Yazatas, or angels, and in general all that is good and beneficial to man. From the latter proceed the Devas, who opposed the Ahuras in the original conflict between day and night, and who became the, quote, demons, quote, of latter Mazdaism, and in general from Ariman comes all that is evil and injurious to man. It is man's duty to worship Ormazd. Fire, being the sacred symbol, is also to be honored by prayer, sacrifice, and the oblation of Homa, the juice of the sacred plant. It is also his duty to cultivate the soil and in other ways to promote the life and growth of the creature of Mazd, to destroy the works of Ariman, to kill all venomous and noxious things, and to rid the earth of all creatures injurious to man. At the end of 12,000 years, the present cosmic period will come to an end. Ormazd will finally triumph, for although Ariman is not inferior in power to Ormazd, he fights blindly and without adequate knowledge of the results of his actions. Therefore, he and his works will come to an end, and after the final struggle, storm and night will cease, calm and sunshine will reign, and all will be absorbed in Ormazd. In this universal absorption in Ormazd, the human soul will be included. Mazdaism, the religion of Ormazd, in its later development, attached great importance to the worship of Mithra, the sun god. In this form it appeared in Rome, and was among the first of the Oriental religions to gain ascendancy over the mind of the Romans. Zoroastrianism was introduced as a heresy into the Christian Church by Manes, the founder of the Manichaean sect. Retrospect. In the systems of thought which flourished among the great historical nations of the East, there is, as has been observed, an almost complete lack of the rational element. In some of them, however, and especially in the Indian systems, there is an abundance of speculation. Living in a country where there was practically no struggle for life, where the means of sustenance were produced without much effort on the part of the tillers of the soil, and where for thousands of years war was unknown, save the war of extermination waged against the original dwellers in the land, the Hindus gave themselves unreservedly to the solution of the problems: whence are we come? Whereby do we live? And whither do we go? In solving these problems, however, the Hindus, while they succeeded better than other Oriental peoples in separating the speculative from the mythological, failed to develop the rational or dialectical phase of thought. Their speculative systems are positive rather than argumentative. It was in Greece that philosophy as dialectical, argumentative science found its first home. There can be no doubt that the systems which have just been sketched exercised some, if only an indefinite, influence on the speculative efforts of the first philosophers of Greece. The geographical contiguity and the commercial intercourse of the Hellenic colonies with the countries of the interior of Asia render such a supposition probable. It was not, however, until Greek philosophy had run its practically independent course of national development that the religious systems of the Orient were finally united with the great current of Greek thought, the East and the West pouring their distinctive contributions into the common stream of Greco-Oriental theosophy. End of section A. Part 1 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tir Illouz. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Part 1, Section B. Greek and Greco-Roman Philosophy. Origin. Greek philosophy first appeared in the Ionic colonies of Asia Minor, and never throughout the course of its development did it wholly lose the marks of its Oriental origin. Whether this influence was as preponderant as Roth and Gladish contend, or as unimportant as Zeller and others maintain, it is certain that the philosophy of Greece was characterized from the beginning by a spirit which is peculiarly Hellenic. The Greek looked out upon the world through an atmosphere singularly free from the mist of allegory and myth. The contrast between the philosophy of the East and the first attempts of the Ionian physicists is as striking as the difference between an Indian jungle and the sunny, breeze-swept shores of the Mediterranean. Greek religion exercised hardly more than an indirect influence on Greek philosophy. Popular beliefs were so crude as to their speculative content that they could not long retain their hold on the mind of the philosopher. Consequently, such influence as they directly exercised was antagonistic to philosophy. Yet it was the popular beliefs which, by keeping alive among the Greeks an exquisite appreciation of form and an abiding sense of symmetry, did not permit the philosopher to take a partial or an isolated view of things. In this way, Greek religion indirectly fostered that imperative desire for a totality of view, which, in the best days of Greek speculation, enabled Greek philosophy to attain its most important results. In one particular instance, Greek religion contributed directly to Greek philosophy by handing over to philosophy the doctrine of immortality, a doctrine which in every stage of its philosophical development had retained the mark of its theological origin. Plato, for example, distinctly refers it to the Bacchic and Orphic mysteries. Poetry. The philosophy as well as the religion of the Greeks found its first expression in poetry, philosophical speculation, properly so called, being preceded by the effort of the imagination to picture to itself the origin and the evolution of the universe. Homer presents, without analyzing, types of ethical character: Achilles, the indomitable; Hector, the chivalrous; Agamemnon, of kingly presence; Nestor, the wise; Ulysses, the wary; Penelope, the faithful. Hesiod gives us the first crude attempts at constructing a world system. His cosmogony, however, is presented in the form of a theogony. There is, as yet, no question of accounting for the origin of things by natural causes. The so-called Orphic cosmogonies had the Hesiodic theogony for their basis. They did not advance much farther in their inquiry than Hesiod himself had gone, unless we include as Orphic those systems of cosmology to which all scholars now agree in assigning a post-Aristotelian date. Pherecydes of Syros, about 540 BC, more closely approaches the scientific method. He describes Zeus, Cronus, and Chthon as the first beginnings of all things. There is here a basic thought that the universe sprang from the elements of air and earth through the agency of time. This thought, however, the poet conceals under enigmatical symbols, referring the phenomena of nature not to natural agencies, but to the incomprehensible action of the gods. The beginning of moral philosophy are found in the ethical portrayals of the Homeric poems, in the writings of the gnomic poets of the 6th century BC, and especially in the sayings attributed to the 7 wise men. These sayings are characterized by a tone of cynicism, and exhibit a knowledge of the world's ways which is certainly remarkable if it belongs to the age to which it is generally assigned. Footnote: Plato's story, Protagoras 343a, of the meeting of the 7 wise men at Delphi is totally devoid of historical foundation. Even the names of the 7 are not agreed upon. The enumeration which most frequently occurs is the following: Thales, Bias, Pittacus, Solon, Cleobulus, Chilo, and Periander. End of footnote. The division of Greek philosophy into periods and schools is partly chronological and partly dependent on the development of philosophic thought. The following seems to be the most convenient arrangement: 1. Pre-Socratic philosophy. 2. Philosophy of Socrates and the Socratic schools. 3. Post-Aristotelian philosophy. In the first period, the era of beginnings, philosophical speculation was largely objective. It busied itself with the study of nature and the origin of the world. In the second period, Socrates brought philosophy down to the contemplation of man's inner self. It was a period in which the objective and the subjective methods were blended. In the third period, the subjective element was made preponderant. The Stoics and the Epicureans concerned themselves with man and his destiny, to the almost complete exclusion of cosmological and metaphysical problems. First period, pre-Socratic philosophy. This period comprises 1. The Ionian school. The philosophers of this school confined their attention to the study of nature and sought out the material principle of all natural phenomena. 2. The Pythagoreans, who made number the basis of their philosophical system. 3. The Eleatics, whose speculations centered in the doctrine of oneness and immutability of being. 4. The Sophists, who negatively showed the unsatisfactory nature of all knowledge, while positively they occasioned the inquiry into the conditions and limitations of knowledge. Chapter 1. Earlier Ionian School. The Ionian school includes the earlier Ionians, Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, and the later Ionians, whose proper historical place is after the Eleatic school. Thales. Life. Thales, the first philosopher of Greece, was of Phoenician descent. He was born at Miletus at about the year 620 BC, was a contemporary of Croesus and Solon, and counted among the 7 wise men. He is said to have died in the year 546 BC. Sources: Our knowledge of the doctrines of Thales is entirely based on secondary sources, especially on the account given by Aristotle in Metaphysics. Doctrines. According to Aristotle, Thales taught that out of water all things are made. Historical tradition is silent as to the reasons by which Thales was led to this conclusion. It is possible, as Aristotle conjectures, that the founder of the Ionian school was influenced by the consideration of the moisture of nutrient, etc. He may have based his conclusion on a rationalistic interpretation of the myth of Oceanus, or he may have observed the alluvial deposits of the rivers of his native country, and concluded that as earth, so all things else come from water. The saying that, quote, "the magnet has a soul because it attracts iron," unquote, is attributed to Thales on the authority of Aristotle, who, however, speaks conditionally, quote, "if indeed he said," unquote, etc. We must not attach importance to Cicero's stoical interpretation of Thales. Quote, "Thales Milesius aquam dixit esse initium rerum, deum autem eam mentem quae ex aqua cuncta fingerat," unquote. Such a dualism belongs to the time of Anaxagoras. Similarly, the saying that, quote, "all things are full of gods," unquote, is but the expression, in Aristotle's own phraseology, of the general doctrine of animism or hylozoism, which is a tenet common to all the earlier Ionians. They maintained that matter is instinct with life, or, as an Aristotelian would say, they did not distinguish between the material principle and the formal principle of life. Anaximander. Life. Anaximander, who was also a native of Miletus, was born about the year 610 BC. Theophrastus describes him as a disciple or associate of Thales. The date of his death is unknown. Sources. Primary sources. Anaximander composed a treatise, or rather a poetical prose composition, which was extant when Theophrastus wrote. Of this work, 2 sentences only have come down to us. Quote, "all things must in equity again decline into that whence they have their origin, for they must give satisfaction and atonement for injustice, each in order of time," unquote. And the infinite, quote, "surrounds all things and directs all things," unquote. Secondary sources. 1. Ancient writers, such as Plato, Aristotle, Xenophon, and Theophrastus, in reference to pre-Socratic and Socratic philosophy. 2. Alexandrian authorities, such as Demetrius of Phalaris, 3rd century BC, Ptolemy Philadelphus, 3rd century BC, Callimachus, 3rd century BC, author of the Pinakes, or tablets. 3. Later writers. Cicero, Seneca, Plutarch, Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria, Diogenes Laertius, about AD 220. 4. Modern critics and historians. Tiedemann, Ritter and Preller, Zeller, Windelband, Diels, Tannery, Burnet, etc. Diels' Daxography Graecae, Berlin 1879, is of great value in determining the affiliation of sources. First period, pre-Socratic philosophy. This period comprises 1. The Ionian school. The philosophers of this school confined their attention to the study of nature and sought out the material principle of natural phenomena. 2. The Pythagoreans, who made number the basis of their philosophical system. 3. The Eleatics, whose speculations centered in the doctrine of oneness and immutability of being. 4. The Sophists, who negatively showed the unsatisfactory nature of all knowledge, while positively they occasioned the inquiry into the conditions and limitations of knowledge. Chapter 1. Earlier Ionian School. The Ionian school includes the earlier Ionians, Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, and the later Ionians, whose proper historical place is after the Eleatic school. Thales. Life. Thales, the first philosopher of Greece, was of Phoenician descent. He was born at Miletus, about the year 620 BC. He was a contemporary of Croesus and Solon, and was counted among the 7 wise men. He is said to have died in the year 546 BC. Sources. Our knowledge of the doctrines of Thales is based entirely on secondary sources, especially on the account given by Aristotle in Metaphysics, Book 1, section 983. Doctrines. According to Aristotle, Thales taught that out of water all things are made. Historical tradition is silent as to the reasons by which Thales was led to this conclusion. It is possible, as Aristotle conjectures, that the founder of the Ionian school was influenced by the consideration of the moisture of nutriment, etc. He may have based this conclusion on a rationalistic interpretation of the myth of Oceanus, or he may have observed the alluvial deposits of the rivers of his native country, and concluded that as earth, so all things else come from water. The saying that, quote, "the magnet has a soul because it attracts iron," unquote, is attributed to Thales on the authority of Aristotle, who, however, speaks conditionally, quote, "if indeed he said," unquote, etc. We must not attach importance to Cicero's stoical interpretation of Thales. Quote, "Thales Milesius aquam dixit esse initium rerum, deum autem, eam mentem quae ex aqua cuncta fungeret," unquote. Such a dualism belongs to the time of Anaxagoras. Similarly, the saying that, quote, "all things are full of gods," unquote, is but the expression, in Aristotle's own phraseology, of the general doctrine of animism, or hylozoism, which is a tenet common to all the earlier Ionians. They maintained that matter is instinct with life, or, as an Aristotelian would say, they did not distinguish between the material principle and the formal principle of life. Anaximander. Life. Anaximander, who was also a native of Miletus, was born about the year 610 BC. Theophrastus describes him as a disciple or associate of Thales. The date of his death is unknown. Sources. Primary sources. Anaximander composed a treatise, or rather a poetical prose composition, a periphyseos, which was extant when Theophrastus wrote. Of this work, 2 sentences only have come down to us. 1. Quote, "all things must in equity again decline into that whence they have their origin, for they must give satisfaction and atonement for injustice, each in order of time," unquote. 2. The infinite, quote, "surrounds all things and directs all things," unquote. Secondary sources. Our chief secondary sources are Theophrastus, in the work Physicon Dosai, of which the existing fragments are published by Diels, and Aristotle, especially in Metaphysics, Book 12, section 1069b, and Physics, Book 3, section 203b. Doctrines. From our secondary sources, it is evident that, according to Anaximander, the originating principle, archi, of all things is the infinite, or rather the unlimited, ateiron. Footnote. Quote, "that Anaximander called this something by the name of physis is clear from the doxographers. The current statement that the word archi, in the sense of a first principle, was introduced by him is probably due to a mere misunderstanding of what Theophrastus says. The reasons, however, which led to this conclusion are merely a matter of conjecture, as in the case of Thales's generalization. According to Aristotle, Anaximander, supposing that change destroys matter, argued that unless the substratum of change is limitless, change must sometime cease. Thus, while modern physics holds that matter is indestructible, Anaximander maintained that it is infinite, for there can be no question as to the corporeal nature of the ateiron. It is an infinite material substance. Critics, however, do not agree as how to Anaximander would have answered the questions: is the unlimited an element or a mixture of elements? Is it qualitatively simple or complex? He certainly maintained that the primitive substance is infinite, but did not, as far as we know, concern himself with the question of its qualitative determinations. The ateiron has been likened to the modern notion of space and to the mythological concept of chaos. It is described by Anaximander himself as surrounding and directing all things, and by Aristotle it is described as to theon. We must not, however, attach to these expressions a dualistic or pantheistic meaning. From the boundless all things came, by a process which the Placida describes as separation, apokrythonai. Living things sprang from the original moisture of the earth through the agency of heat. The first animals were therefore fishes, which after they came on shore threw off their scales and assumed new shapes. Man, too, was generated from other kinds of animals. Anaximander is generally believed to have taught an infinity of worlds. Historical position. Comparing the doctrines of Anaximander with what we know of the teachings of Thales, we find that the former are far richer in their contents and betoken a higher development of speculative thought. They represent a higher grade of abstraction, as is evident in the substitution of the boundless for the concrete substance, water. Anaximenes. Life. Anaximenes of Miletus, who was an associate of Anaximander, composed a treatise on the title of which is unknown. He died about 528 BC. Sources. Primary sources. The only fragment of the work of Anaximenes which has survived is a sentence quoted in the Placida, quote, "Just as our soul, being air, holds us together, so do breath and air encompass the world." Secondary sources. Our principal secondary source is Theophrastus, whom Pseudo-Plutarch, Eubesius, Praepartio Evangelica, Hippolytus, Refutatio Omnium Haeresium, etc. follow. Doctrines. According to all our secondary sources, Anaximenes taught that the principle or ground of all material existence is air. Air, however, must be taken in the Homeric sense of vapor or mist. This substance, to which is ascribed infinite quantity, is endowed with life. From it, by thinning and thickening, were formed the fires, winds, clouds, water, and earth. The world is an animal whose breathing is kept up by masses of air, which it inhales from the infinite space beyond the heavens. Cicero incorrectly represents Anaximenes as identifying the divinity with the primitive air. St. Augustine is more correct when he says, quote, "Nec Deus negavit aut tacuit, non tamen ab ipsis aerem factum, sed ipsos ex aere autos creditit." Unquote. Historical position. Anaximenes was evidently influenced by his predecessors. From Thales he derived the qualitative determinances of the primitive substance, and from Anaximander its infinity. The doctrine of thickening and thinning is far more intelligible than the doctrine of separating which Anaximander taught. Retrospect. The early Ionian philosophers were students of nature, who devoted themselves to the inquiry into the origin of things. They agreed, 1. In positing the evidence of a single original substance, and 2. In regarding this substance as endowed with force and life, hylozoism. They were dynamists. Heraclitus, a later Ionian, who who was in the final analysis a dynamist also, marks the transition from the early Hylozoism to the mechanism of the later Ionian school. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Bothine. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 2, The Pythagorean School. About the time the Ionic philosophy attained its highest development in Asia Minor, another phase of philosophical thought appeared in the Greek colonies of Italy. As we turn to the Pythagorean philosophy, the first philosophy of the West, we are struck with the importance which the ethico-religious aspect assumes from the outset. Philosophy is now not so much an inquiry into the causes of things as a rule of life, a way of salvation. It is remarkable, too, that this notion of philosophy never wholly died out in the subsequent development of Greek thought. Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics constantly referred philosophy to life as well as to knowledge. The Pythagorean system of speculation is sometimes contrasted with the Ionian as being an embodiment of the Doric spirit, which was artistic, conservative, ethical, while the Greeks of the Ionian colonies were characterized by worldly sense, versatility, curiosity, and commercial enterprise. Both philosophies, however, are wholly Greek. Life of Pythagoras. Samos was the home and probably the birthplace of Pythagoras. It is certain that he journeyed to Italy about the year 530 BC, and that he founded in Crotona a philosophico-religious society. The story of his journey through Egypt, Persia, India, and Gaul is part of the Neo-Pythagorean legend, though there is good reason for believing that the account of his death at Metapontum is true. Sources. Primary sources. The Neo-Pythagoreans mention an extensive Pythagorean literature as dating from the days of the founder. Modern scholarship has, however, shown that the reputed writings of Pythagoras are certainly spurious. The fragments of Philolaus, Periphusios, are for the most part genuine. It was probably from these that Aristotle derived his knowledge of the Pythagorean doctrines. Philolaus lived towards the end of the 5th century. The fragments of Archytas of Tarentum are spurious, with the exception of a few, which do not add to our knowledge of the Pythagorean doctrines, as they bear too evident marks of Platonic influence. Secondary sources. There is no school the history of which is so overgrown with legend as the Pythagorean. Indeed, Pythagoras and his disciples are seldom mentioned by writers anterior to Plato and Aristotle, and even the latter does not mention Pythagoras more than once or twice. He speaks rather of the Pythagoreans. Thus, the nearer we approach the time of Pythagoras, the more scanty do our data become, while the farther the tradition is removed from Pythagoras, the fuller they grow. Obviously, therefore, the Neo-Pythagoreans of the 1st century BC are not to be relied on when they speak of Pythagoras and his doctrines. The Pythagorean school was a society formed for an ethico-religious purpose. It was governed by a set of rules. Ho tropus tau baio. The members recognized one another by means of secret signs. Simplicity of personal attire and certain restrictions in matter of diet were required. Celibacy and the strict observance of secrecy in matters of doctrine were also insisted upon. The political tendency of the school was towards the aristocratic party in Magna Graecia, a tendency which led to the persecution and final dispersion of the society. Pythagorean doctrines. All that can with certainty be traced to Pythagoras is the doctrine of metempsychosis, the institution of certain ethical rules, and the germ idea of the mathematico-theological speculation, which was afterwards carried to a high degree of development. Consequently, by Pythagorean doctrines we must understand the doctrines of the disciples of Pythagoras, though these referred nearly all their doctrines to the founder. Indeed, they carried this practice so far that they constantly introduced a question by quoting the autocepha, the ipse dixit of the master. The number theory. The most distinctive of the Pythagorean doctrines is the principle that number is the essence and basis, arche, of all things. To this conclusion, the Pythagoreans were led by contemplating with minds trained to mathematical concepts, the order of nature and the regularity of natural changes. To the question, did the Pythagoreans regard numbers as the physical substance of things, or merely as symbols or prototypes? The answer seems to be that they meant number to stand to things in the double relation of prototype and substance. And if the assertion, all is number, sounds strange to us, we must consider how profound was the impression produced on the minds of these early students of nature by the first perception of the unalterable universal order of natural changes. Then we shall cease to wonder at the readiness with which number, the formula of the order and regularity of those changes, was hypostatized into the substance and basis of all things that change. Philolaus distinguishes three natural kinds of number: odd, even, and the odd even. Aristotle says that the Pythagoreans considered odd and even to be the elements, stoichia, of number. Of these, he continues, the one is definite and the other is unlimited, and the unit is the product of both, for it is both odd and even, and number arises from the unit, and the whole heaven is number. From the dualism which is thus inherent in the unit, and consequently in number, comes the doctrine of opposites, finite and infinite, odd and even, left and right, male and female, and so forth. From the doctrine of opposites proceeds the notion of harmony, which plays such an important part in the Pythagorean philosophy, for harmony is the union of opposites. Application of the doctrine of number. 1. To physics. True to their mathematical concept of the world, the Pythagoreans analyzed bodies into surfaces, surfaces into lines, and lines into points. From this, however, we must not conclude that they conceived the numerical unit of all things as material. They apparently used numbers and geometrical quantities merely as quantities, abstracting from their contents, that is, without determining whether the contents were material or immaterial, a distinction which belongs to a later date. Every body is an expression of the number 4. The surface is 3, because the triangle is the simplest of figures. The line is 2, because of its terminations, and the point is 1. 10 is the perfect number, because it is the sum of the numbers from 1 to 4. 2. To the theory of music. The application of the number theory to the arrangement of tones is obvious. The story, however, of the discovery of the musical scale by Pythagoras, as told by Iamblichus and others, is one of many instances in which discoveries made by the successors of Pythagoras were attributed to Pythagoras himself. 3. To cosmology. Not only is each body a number, but the entire universe is an arrangement of numbers, the basis of which is the perfect number 10. For the universe consists of 10 bodies: the 5 planets, the sun, the moon, the heaven of the fixed stars, the earth, and the counter-earth, Antichthon. The earth is a sphere. The counter-earth, which is postulated in order to fill up the number 10, is also a sphere, and moves parallel to the earth. In the center of the universe is the central fire, around which the heavenly bodies, fixed in their spheres, revolve from west to east, while around all is the peripheral fire. This motion of the heavenly bodies is regulated as to velocity, and is therefore a harmony. We do not, however, perceive this harmony of the spheres, either because we are accustomed to it, or because the sound is too intense to affect our organs of hearing. 4. To psychology. It would seem that the early Pythagoreans taught nothing definite regarding the nature of the soul. In the Phaedo, Plato introduces into the dialogue a disciple of Philolaus, who teaches that the soul is a harmony, while Aristotle says, some of them, the Pythagoreans, say that the soul is identified with the corpuscles in the air, and others say that it is that which moves to kenoun the corpuscles. The idea, however, that the soul is a harmony seems to be part of the doctrine of the Pythagoreans. The transmigration of souls is, as has been said, traceable to the founder of the school, though it was probably held as a tradition, being derived from the mysteries without being scientifically connected with the idea of the soul or with the number theory. 5. To theology. The Pythagoreans did not make extensive application of their number theory to their theological beliefs. They seem to have conformed, externally at least, to the popular religious notions, though there are indications of a system of purer religious concepts which were maintained esoterically. 6. To ethics. The ethical system of the Pythagoreans was thoroughly religious. The supreme good of man is to become godlike. This assimilation is to be accomplished by virtue. Now virtue is a harmony. It essentially consists in a harmonious equilibrium of the faculties by which what is lower in man's nature is subordinated to what is higher. Knowledge, the practice of asceticism, music, and gymnastics are the means by which this harmony is attained. Finally, the Pythagoreans used numbers to define ethical notions. Thus they said, justus is a number squared, arithmos is sakis isos. Historical position. The chief importance of the Pythagorean movement lies in this, that it marks a deepening of the moral consciousness in Greece. The old-time buoyancy of religious feeling as seen in the Homeric poems has given way to a calmer and more reflective mood, in which the sense of guilt and the consequent need of atonement and purification assert themselves. As a system of philosophy, the body of Pythagorean doctrine must, like all the pre-Socratic systems, be regarded as primarily intended to be a philosophy of nature, and this is how Aristotle describes it. It is not concerned with the conditions of knowledge, and although the society which Pythagoras founded was ethical, the philosophy which is associated with that society treats of ethical problems only incidentally and in a superficial manner. As an investigation of nature, the Pythagorean philosophy must be pronounced a very decided advance on the speculative attempts of the Ionians. The Pythagoreans leave the concrete, sense-perceived basis of existence and substitute for it the abstract notion of number, thus preparing the way for a still higher notion, that of being. End of chapter.
Chapter 3 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 3. The Eleatic School. The members of this school were concerned not so much with the origin of things as with the principles of the world, of things as it now is. Their inquiry centered around the problem of change, and in their solution of this problem they introduced the notions of being and becoming, thus carrying speculation into regions strictly metaphysical. The chief representatives of the school are Xenophanes the theologian, Parmenides the metaphysician, Zeno the dialectician, and Melissus, who shows a tendency to return to the views of the earlier Ionian students of nature. Sources: the work entitled Concerning the Opinions, or Concerning Xenophanes, Zeno, and Gorgias, which contain an account of the doctrines of Xenophanes, Zeno, and others, and which was at one time included among Aristotle's works, is now known to have been written neither by Aristotle nor by Theophrastus, but by a later writer of the Aristotelian school. Our knowledge of the Eleatic philosophy is derived from some fragments of the writings of the Eleatics themselves, from Aristotle's account of them in his Metaphysics, and from the works of Simplicius, who had access to a more complete Eleatic literature than we now possess. Xenophanes. Life. Xenophanes was born at Colophon, in Asia Minor, about the year 570 B.C. According to Theophrastus, He was a disciple of Anaximander. After wandering through Greece as a rhapsodist, he settled at Elea in southern Italy, and from this city is derived the name of the school which he founded. The date of his death is unknown. Sources. It is important to distinguish here: 1. The fragments of Xenophanes' didactic poem, and 2. The accounts given by our secondary authorities. In the former we find merely a set of theological opinions. In the latter, Xenophanes is represented as holding certain views on general metaphysical problems. Doctrines. In his didactic poem, Xenophanes opposes to the polytheistic belief of the time the doctrine of the unity, eternity, unchangeableness, sublimity, and spirituality of God. With the enthusiasm of fine frenzy of a prophet, he inveighs against the notions commonly held concerning the gods. Each man, he says, represents the gods as he himself is: the Negro as black and flat-nosed, the Thracian as red-haired and blue-eyed; and if horses and oxen could paint, they no doubt would depict the gods as horses and oxen. Fragment 6. So also, he continues, men ascribe to the gods mental characteristics which are human. They do not understand that God is all eye, all ear, all intellect. According to our authorities, and we have no right to challenge their unanimous verdict in this matter, all that is said in the sacred poem of Xenophanes is to be referred to the unity and eternity of the totality of being. Plato and Aristotle describe Xenophanes as teaching the unity of all things. If this pantheism appears to us to be irreconcilable with the monotheism of the poem, we must not conclude that the contradiction was apparent to Xenophanes, who, though he could rise above the popular concept of the gods, could not wholly free himself from the notion, so deeply rooted in the Greek mind, that nature is imbued with the divine. 1. In his metaphysical inquiry, Xenophanes seems, according to the pseudo-Aristotelian treatise above mentioned, to have started with the principle that nothing comes from nothing, whence he concluded that there is no becoming. Now plurality depends on becoming. If then there is no becoming, there is no plurality. All is one, and one is all. The authority, however, of this portion of the treatise is doubtful, though it may with safety be said that if Xenophanes did not develop this line of reasoning, as Parmenides, his disciple, afterwards did, the premises of these conclusions are implicitly contained in the theological poem. For the same reason it is uncertain whether Xenophanes maintained the infinity or the finite nature of the deity, or whether he endowed the deity with a certain spherical shape. 2. In physics, Xenophanes, in common with others of his school, forgets the unity of being which, as a metaphysician, he had established, and proceeds to an investigation of the plurality which he had denied. He advocates empirical knowledge, though he holds it to be unworthy of entire confidence, teaching, Fragment 16, that truth is to be discovered by degrees. According to some of our authorities, he held that the primitive substance was earth. According to others, he held that it was water and earth. A few attribute to him the doctrine of 4 primitive elements. There is better foundation for the opinion that he supposed the earth to have passed from a fluid to its present solid condition, basing his belief, according to Hippolytus, on the fact that petrified marine animals are found on land and even on mountains. Thus, although the one total is eternal, the world in its present form is not eternal. Historical position. Xenophanes' system is, so far, the boldest attempt to synthesize the phenomena of the universe. In fact, it is one instance among many in which the desire to find the one in the manifold, a desire which is the inspiration of all philosophical speculation, is carried to the excess of monism. For if we are to accept any theory that will reconcile Xenophanes' metaphysics with his theology, we must hold that he identified nature, the one immutable eternal, with God, who likewise possesses these attributes. Parmenides. Life. Parmenides, who was perhaps the greatest of all the pre-Socratic philosophers, was born at Elea about 540 B.C. According to Aristotle, he was a disciple of Xenophanes, whose doctrines he took up and carried to their idealistic consequences. He had a more definite grasp of principles than Xenophanes had, and developed them with greater thoroughness than his master had done. Sources: The didactic poem Peritheuseos, composed by Parmenides and preserved by Sextus, Proclus, and others, consists of 3 parts. The first is a sublimely conceived introduction, in which the goddess of truth points out to the philosopher 2 paths of knowledge, the one leading to a knowledge of truth, the other to a knowledge of the opinions of men. The second part of the poem describes the journey to truth, and contains the metaphysical doctrines of the author. The third part, dealing with the opinions of men, contains a hypothetical physics, a cosmology of the apparent. Doctrines. Metaphysical doctrines. Truth consists in the knowledge that being is, and that not being can neither exist nor be conceived to exist. The greatest error lies in treating being and non-being as the same. From this fundamental error arise the opinions of men. Truth lies in thought, for nothing can be but what can be thought. The senses lead to error. Being therefore is, and since not being is not, being is one. It is consequently unchangeable and unproduced, despite the testimony of the senses to the contrary. For how could being be produced? Either from not being, which does not exist, or from being, in which case it was before it began to be. Therefore it is unproduced, unchangeable, undivided, whole, homogeneous, equally balanced on all sides, like a perfect sphere. From the comparison of being to a sphere, it appears that being is not incorporeal. Ideas do not appear in philosophy ex abrupto. They are gradually developed in the course of speculation. Thus Parmenides' idea of reality is not that of the Ionians, who spoke of a crude material substratum of existence. Neither is it the highly abstract notion of being which we find in the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle. It is a something intermediate between these extremes, and is by some likened to our notion of space. Physical doctrines. Though right reason, logos, maintains that being is one and immutable, the senses and common opinion, doxa, are convinced of the plurality and change which apparently exist around us. Placing himself, therefore, at this point of view, Parmenides proceeds to give us 1. A cosmology of the apparent. Here he is evidently influenced by the Pythagorean doctrine of opposites. He maintains that all things are composed of light, or warmth, and darkness, or cold. Of these, the former, according to Aristotle, corresponds to being, the latter to not being. They are united by a deity, daimon he panta kuberna. They are symbolically described as male and female, and their union is said to be effected by Eros, the first creation of the deity. 2. An anthropology of the apparent. The life of the soul, perception and reflection, depend on the blending of the light-warm and the dark-cold principles, each principle standing, as we should say, in psychical relation to a corresponding principle in the physical world. In his cosmology, as well as his anthropology, Parmenides did not abandon the metaphysical doctrine that being is one and that change is an illusion. The views just described are those which Parmenides would have held had he believed in plurality and change. Historical position. Parmenides is the first Greek philosopher to place reason in opposition to opinion. Though he makes no attempt at determining the conditions of knowledge, he prepares the way for subsequent thinkers and formulates the problem which Socrates was to solve by his doctrine of concepts. The doctrine of the unity of being could not be further developed. It was left for Zeno, the disciple of Parmenides, to give a more thorough dialectical demonstration of the monistic idea. Zeno of Elea. Life. Zeno of Elea, born about 490 B.C., was, according to Plato, the favorite pupil of Parmenides. He defended the doctrines of his master, and showed by the use of dialectics the absurdity of common opinion. Sources. Plato speaks of a work, apparently the only work, of Zeno, which was a polemic against the common view that plurality and change are realities. It consisted of several discourses, logoi, in each of which were hypotheses, or suppositions, made with the intention of reducing them ad absurdum. The method is therefore indirect, and it is because of the skill with which Zeno applied this method that Aristotle, if we are to believe Diogenes and Sextus, regarded him as the founder of dialectic. The work, with the exception of a few extracts preserved by Simplicius, is lost. We are obliged, consequently, to rely almost entirely on secondary sources. Chief among these is the Physics of Aristotle, in which we find Zeno's arguments against the reality of motion. Doctrines. The arguments against motion are as follows. First argument. A body, in order to move from one point to another, must move through an infinite number of spaces, for magnitude is indivisible ad infinitum. But the infinite cannot be traversed. Therefore motion is impossible. Second argument. The problem of Achilles and the tortoise. Third argument. A body which is in one place is certainly at rest. Now the arrow in its flight is at each successive moment in one place. Therefore it is at rest. Fourth argument. This is based on the fact that two bodies of equal size must move past each other twice as fast, if they move with equal velocities in opposite directions, as one would move past the other if this latter were stationary. Motion, therefore, is an illusion, because one of its fundamental laws, that bodies with equal velocities traverse a certain space in equal times, is not true. Aristotle meets these arguments by defining the true nature of time, and by pointing out the difference between actual and potential infinity. Similarly, Zeno, according to our secondary sources, argued against plurality in space. 1. Zeno argued directly against the testimony of the senses. If a measure of corn produces a sound, each grain ought to produce a sound. 2. Against space. If being exists in space, space itself must exist in space, and so ad infinitum. This argument is contained in one of the extracts preserved by Simplicius. 3. If the manifold exists, it must be at once infinitely great and infinitesimally small, because it has infinitude of parts which are indivisible. Therefore, the existence of the manifold involves a contradiction. Historical position. Zeno's contribution to the philosophy of the Eleatic school consists in what must be considered an irrefutable indirect proof of the twofold principle on which the school was founded, namely, that being is one, and that change is an illusion. Melissus. Life. Melissus was, according to Diogenes Laertius, a native of Samos. We have no reason for doubting that he was, as Plutarch says, the commander of the Samian fleet, which defeated the Athenians off the coast of Samos in the year 442 B.C. He was, therefore, a younger contemporary of Zeno, and it is possible that, like Zeno, he was a pupil of Parmenides. He wrote a work, Peritus Hantos, or Perithusios. Sources. Of the work just mentioned, Simplicius has preserved some fragments. These fragments agree with the accounts given of the doctrines of Melissus in the first part of the pseudo-Aristotelian treatise concerning Xenophanes, etc. Doctrines. Method. Melissus undertook, as Zeno had done, to defend the doctrines of Parmenides. But while Zeno's method of argumentation was indirect, Melissus employed the direct method. He took up the principles of the Ionians and tried to show points of union between the Ionian and Eleatic schools. Metaphysical doctrine. All that we know of Melissus' doctrine concerning being may be summed up in the four propositions. 1. Being is eternal. 2. Being is infinite. 3. Being is one. 4. Being is unchangeable. His metaphysical doctrine is therefore identical with that of Parmenides, save in one respect. Parmenides did not pronounce being infinite, while according to Melissus infinity is one of the attributes of being. But as appears from Fragment 8, Melissus must not be understood to maintain the true infinity of being. Evidently he had in mind infinite magnitude. Again, when he says summa me exae, we must not imagine that Melissus had attained a precise notion of the incorporeal. His metaphysics was a blending of the Ionian school and the Eleatic doctrines, and we may suppose that there were many points of contradiction. The physical doctrines attributed to Melissus by Stobaeus and Philoponus cannot safely be said to have been held by him. Historical position. Melissus does not represent a development of Eleatic philosophy. His task was one of synthesis, or reconciliation, and in accomplishing this task he did not wholly escape the danger to which such an undertaking is always exposed. He admitted into Eleatic doctrines notions and definitions which were antagonistic to Eleatic principles. Retrospect. With Melissus the Eleatic school ends. What was left of Eleaticism drifted into Sophism, for which Zeno had prepared the way by his abuse of dialectical reasoning. But though the school disappeared, its influence continued, and may be traced through Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, and the atomists down to Plato and Aristotle. The Eleatics were the first to formulate the problems of being and becoming, problems which are always the center of metaphysical speculation. These were the problems that Plato and Aristotle were to solve by the theory of ideas and the doctrine of matter and form. Pre-Socratic philosophy is throughout objective in spirit and aim. It is a philosophy of nature. To this Eleatic philosophy forms no exception. It is true that the Eleatics gave to physics merely a hypothetical value, and that they decry sense received knowledge, contrasting it with reason. Yet on closer examination it will be seen that all their inquiry is concerned with the origin and explanation of nature, and that the being which they maintain to be the only reality is a something extended in space, or, as Aristotle describes it, the substrate of sensible things. Zeno indeed introduced dialectic into philosophy, but he treated it merely as an instrument of proof, unaccompanied by any inquiry into the nature and conditions of knowledge. The founder of the philosophy of the concept is Socrates, and Aristotle is right when he looks for the germ of Socratic philosophy not in the Eleatic doctrine, but in the teachings of Democritus and the Pythagoreans. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Later Ionian philosophers. These are separated from the earlier Ionian philosophers, not merely in point of time, but also in respect to doctrine. The difference consists chiefly in the tendency which the later Ionians manifest to depart from the monistic dynamism of the early physicists and adopt a dualistic mechanical concept of the universe. Heraclitus, who is in ultimate analysis a dynamist, marks the beginning of the change which, after the more or less hesitating utterances of Empedocles, appears successively in the mechanism of the atomists and in the openly pronounced dualism of Anaxagoras. Heraclitus is therefore the connecting link between earlier and later Ionian philosophy. Heraclitus. Life. Heraclitus, surnamed the Obscure, Haus Catanus, on account of the mist of oracular expressions in which, purposely according to some writers, he veiled his teachings, was born at Ephesus about the year 530 B.C. He composed a work, Peritheuseos, consisting of 3 parts, the first of which was Peritou-Pantos, the second Logos Politicus, and the third Logos Theologicus. Of the fragments which have come down to us, very few can be assigned to the second of these parts, and fewer still to the third. The existing fragments offer considerable difficulty in the matter of arrangement and interpretation, a difficulty which is increased by the fact that many of our secondary authorities are untrustworthy. The doctrines of Heraclitus resemble the fundamental tenets of the Stoics, and here, as elsewhere, the Stoic historians are inclined to exaggerate such resemblances. On this account, even for modern scholars, Heraclitus is still the Obscure. Sources. Besides the fragments above mentioned, we have as sources of information the writings of Plato and Aristotle, who give a tolerably complete account of the teachings of Heraclitus. Doctrines. Doctrine of universal change. Heraclitus places himself in direct opposition to the Eleatic teaching and to the data of common unreflecting consciousness. The mass of men, and here he includes not merely Pythagoras and Xenophanes, but also Homer and Hesiod, associating them with the common herd, seeing nothing but sense forms. They fail to comprehend the all-discerning reason. We should follow reason alone. Much learning does not teach the mind. Now, the first lesson which reason teaches us is that there is nothing permanent in the world around us. The senses, when they attribute to things a permanence which things do not possess, are deceived, and thus give rise to the greatest of all errors, the belief in immobility. The truth is that all things change, pantazorai. Everything is involved in the stream of change. From life comes death, from death comes life. Old age succeeds youth. Sleep changes into wakefulness, and wakefulness into sleep. In a word, nothing is, all is becoming. Both Plato and Aristotle set down the doctrine of the universality of change as being the most characteristic of the teachings of Heraclitus. Plato, moreover, expressly mentions the Heraclitean comparison of the stream in which wave succeeds wave. But it is remarkable that the expression, all things are flowing, which so conveniently sums up the doctrine of universal change, cannot be proved to be a quotation from the work of Heraclitus. Doctrine of fire. Another source of error is this, that the poets and sages knew no more than the common herd does about the divine all-controlling fire. By fire, however, Heraclitus meant invisible warm matter rather than the fire which is the result of combustion. It is endowed with life, or at least the power of becoming. Quote, all things are exchanged for fire, and fire for all things, just as wares are exchanged for gold and gold for wares. Unquote. It is therefore what Aristotle would call the material as well as the efficient cause of all things. And here Heraclitus shows himself the lineal descendant of the earlier Ionians. Moreover, since all things proceed from fire according to fixed law, fire is styled Zeus, deity, logos, justice. This account would, however, be incomplete without some mention of the force which is postulated by Heraclitus as co-eternal with fire. Quote, strife is the father of all, and king of all, and some he made gods and some men. Unquote. Opposed to strife, which gave rise to things by separation, is harmony, which guides them back to the fire whence they came. These expressions, however, while they speak the language of dualism, are not to be understood as more than mere figures of speech, for fire and fire alone is the cause of all change. Origin of the world. The world was produced by the transformations of the primitive fire. There is a cycle of changes by which fire, through a process of condensation, or rather of quenching, abenesthai, becomes water and earth. This is the downward way. And there is a cycle of changes by which, through a process of rarefaction or kindling, apesthai, earth goes back to water and water to fire. This is the upward way. Now the one is precisely the inverse of the other, ados ano kuto mia. Thus did the world originate, and thus does it constantly tend to return whence it came. Concord is ever undoing the work of strife, and one day strife will overcome. But then the deity, as it were in sport, will construct a new world in which strife and concord will once more be at play. Doctrine of opposites. From this continual change comes the doctrine of opposites. There is a constant swaying, like the bending and relaxing of a bow, in which all things pass successively through their opposites. Heat becomes cold, dryness becomes moisture, etc. To produce the new, like must be coupled with unlike, high and low. The accordant with the discordant are joined, that out of one may come all, and out of all one. On account of this doctrine, Heraclitus is censured by Aristotle and his commentators for denying the principle of contradiction. Hegelians, on the other hand, credit Heraclitus with being the first to recognize the unity of opposites, the identity of being and not being. The truth is that Heraclitus deserves neither the blame of the Aristotelians nor the praise of the Hegelians. He does not affirm opposite predicates of the same subject at the same time and sub quondam respectu. Moreover, his is a physical, not a logical theory, and to maintain the unity of opposites in the concrete is not the same as to hold the identity of being and not being in the abstract. Anthropological doctrines. Man, body, and soul originated from fire. The body is of itself rigid and lifeless, an object of aversion when the soul has departed from it. The soul, on the other hand, is divine fire preserved in its purest form. "The driest soul is wisest and best." If the soul fire is quenched by moisture, reason is lost. Like everything else in nature, the soul is constantly changing. It is fed by fire or warm matter, which enters as breath or is received through the senses. Notwithstanding this view, Heraclitus in several of the fragments speaks of future reward and of the fate of the soul in Hades. Heraclitus distrusted sense knowledge. "Eyes and ears," he said, "are bad witness to men if they have souls that understand not their language." Rational knowledge is alone trustworthy. Heraclitus, however, did not, nor did any of the pre-Socratic philosophers, attempt to determine the conditions of rational knowledge. That task was first undertaken by Socrates. Ethical doctrines. Heraclitus did not undertake a systematic treatment of ethical questions. Nevertheless, he prepared the way for Stoicism by teaching that immutable reason is the law of the moral as well as of the physical world. Men should defend law as they would a fortress. We must subject ourselves to universal order if we wish to be truly happy. "The character of a man is his guardian divinity." This is the doctrine of contentment, or equanimity, epeistasis, in which, according to the Heracliteans, Heraclitus placed the supreme happiness of man. Historical position. Even in ancient times Heraclitus was regarded as one of the greatest physicists. He was deservedly styled Haaphysicus, for while others among the philosophers of nature excelled him in particular points of doctrine, he had the peculiar merit of having established a universal point of view for the study of nature as a whole. He was the first to call attention to the transitoriness of the individual and the permanence of the law which governs individual changes, thus formulating the problem to which Plato and Aristotle afterwards addressed themselves as to the permanent question of metaphysics. The naive conception of the universe as evolved, according to the earlier Ionians, from one substance, by a process which may be witnessed in a water tank, now gives place to the notion of a world ruled in its origin and in all its processes by an all-pervading logos. Moreover, though Heraclitus formulated no system of epistemology, his distrust of the senses and his advocacy of rational knowledge show that philosophy had begun to emerge from the state of primitive innocence. It was this germ of criticism which was developed into full-grown skepticism by Cratylus, while along another line of development it led to the critical philosophy of the Sophists and to the Socratic doctrine of the concept. Heraclitus and the Eleatics were, so to speak, at opposite poles of thought. In the doctrines of Empedocles and the Atomists we can perceive the direct influence of the Eleatic school. Empedocles. Life. Empedocles, who is the most typical representative of the later Ionian school, holds a middle course between the monism of Parmenides and the extreme panmetabolism of Heraclitus. He was born at Agrigentum in Sicily, about the year 490 B.C. According to Aristotle, he lived 60 years. The tradition which represents Empedocles as traveling through Sicily and southern Italy, and claiming divine honors wherever he went, is only too abundantly proved by fragments of his sacred poems. The story, however, that he committed suicide by leaping into the crater of Etna is a malicious invention. It is always mentioned with a hostile purpose, and usually in order to counteract some tale told by his adherents and admirers. Sources. Empedocles, who was a poet as well as a philosopher, composed two poetico-philosophical treatises, the one metaphysical, Perithouseos, and the other theological, Katharmoi. Of the 5,000 verses which these poems contained, only about 450 have come down to us. On account of the language and imagery which Empedocles employs, he is styled by Aristotle the first rhetorician. Doctrines. Metaphysics. Empedocles, like Parmenides, begins with a denial of becoming. Becoming, in the strict sense of qualitative change of an original substance, is unthinkable. Yet with Heraclitus he holds that particular things arise, change, decay, and perish. He reconciles the two positions by teaching that generation is not the commingling, while decay is the separation of primitive substances which themselves remain unchanged. The primitive substances are four: fire, air, earth, and water. These afterwards came to be known as the four elements. Empedocles calls them roots. Tessera ton panton ripsomata. The word elements, stoicheia, was first used by Plato. The mythological names which Empedocles applied to these radical principles of being have no particular philosophical value. They may be regarded as the accidents of poetical composition. The elements are underived, imperishable, homogeneous. Definite substances are produced when the elements are combined in certain proportions. Now the moving cause, the force, which produces these combinations, is not inherent in the elements themselves. It is distinct from them. Here we have the first word of mechanism in Greek philosophy. It is true Empedocles speaks of this force as love and hatred, but the phraseology merely proves that the idea of force is not yet clear to the Greek mind. Empedocles does not define the difference between force and matter on the one hand, and between force and person on the other. Moreover, to deny that Empedocles was a dualist, to explain that by love and hatred he meant merely a poetical description of the conditions of mixture and separation, and not the true causes of these processes, would imply that Aristotle and all our other authorities misunderstood the whole doctrine of Empedocles. Cosmological doctrines. The four elements were originally combined in a sphere, eudaimonis status theos, where love reigned supreme. Gradually hatred began to exert its centrifugal influence. Love, however, united the elements once more to form those things which were made, and so the world was given over to love and hatred, and to the endless pulsation of periodic changes. Biological doctrines. Empedocles seems to have devoted special attention to the study of living organisms. Plants first sprang from the earth before it was illumined by the sun. And then came animals, which were evolved out of all sorts of monstrous combinations of organisms by a kind of survival of the fit, for those only survived which were capable of subsisting. In this theory Empedocles expressly includes man. The cause of growth in animals and plants is fire striving upwards, impelled by the desire to reach its like, the fire which is the sky. Blood is the seat of the soul, because in blood the elements are best united. It is by reason of the movement of the blood that inspiration and respiration take place through the pores which are closely packed together all over the body. Psychological doctrines. Sense knowledge is explained by the doctrine of emanations and pores. Like is known by like. That is, things are known to us by means of like elements in us, earth by earth, water by water, etc. In the case of sight, there is an emanation from the eye itself, which goes out to meet the emanation from the object. Thought and intelligence are ascribed to all things, no distinction being made between corporeal and incorporeal. Thought, therefore, like all other vital activities, depends on the mixture of four elements. Yet Empedocles seems to contrast the untrustworthiness of sense knowledge with knowledge acquired by reflection, or rather with knowledge acquired by all the powers of the mind. He did not conceive the soul as composed of elements. He did not consider it as an entity apart from the body. He merely explained its activities by the constitution of the body. In his sacred poem, however, he adopted the doctrine of transmigration, borrowing it from Pythagorean and Orphic tradition, without making it a part of his scientific theories. Quote, "Once ere now I was a youth, and a maiden, a shrub, a bird, and a fish, that swims in silence in the sea." Unquote. Concerning gods. Empedocles sometimes speaks as if he held the common polytheistic belief. Sometimes, on the contrary, as in verse 345 to 350, he describes the deity almost in the words of Xenophanes. Quote, "He is sacred and unutterable mind, flashing through the whole world with rapid thoughts." Unquote. Still, Empedocles apparently found no means of introducing this concept of the deity into his account of the origin of the universe. Historical position. While Empedocles holds a recognized place among the Greek poets, and while Plato and Aristotle appear to rank him highly as a philosopher, yet scholars are not agreed as to his precise place in the history of pre-Socratic speculation. Ritter classes him with the Eleatics. Others count him among the disciples of Pythagoras, while others again place him among the Ionians on account of the similarity of his doctrines to those of Heraclitus and the early physicists. The truth, as Zeller says, seems to be that there is in the philosophy of Empedocles an admixture of all these influences: Eleatic, denial of becoming, untrustworthiness of the senses; Pythagorean, doctrine of transmigration; and Ionic, the four elements and love and hatred, these being an adaptation of Heraclitean ideas. It would be a mistake, however, to underestimate the originality of Empedocles as a philosopher. It was he who introduced the notion of element, fixed the number of elements, and prepared the way for the atomistic mechanism of Leucippus. The defects, however, of his metaphysical system are many, chief among them being, as Aristotle remarked, the omission of the idea of an intelligent ruler under whose action natural processes would be regular instead of fortuitous. Anaxagoras. Life. Anaxagoras was born at Clazomenae about 500 B.C. Aristotle says that he was prior to Empedocles in point of age, but subsequent to him in respect to doctrine. From his native city he went to Athens, where he was for many years the friend of Pericles, and where he counted among his disciples the dramatist Euripides. When shortly after the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, Pericles was attacked, Anaxagoras was tried on the charge of impiety, but escaped from prison, and returning to his native Ionia, settled in Lampsacus, where he died about the year 430 B.C. Sources. Diogenes Laertius says that Anaxagoras wrote a work which, like most of the ancient philosophical treatises, was entitled Peritheuseos. Of this work Plato speaks in the Apology. In the 6th century of our era, Simplicius could still procure a copy, and it is to him that we owe such fragments as have come down to us. These fragments were edited by Schaubach in 1827 and by Schorn in 1829. They are printed by Muhlach. Doctrines. Starting point. Like Empedocles, Anaxagoras starts with the denial of becoming, and like Empedocles also, he is chiefly concerned to explain, in accordance with this denial, the plurality and change which exist. He differs, however, from Empedocles both in his doctrine of primitive substances and his doctrine of the cosmic force which formed the universe. Doctrine of primitive substances. Anaxagoras maintained that all things were formed out of an agglomerate of substances in which bodies of determinate quality, gold, flesh, bones, etc., were commingled in infinitely small particles to form the germs of all things. This agglomerate was called by Aristotle ta homoiomere. It was called by Anaxagoras seeds, spermata, and things, zremata. So complete was the mixture, and so small were the particles of individual substances composing it, that at the beginning no substance could be perceived in its individual nature and qualities, and accordingly the mixture as a whole might be said to be qualitatively indeterminate, though definite qualities were really present in it. Yet, minute as were the primitive particles, they were divisible. Thus the agglomerate on the one hand reminds us of the apeiron of Anaximander, and on the other hand bears a certain analogy to the atomistic concept of matter. Mind, nous, is the moving power which formed the world from the primitive mass of seeds. Anaxagoras is the first to introduce into philosophy the idea of the supersensible, for which reason Aristotle describes him as standing out, quote, like a sober man from the crowd of random talkers who preceded him, unquote. Mind is distinguished from other things because 1. It is simple. Everything else is mingled of all things. Mind alone is unmixed. It is, quote, the thinnest of all things and the purest, unquote. 2. It is self-ruled, autokratos. 3. It has all knowledge about everything. 4. It has supreme power over all things. However, as Plato and Aristotle point out, Anaxagoras did not work out his theory of mind in the details of the cosmic processes. He did not formulate the idea of design, nor did he apply the principle of design to particular cases. Mind was for him merely a world-forming force. There is, moreover, a certain vagueness attaching to the idea of nous. Without entering into the details of the question of interpretation, we may conclude that although Anaxagoras certainly meant by the nous something incorporeal, he could not avoid speaking of it in terms which, taken literally, imply corporeal nature, for it is the fate of new ideas to suffer from imperfect expression until philosophical terminology has adjusted itself to the new conditions which they create. Cosmology. Mind, therefore, first imparted to matter a circular motion, separating air, from which came water, earth, and stone, and whatever is cold, dark, and dense, and ether, from which came whatever is warm, light, and rare. Throughout this account of the processes of things, Anaxagoras considers the material cause only, thereby deserving Aristotle's reproach that he used the nous merely as a deus ex machina. Psychology. Like is not known by like, but rather by unlike, and in this Anaxagoras is directly opposed to Empedocles. The senses are weak, but not deceitful. The faculty of true knowledge is nous, the principle of understanding, which is also an intrinsic psychic principle, the soul. Plutarch's statement that Anaxagoras represented the soul as perishing after its separation from the body is, to say the least, unreliable. From the foregoing it is evident that Anaxagoras was not a skeptic. The reason which he alleges for the untrustworthiness of the senses is that they see only part of what is in the object. The intellect, which is unmixed, is capable of seeing the everything which is in everything. Historical position. The special importance of the philosophy of Anaxagoras is due to his doctrine of immaterial mind. This doctrine implies the most pronounced dualism. It contains in germ the teleological concept which was evolved by Socrates and perfected by Plato and Aristotle. It was only natural that these philosophers, who approached metaphysical problems with minds already accustomed to the idea of the immaterial, should blame Anaxagoras for not having made better use of that idea. But we must not underrate the service which Anaxagoras rendered to Greek philosophy by his doctrine of immaterial intellect. Diogenes, of Apollonia, and Archelaus, of Athens, who are sometimes included among the later Ionian philosophers, exhibit a tendency towards a return to the hylozoism of the first philosophers. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 5. The Atomists. The Atomists represent the last phase of Ionian speculation concerning nature. They accept the dualistic ideas which characterized the later Ionian philosophy, but by their substitution of necessity for intelligent force, they abandon all that dualistic philosophy had to bequeath to them, and fall lower than the level which the early hylozoists had reached. It was at Miletus that the Ionian philosophy first appeared, and it was Miletus that produced Leucippus, the founder of atomism, who virtually brings the first period of Greek philosophy to a close. So little is known of Leucippus that his very existence has been questioned. His opinions, too, have been so imperfectly transmitted to us that it is usual to speak of the tenets of the atomists without distinguishing how much we owe to Leucippus, who by Aristotle and Theophrastus is regarded as the founder of the system, and how much we owe to Democritus, who was the ablest and best known expounder of atomistic philosophy. Democritus. Life. Democritus of Abdera was born about the year 460 B.C. It was said, though it is by no means certain, that he received instruction from the Magi and other Oriental teachers. It is undoubtedly true that at a later time he was regarded as a sorcerer and magician, a fact which may account for the legend of his early training. He was probably a disciple of Leucippus. There is no historical foundation for the widespread belief that he laughed at everything. Sources. If, as is probable, Leucippus committed his doctrines to writing, no trustworthy fragment of his works has reached us. From the titles and fragments of the works of Democritus, it is evident that the latter covered in his written treatises a large variety of subjects. The most celebrated of these treatises was entitled Megas Diacosmus, Muloch, Fragmenta 1, 340 following. Publishes fragments of this and other Democritian writings. Aristotle, in the Metaphysics and elsewhere, gives an adequate account of the doctrines of Leucippus and Democritus. Doctrines. General standpoint. One of the reasons which led to Eleatics to deny plurality and becoming was that these are now inconceivable without void, and void is unthinkable. Now the atomists concede that without void there is no motion, but they maintain that void exists, and that in it exists an infinite number of indivisible bodies, atomoi, which constitute the plenum. Aristotle is therefore justified in saying that according to Leucippus and Democritus, the elements are full, plerase, and the void, kainon. The full corresponds to Eleatic being, and the void to not being. But the latter is as real as the former. On the combination and separation of atoms depend becoming and decay. The atoms. The atoms, infinite in number and indivisible, differ in shape, order, and position. They differ, moreover, in quantity or magnitude, for they are not mere mathematical points, their indivisibility being due to the fact that they contain no void. They have, as we would say, the same specific gravity, but because of their different sizes they differ in weight. The motion by which the atoms are brought together is not caused by a vital principle inherent in them, hylozoism, nor by love and hatred, nor by any incorporeal agency, but by natural necessity, by virtue of which atoms of equal weight come together. It is therefore incorrect to say that the atomists explain the motion of the atoms by attributing it to chance. Aristotle gave occasion to this misunderstanding by identifying automaton and touche, though it is Cicero who is accountable for giving the misapprehension the wide circulation which it obtained. The atomistic explanation was therefore that atoms of different weights fell with unequal velocities in the primitive void. The heavier atoms consequently impinged on the lighter ones, imparting to them a whirling motion, dive. The atomists, as Aristotle remarks, did not advert to the fact that in vacuo all bodies fall with equal velocity. Nowhere in the cosmological scheme of the atomists is there place for mind or design. It is utter materialism and causalism, if by causalism is meant the exclusion of intelligent purpose. Anthropology. Plants and animals sprang from the moist earth. Democritus, according to our authorities, devoted special attention to the study of man, who he believes is, even on account of his bodily structure, alone deserving of admiration. He not only describes as minutely as he can the bodily organization of man, but departing from his mechanical concept of nature, takes pains to throw the utility and adaptation of every part of the human body. But over all and permeating all is the soul. Now the soul for the atomists could be nothing but corporeal. It is composed of the finest atoms, perfectly smooth and round, like the atoms of fire. Democritus accordingly does not deny a distinction between soul and body. He teaches that the soul is the noblest part of man. Man's crowning glory is moral excellence. He is said to have reckoned the human soul among the divinities. And yet for Democritus, as for every materialist, the soul is but a finer kind of matter. Indeed, according to Aristotle, the atomists identified soul atoms with the atoms of fire which are floating in the air. The atomist theory of cognition was, of course, determined by their view of the nature of the soul. They were obliged to start out with the postulate that all cognitive processes are corporeal processes, and since the action of body upon body is conditioned by contact, they were obliged to conclude that all senses are mere modifications of the sense of touch. The contact, which is a necessary condition of all sense knowledge, is effected by means of emanations, Aperoi, the term is Aristotle's, or images, idola deikela. These are material casts or shells given off from the surface of the object. They produce in the medium the impressions which enter the pores of the senses. They are practically the same as the Epicurean effluxes, which Lucretia describes. Que quasi membrane sumo de corpore terram, terrepte volitant ultro citroque per horas. Thought cannot differ essentially from sense knowledge. They are both changes, heteroeses, of the soul substance occasioned by material impressions. Logically, therefore, Democritus should have attached the same value to thought as to sense knowledge, and since sense knowledge is obscure, scoten, he should have concluded that no knowledge is satisfactory. He saves himself, however, from absolute skepticism, although at the expense of logical consistency. For he maintains that thought, by revealing the existence of invisible atoms, shows us the true nature of things. The doctrine which Aristotle attributes to Democritus is his opinion as to what Democritus should have taught, rather than an account of what he actually did teach. Ethics. Although most of the extant fragments which contain Democritus' ethical teachings are merely isolated axioms without any scientific connection, yet our secondary authorities attribute to him a theory of happiness which is really the beginning of the science of ethics among the Greeks. From what Democritus says of the superiority of the soul over the body, of thought over sense, it is natural to expect that he should place man's supreme happiness in a right disposition of mind and not in the goods of the external world. Happiness, he says, and unhappiness do not dwell in herds nor in gold. The soul is the abode of the divinity. Happiness is no external thing, but in cheerfulness and well-being, in right disposition and unalterable peace of mind. The word which is here rendered cheerful, euthymia, is interpreted by Seneca and other Stoics as tranquillity. Democritus, however, was more akin to the Epicureans than to the Stoics, and it is probable that by euthymia he meant delight, or good cheer. There is in the moral maxims of Democritus a note of pessimism. Happiness, he believes, is difficult of attainment, while misery seeks man unsought. Historical position. The atomistic movement is recognized as an attempt to reconcile the conclusions of the Eleatics with the facts of experience. It is not easy, however, to determine with accuracy how far the atomists were influenced by their predecessors and contemporaries. Even if the dates of Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Leucippus were known more definitely than they are, it would still be a matter of no small difficulty to show in what degree each philosopher depended on and in turn influenced the thought and writings of the others. One thing is certain. It was atomism which, more than any of the other pre-Socratic systems, prepared the way for sophism and the consequent contempt of all knowledge. In the first place, atomistic philosophy was materialistic, and materialism ends where the highest problems of philosophy begin. Moreover, the armor of the atomist offered several vulnerable points to the shafts of sophism. He fallaciously concluded that atoms are uncaused because they are eternal, and what is worse, he inconsistently maintained the difference in value between sense knowledge and thought. The sophists might well argue, as indeed some of them did argue, that if the senses are not to be trusted, reason also is untrustworthy, for the soul, according to the atomists, is like the senses corporeal. Thus did atomistic philosophy prepare the way for sophism. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 6. The Sophists. Sophistic philosophy, which constitutes so important a crisis in the history of Greek thought and civilization, was germinally contained in the preceding systems. atomistic materialism culminated in the sophism of Protagoras. The doctrines of Heraclitus paved the way to skepticism, as was demonstrated by Cratylus, the teacher of Plato; and Gorgias the sophist merely carried to excess the dialectic method introduced by Zeno the Eleatic. All these schools, atomistic, Heraclitean, Eleatic, had, as has been said, attacked by the aid of specious fallacies the trustworthiness of common consciousness, so that until Socrates appeared on the scene to determine the conditions of scientific knowledge, no positive development of philosophy was possible. Meantime, there was nothing left but to deny the possibility of attaining knowledge. And that is what the Sophists did. They are the first skeptics of Greece. There was then an inevitable tendency on the part of the prevalent philosophy to culminate in skepticism. Besides, the social and political conditions of the time contributed to the same result by unsettling the moral and religious ideals which the Athenian had hitherto held as matters of tradition. The Persian wars and the military achievements of subsequent years brought about an upheaval in the social and political conditions of Athens. Old ideas were being adjusted to new circumstances. The scope of education was being widened. In a word, the whole epoch was penetrated with a spirit of revolution and progress, and none of the existing forces could hold that spirit in checks. We must take into account also the development of poetry, and especially of the drama. The whole action of the drama, says Zeller, comic as well as tragic, is based, at this time, on the collision of duties and rights, on a dialectic of moral relations and duties. The period was one of revolution and readjustment. History of the Sophists. The word sophist, etymologically considered, denotes a wise man. In the earlier pre-Socratic period it meant one who made wisdom or the teaching of wisdom his profession. Later on, the abuse of dialectic disputation, of which the Sophists were guilty, caused the name sophism to become synonymous with fallacy. The Sophists flourished from about 450 B.C. to 400 B.C. Not that sophism as a profession disappeared altogether at the latter date, but after the appearance of Socrates as a teacher, the importance of the Sophists dwindled into insignificance. The first Sophists are represented as going about from city to city, gathering around them the young men, and imparting to them, in consideration of certain fees, the instruction requisite for the conduct of public affairs. In the instruction which they gave, they set no value upon objective truth. Indeed, the ideal at which they aimed was the art of making the worse seem the better cause, and vice versa. Readiness of exposition and presentation of arguments in a specious manner were all that they pretended to teach. Such is the history of the school in general. The chief Sophists are Protagoras of Abdera, the individualist; Gorgias of Leontini, the nihilist; Hippias of Elis, the polymathist; and Prodicus of Ceos, the moralist. Sources. It is difficult, as Plato points out, to define accurately the nature of the Sophists. The Sophists left no fixed theorems equally acknowledged by all the school. They were characterized more by their mode of thought than by any fixed content of thought. Besides, Plato, Aristotle, and all our other authorities are so avowedly hostile to the Sophists, and raise so unreasonable objections to sophism, as when they accuse the Sophists of bartering the mere semblance of knowledge for gold, that we must weigh and examine their every statement before we can admit it as evidence. Doctrines. Protagoras of Abdera, born about 480 B.C., composed many works, of which, however, only a few fragments have survived. Plato traces the opinions of Protagoras to the influence of Heraclitus. Nothing is, all is, becoming. But even this becoming is relative. As the eye does not see, except while it is being acted upon, so the object is not colored except while it acts upon the eye. Nothing, therefore, becomes in and for itself, but only for the percipient subject. Hence, as the object presents itself differently to different subjects, there is no objective truth. Man is the measure of all things. Plato apparently reports these as the very words of Protagoras. Phesigar pu panton, crematon metron, anthropon aine ton men, anton has esti, ton de me anton has uk esten. Grote and others doubt whether the above is really the line of thought followed out by Protagoras himself. In both Plato and Aristotle we find allusions to the employment by Protagoras of the dialectic introduced by Zeno. Moreover, if we are to make the argument valid, we must, before we conclude that all knowledge is relative, introduce the atomistic principle that all knowledge is conditioned by physical alterations. The relativity of knowledge, as it was professed by Protagoras, is a denial of all objective truth, and a reduction of knowledge to individual opinion. It follows from this that a proposition and its opposite are equally true if they appear to different persons to be true. In this way did Protagoras lay the foundation of the eristic method, the method of dispute, which is associated with the name sophist, and which was carried to such extremes by the sophists of later times. Of the gods, said Protagoras, I can know nothing, neither that they are, nor that they are not. There is much to prevent our attaining this knowledge, the obscurity of the subject, and the shortness of human life. These are the famous words with which, according to Diogenes, Protagoras began the treatise that was made the basis of a charge of impiety, and led ultimately to his expulsion from Athens. They contain a profession of agnosticism. Perhaps the context, if we possessed it, would show whether Protagoras went further and really professed atheism, the crime of which he was accused. Gorgias of Leontini, a contemporary of Protagoras, composed a treatise on nature or the non-existing, which is preserved by Sextus Empiricus. We possess as secondary authority a portion of the pseudo-Aristotelian treatise concerning Xenophanes, etc. As it was the aim of Protagoras to show that everything is equally true, it may be said that Gorgias strove to show that everything is equally false. The latter proves by the use of dialectical reasoning that 1. Nothing exists; 2. Even if it existed, it could not be known; and 3. Even if knowledge were possible, it could not be communicated. Hippias of Elis, a younger contemporary of Protagoras, was preeminent even among the sophists for the vanity with which he paraded his proficiency in rhetoric, mathematics, astronomy, and archaeology. He boasted that he could say something new on any topic, however often it might have been discussed. Plato attributes to him the saying that law is a tyrant of men, since it prescribes many things contrary to nature. This was probably meant as a bold paradox, one of the many devices by which the sophists attracted the admiration of the Athenians. Prodicus of Ceos was also a contemporary of Protagoras. Such was the esteem in which he was held by Socrates that the latter often called himself his pupil, and did not hesitate to direct young men to him for instruction. Prodicus is best known by his moral discourses, in which he shows the excellence of virtue and the misery of a life given over to pleasure. The most celebrated of these discourses is entitled Hercules at the Crossroads. The choice of a career, the employment of wealth, the unreasonableness of the fear of death, are some of the subjects on which he delivered exhortations. In spite of all this, Prodicus, as a sophist, could not consistently avoid moral skepticism. If there is no truth, there is no law. If that is true which seems to be true, then that is good which seems to be good. He did not, accordingly, attempt to define virtue or moral good. He merely drew pictures of the ethical ideals, exhorting rather than teaching. The first to attempt a systematic treatment of ethical problems was he who first strove to fix the conditions of scientific knowledge through concepts, Socrates, with whom the second period of Greek philosophy begins. Historical position. Sophistic philosophy was the outcome of the complex influences which shaped the social, political, philosophical, and religious conditions of Athens during the latter half of the 5th century before Christ. It was the philosophy which suited that age. Pericles found pleasure in the society of sophists. Euripides esteemed them. Thucydides sought instruction from them, and Socrates sent them pupils. Yet sophism did not constitute an advance in philosophical thought. It is true that it directed attention to the subjective element in human knowledge. In fact, it made the subjective element everything in knowledge. It reduced truth to the level of opinion, and made man the measure of all things. And herein lay the essential error of Sophism, vitiating the whole system. Sophism was not the beginning of an era in philosophy. It was more properly the ending of the era which preceded Socrates. The onward movement of thought was not resumed until Socrates showed that knowledge is as far from being wholly subjective as it is from being wholly objective. It is Socrates, therefore, who inaugurates the new era. Retrospect. Greek philosophy exhibits in its historical development a rhythm of movement which is perfect in the simplicity of the formula by which it is expressed. Objective, subjective; objective, subjective. Pre-Socratic philosophy was objective. The philosophy of Socrates and the Socratic schools was partly objective, partly subjective, while the philosophy of later times was almost entirely subjective. By the objectivity of pre-Socratic philosophy is meant that 1. It concerned itself almost exclusively with the problems of the physical world, paying little attention to the study of man, his origin, dignity, and destiny. 2. It did not busy itself with the problems of epistemology. At first all sense presentations were taken without question or criticism as true presentations of reality, and even when the Eleatics distinguished between reason and sense, they did not go any farther towards determining the conditions of rational knowledge. 3. Ethics was not studied scientifically. Compared with cosmogony, cosmology, and metaphysics, it did not receive proportionate attention. Briefly, the philosophy of Greece before the time of Socrates possessed all the naivete that was to be expected in the first speculative attempts of a people who never tired of nature and never looked beyond nature for their ideals. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Second period, Socrates and the Socratic schools. In this second period of its history, Greek philosophy reaches its highest development. It is a comparatively short period, being comprised within the lifespans of those three men who so dominated the philosophic thought with their age that their names rather than the names of the schools or cities are used to mark off the three subdivisions into which the study of the period naturally falls. We shall therefore consider 1. Socrates and the imperfectly Socratic schools; 2. Plato and the academics; 3. Aristotle and the peripatetics. The problem with which this period had to deal had already been formulated by the Sophists: how to save the intellectual and moral life of the nation, which was threatened by materialism and skepticism. Socrates answered by determining the conditions of intellectual knowledge, and by laying deep and scientific foundation of ethics. Plato, with keener insight and more comprehensive understanding, developed the Socratic doctrine of concepts into a system of metaphysics gigantic in its proportions, but lacking in that solidity of foundation which characterized the Aristotelian structure. Aristotle carried the Socratic idea to its highest perfection, and by prosecuting a vigorous and systematic study of nature, supplied what was defective in Plato's metaphysical scheme. The central problem was always the same. The answer was also the same, though in different degrees of organic development: concept, idea, essence. The view adopted was neither entirely subjective nor entirely objective. The concept doctrine, which was the first and simplest answer, being the typical formula for the union of subject and object, of self and not self. Socrates. Life. The story of Socrates' life, as far as it is known, is soon told. He was born at Athens in the year 469 B.C. He was the son of Sophroniscus, a sculptor, and of Phaenarete, a midwife. Of his early years little is recorded. We are told that he was trained in the profession of his father. For education we must suppose that he received merely the usual course of instruction in music, geometry, and gymnastics, so that when he calls himself a pupil of Prodicus and Aspasia, he is to be understood as speaking of friends from whom he learned by personal intercourse, rather than of teachers in the stricter sense of the word. Indeed, in Xenophon's Symposium, he styles himself a self-taught philosopher, artugus tes philosophias. It is, therefore, impossible to say from what source he derived his knowledge of the doctrines of Parmenides, Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, and the atomists. The gods had revealed to Socrates that Athens was to be the scene of his labors, and that his special mission in life was the moral and intellectual improvement of himself and others. Accordingly, after some years spent in his father's workshop, he devoted himself to this mission with all the enthusiasm of an unusually ardent nature. From a sculptor of the statues, he became a teacher who strove to shape the souls of men. So devoted was he to the task of teaching the Athenians that he never became a candidate for public office, and with the exception of the military campaigns, which led him as far as Potidaea and Delium, and a public festival which required his presence outside the city, nothing could induce him to go beyond the walls of Athens. In fulfilling his task as teacher, he did not imitate the sophists, who were at that time the recognized public teachers in Greece. He would neither accept remuneration for his lessons, nor would he give a systematic course of instruction, preferring to hold familiar converse with his pupils and professing a willingness to learn as well as to teach. He taught in the marketplace, in the gymnasium, in the workshop, wherever he found men willing to listen. And once he had secured an audience, he held it with that extraordinary eloquence which is so graphically described in the Symposium of Plato. He discarded all the arts and airs of the sophists, in appearance, manners, and dress, as well as in the studied plainness of his language. He stood in sharp contrast to the elegance and foppishness of his rivals. Yet, by what seems to us a singular instance of vindictive misrepresentation, he was held up to scorn by Aristophanes in the Clouds as a sophist, a teacher of what was merely a semblance of wisdom, and as a vain, pompous, and overbearing man. Socrates' private means must have been scanty, and the mere mention of his wife Xanathippe recalls the misery and degradation which must have been his lot in domestic life. The narrative of his trial, condemnation, and death is one of the most dramatic in all literature. The closing scene, as described in the Phaedo, is unequaled for pathos and sublimity by any other page that even Plato wrote. His death occurred in the year 399 B.C. Character. The personality of Socrates has impressed itself more deeply on the history of philosophy than has that of any other philosopher. The picture which Xenophon draws of him is almost ideally perfect. Quote, "No one ever heard or saw anything wrong in Socrates. So pious was he that he never did anything without first consulting the gods. So just that he never injured any one in the least. So master of himself that he never preferred pleasure to goodness. So sensible that he never erred in his choice between what was better and what was worse. In a word, he was of all men the best and happiest." Unquote. Plato's account agrees with this. Socrates, however, Saint Socrates as he is sometimes called, was not without his traducers. There was in his character a certain incongruity, anatomia his admirers called it, an inconsistency between the external and the internal man, together with a certain uncouthness of speech and manner, which was entirely un-Greek. These peculiarities, while they endeared him to his friends, made him many enemies, and established a tradition that in later times developed into a tissue of accusations, of which coarseness, arrogance, profligacy, and impiety are but a few. Although it is true that these charges are devoid of even the slightest foundation, we must remember that in the age of Pericles the Athenians were by no means a race of superior beings, and even Socrates, despite his higher moral ideals, did not rise far above his contemporaries in point of moral conduct. The Socratic divinity. Socrates, as is well known, often spoke of a divine sign, or a heavenly voice, which in the great crises of his life communicated to him advice and guidance from above. Many are the suggestions as to what he meant by such allusions. Lewes reminds us that while Socrates, Plato, and Xenophon never speak of genius or a demon, they frequently make mention of a demonic something, damion te, which Cicero translates divinum quadam. Socrates was a profoundly religious man, and it is quite natural that he should designate as divine the voice of conscience, or, as Hermann suggests, the inner voice of individual tact, which restrained him not merely from what was morally wrong, but also, as in the case of his refusal to defend himself, from whatever was unwise or imprudent. This voice was probably nothing more than a vague feeling for which he himself could not account, a warning coming from unexplored depths of his own inner consciousness. Sources. Socrates, so far as we know, never wrote anything. It is certain that he committed none of his doctrines to writing. We are obliged, therefore, to rely for our knowledge of his teaching on the accounts given by Plato and Xenophon. Aristotle also speaks of the doctrines of Socrates, but he tells us nothing which may not be found in the writings of the two disciples who stood in so close personal relation with their master. It has been said that Plato and Xenophon present different views of Socrates, and to a certain extent the statement is correct. But the views which they present are pictures which supplement rather than contradict each other. Xenophon wrote his Memorabilia as a defense of Socrates. Being of a practical turn of mind, and wholly unable to appreciate the speculative side of Socrates' teaching, he attached undue importance to the ethical doctrines of his master. Plato, with deeper insight into the philosophical phase of Socrates' mind, draws a picture of the sage which fills in and perfects the sketch left us by Xenophon. It is well to remember, moreover, that the doctrines of Socrates were of necessity difficult to describe. The teaching of one who never wrote even an essay on philosophy must necessarily be lacking in the compactness and conciseness which are possible only in the written word. Socrates' philosophy. General character of Socrates' teaching. The Ionians and Eleatics had shown by their failure to account for things as they are, that no value is to be attached either to sense perception or to metaphysical knowledge arising from the notions of being, becoming, the one, the many, etc. This was as clear to Socrates as it had been to the Sophists. But whereas the Sophists had forthwith given up the search after truth, Socrates insisted that by reflecting on our own mental constitution, we may learn to determine the conditions of knowledge, to form concepts as they ought to be formed, and by this means place the principles of conduct as well as the principles of knowledge on a solid scientific foundation. Know thyself, gnothi seaton. This is the sum of all philosophy. From the consideration of the objective world, nature, we must turn to the study of the subjective, self. Thus philosophy from heaven descended to the low-roofed house of man. Socratic method. The first lesson which self-knowledge teaches is our own ignorance. If, therefore, we are to arrive at a knowledge through concepts, that is, at a knowledge of things, not in their surface qualities, but in their unalterable natures, we must have recourse to the dialogue. In other words, we must converse in order to learn. Thus love of knowledge and the impulse to friendship are the same, and the blending of these two is what constitutes the peculiarity of the Socratic eros. The Socratic dialogue involves two processes, the one negative and the other positive. 1. The negative stage. Socrates approached this interlocutor as if seeking for knowledge. Assuming a humble attitude, he asked a question about some commonplace thing. From the answer he drew material for another question, until at last, by dint of questioning, he extorted from his victim a confession of ignorance. By reason of the pretended deference which during the process of interrogation Socrates paid to the superior intelligence of his pupil, The process came to be known as Socratic irony. 2. The positive stage. Socrates now proceeded by another series of questions to add together, as we say, particular instances, until finally the pupil was made to arrive inductively at a concept, that is, at an idea of the unalterable nature of the subject discussed. In the Memorabilia we find examples of the use of this inductive process, which Socrates himself named meieutic, in reference to the profession of his mother, because its object was to bring into life the truth already existing in the mind of the pupil. The whole method is heuristic, or a method of finding. It is an inductive process resulting in a definition. Two things, says Aristotle, are justly ascribed to Socrates: induction and definition, and the importance of the introduction of these processes cannot be overestimated. For the knowledge of things in their changeable qualities, Socrates would have us substitute the knowledge of things in their unalterable natures or essences. Pre-Socratic philosophers had indeed hinted at a distinction between sense knowledge and rational knowledge, or had even gone so far as to insist that such a distinction must be recognized as the beginning of philosophy. Nevertheless, men continued to appeal to the senses, to rely on sense impressions, or at most to group sense impressions in composite images, such as the poet and rhetorician employ. It was Socrates who, by his heuristic method, first showed that sense impressions and all uncritical generalizations need to be tested and controlled by criticism, because they are incomplete and exhibit merely what is accidental in the object. It was he, too, who by the same method first showed that if our sense impressions are grouped not according to the exigencies of poetry and rhetoric, but according to the requirements of logic, if they are articulated into a concept representing the unalterable nature of the object, human knowledge will be built on a lasting foundation. Contents of Socratic teaching. Socrates applied his heuristic method to the questions of man's dignity and destiny. 1. Physical questions were not discussed by Socrates. For this statement we have the explicit testimony of Xenophon and Aristotle. And yet, as we shall see, Socrates studied adaptation in nature. The truth seems to be that he was opposed not so much to physical studies as to the way in which physical questions were being and had been discussed. It must, however, be added that whatever interest Socrates took in such matters was always subservient to his interest in man. 2. Theology. As far as we can gather from our authorities, Socrates seemed to have adopted from Anaxagoras the notion of an intelligent cause, nous. But going farther than Anaxagoras had gone, he proved the existence of God from the fact that there is adaptation in living organisms. In the course of his argument he formulated a principle which has served as major premise in every teleological argument since his time. Whatever exists for a useful purpose must be the work of an intelligence. We find, moreover, traces of the argument from efficient cause. If man possesses intelligence, he from whom the universe proceeds must also possess intelligence. Nevertheless, Socrates accepted the current mythology, at least so far as external worship is concerned, advising in a well-known passage that in this matter each one should conform to the custom of his own city. 3. Immortality. Although Plato represents Socrates as considering dilemmatically either death ends all things or it does not, there can be no doubt as to Socrates' belief in the immortality of the human soul. It may be that he thought the dialectical proof of the doctrine to be beyond the power of the human mind, but the depth of his personal conviction cannot for a moment be questioned. 4. Ethics. If Socrates taught men how to think, it was with the ultimate intention of teaching him how to live. All his philosophy culminates in his ethical doctrine. In fact, he was the first not only to establish a scientific connection between speculation and ethical philosophy, but also to give an analysis of happiness and virtue which was capable of further systematic development. The supreme good of man is happiness, and by happiness Socrates meant not a mere eudoxia, which depends on external conditions and accidents of fortune, but an eupaxia, a well-being which is conditioned by good action. To attain this, man must become godlike in his independence of all external needs. He must become abstemious, for moderation is the cornerstone of all virtue. Yet Socrates, as is evident from the dialogues of Plato, did not carry this doctrine of moderation to the degree of asceticism. More important even than moderation is the cultivation of the mind. To be happy, one must build his happiness not on his perishable things of the external world, but on the enduring goods which are within us, on a mind free from care and devoted to the acquisition of knowledge. For knowledge is virtue. This is perhaps the most characteristic of all Socrates' ethical doctrines, the identification of speculative insight with moral excellence. Ha Socrates epistemes vet aenae pisasas tas aretas. No man intentionally does wrong, he says, for that would be intentionally to make himself unhappy. Knowledge is therefore the only virtue, and ignorance is the only vice. Yet when Socrates comes to speak of particular instances of virtue, he leaves the high level of virtue knowledge and descends to commonplace utilitarianism or customary morality. In the dialogues of Xenophon, he almost always bases his moral precepts on the motive of utility. We should endure privations because the hardy man is more healthy. We should be modest because the punishment of the boastful is swift and sure. And so with the other virtues. This inconsistency is a defect which mars all the beauty of the Socratic system of ethics. Historical position. The philosophy of Socrates is best judged in the light of the influence which it exercised upon the Platonic and Aristotelian systems of thought. His pupils, Plato and Aristotle, are the best proofs of Socrates' title to a place among the world's greatest teachers. Looking at his philosophy as a body of doctrine, we find that it contains 1. A reform in philosophic method, the foundation of induction; 2. The first systematic inquiry into the conditions of knowledge, the foundation of epistemology; 3. The first system of ethics, the foundation of moral science. Important as were these contributions to philosophy, more important was the influence which Socrates exerted by his life and character. He appeared in an age that was tired of vain speculation and pretended wisdom, among a people then, as always, more apt to be impressed with concrete presentation than with abstract reasoning, and by his many virtues, as well as by his whole-souled devotion to truth, he convinced his contemporaries that knowledge is attainable, and that a higher and nobler life may be reached through a systematic study of the human mind. By living the life of an ideal philosopher, he taught his countrymen to respect philosophy and to devote themselves to the pursuit of wisdom. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Greek Philosophy, Chapter 8, The Imperfectly Socratic Schools. Among those who felt the influence of the Socratic teaching, there were some who failed to appreciate the full meaning of the doctrine of the master, and merely applied his moral precepts to practical questions. Of these the best known is Xenophon. There were 2, Plato and Aristotle, who penetrated the speculative depths of Socrates' thought and developed his teaching into a broader and more comprehensive Socratic philosophy. There were still others who, addressing themselves to one or the other point of the teaching of Socrates, developed that point in conjunction with some elements borrowed from the pre-Socratic schools. These latter are known as the imperfectly Socratic philosophers. The following is the conspectus of the imperfectly Socratic schools, showing their derivation. Socratic dialectics. Megarian or Aristic schools. Euclid. Electic elements. Elean school. Phaedo. Eleatic element. Socratic ethics. Cynics. Antisthenes, borrowed from Gorgias. Hedonists. Aristippus, borrowed from Protagoras. Megarian School. The Megarian school, to which Euclid and Stilpo belonged, made Eleatic metaphysics the basis of a development of Socratic ethics. Euclid. Life. Euclid of Megara, the founder of this school, was a disciple of Socrates, and if the story told by Gellius be true, was so devoted to his teacher that at a time when all Megarians were forbidden under pain of death to enter Athens, he would often steal into the city in the obscurity of evening in order to sit for an hour and listen to the old man eloquent. Sources. We have no primary sources of information concerning the Megaric school, and our secondary sources are few and unsatisfactory. Schleiermacher, however, has shown that the philosophers alluded to in Plato's Sophistes are the Megarians. If we make use of this passage of Plato, we have the following points of doctrine. Doctrines. The starting point. The Megarians started with the Socratic doctrine of concepts. If intellectual knowledge is knowledge through concepts, then the concept represents that part of a thing which never changes. The development. Granted now that, as Parmenides taught, change and becoming are inconceivable, it follows that the unchangeable essences which concepts represent, the bodiless forms, eisomata eide, are the only reality, and that the world of sense forms is an illusion. Connected with this denial of becoming is the assertion that the actual alone is possible. For this we have the express testimony of Aristotle. The doctrine of God. The union of Socratic and Eleatic elements is further apparent in the Megaric doctrine of the good. The good, according to Socrates, is the highest object of knowledge. Being, too, as the Eleatics taught, is the highest object of knowledge. Euclid, therefore, considered himself justified in transferring to the good all that Parmenides had said about being. The good is one. Knowledge of the good is the only virtue, though called by various names, prudence, justice, etc. The good is immutable. It is insight, reason, God. It alone exists. Eristic method. In order to defend their views, the Megarians availed themselves of the indirect method of proof, following in this the example of Zeno. This method consists in refuting the arguments of hypotheses of one's opponent, and thus indirectly establishing one's own thesis. Later, however, the followers of Euclid exceeded all precedent in their use of this method of strife, and vied with the worst of the sophists in captious quibbling. Historical position. This one-sided Socratism takes for its starting point the Socratic dialectic of concepts, which it develops in union with Eleatic doctrines by means of the method introduced by Zeno and Elia. The Elean school. This school, founded by Phaedo, the disciple of Socrates, so often mentioned in the Platonic dialogues, is virtually a branch of the Megarian school. It was removed from Elis to Eretria by Menedemus, died about 270 B.C., and was henceforth known as the Eretrian school. Its doctrines are practically identical with those of Euclid. The Cynics. The doctrines of the Cynics were developed from Socratic ethics, which were combined with certain dialectical and rhetorical elements derived from the Eleatics and from Gorgias the Sophist. Antisthenes. Life. Antisthenes, the first of the Cynics, was born at Athens about the year 436 B.C. Early in life he associated himself with the Sophists, becoming, according to Diogenes Laertius, a disciple of Gorgias. When, therefore, after the death of Socrates, for whose teaching he had abandoned the company of the Sophists, Antisthenes set up a school of his own, he was merely returning to his old profession. The school which he established met in the gymnasium of Cynosarges, whence, according to some writers, comes the name of the school, although it is not less probable that the name was originally a nickname, Kunes, given to the Cynics because of their well-known disregard for social conventionalities. Indeed, it is said that Antisthenes, who happened to resemble Socrates in personal appearance, Imagine that he heightened the resemblance by perverting the Socratic doctrine of moderation and abstemiousness into something bordering on a savage indifference to everything decent. He must not, however, be held accountable for the extravagances of the latter cynics. Of these the best known are Diogenes of Sinope, Crates, Mendemus, and Menippus. Sources. Our knowledge of the doctrines of the Cynics is derived entirely from secondary sources. Chief among these are Diogenes Laertius, Stobaeus, Sextus Empiricus, and some of the Church Fathers, such as Clement of Alexandria. Doctrines. The Cynics were opposed to all culture except in so far as culture may be made to foster virtue. They were likewise opposed to logical and physical inquiries, though they themselves could not wholly avoid such questions. They strove, however, to make their logic and physics subservient to the investigation concerning virtue, which they considered to be the paramount problem of philosophy. Logic. According to Antisthenes, definition is the expression of the essence of a thing. The only definition, however, which Antisthenes admits is the setting forth of the component parts of a thing. The simple cannot be defined. He opposed the Platonic theory of ideas, using, it is said, the following argument: Ho Platon, ippon men horo, hypotheta deux horo. To which Plato is said to have answered, "What you say is true, for you possess the eye of the body with which you see the horse, but you lack the mental eye by which the concept of horse is perceived." Antisthenes then believed that the individual alone is real, from which it follows that identical judgments alone are valid. Everything should receive its own name, and no other. We may say man is human, or the good is good, but we may not say that man is good, whence, as Aristotle and Plato expressly tell us, the Cynics concluded that contradiction is impossible, and that all propositions are equally true. The practical import of this nominalism is seen in the use which the Cynics made of the dialectical method of the Sophists. Ethics. According to Socrates, virtue is the highest good. According to Antisthenes, virtue is the only good, and vice the only evil. Everything else, riches, honors, freedom, health, life, poverty, shame, slavery, sickness, and death, is indifferent. The greatest of all errors is to suppose that pleasure is good. "I had rather be mad," Antisthenes said, "than to be glad." Now the essence of virtue is self-control, that is, independence of all material and accidental needs. Against all the needs of body and mind, the Cynics strove to harden themselves by renouncing not only pleasure and comfort, but also family, society, and religion. The virtuous man is truly wise. He alone is godlike. Wisdom is an armor which no temptation can pierce, a fortress that cannot be assailed. Consequently, he who has once attained wisdom can never cease to be virtuous. Historical position. The philosophy of the Cynics is a one-sided development of Socratic teaching. The direction which this development took was due less to the logical exigencies of the Socratic premises from which it was deduced, than to the peculiar character of the founder of the school. Antisthenes was by temperament narrow-minded and obstinate, impervious to culture, a man of strong will, but of mediocre intellectual ability. He was, we are told, rebuked by Plato for his lack of polish. The ostentatious asceticism which he introduced degenerated as time went on into positive indecency, and it was not until Stoicism appeared and absorbed what was left of the Cynic school that mental culture was restored to its place in practical philosophy. Cyrenaic school. This school is called hedonistic, from the prominence which it gave to the doctrine that pleasure is the only good. It is also called Cyrenaic from the city of Cyrene, where it first appeared. Aristippus. Life. Aristippus, to whom the fundamental doctrines of the school are traced, was born at Cyrene about the year 435 B.C. This date, however, is by no means certain. Attracted by the personal character of Socrates, he went to Athens in order to become a member of the Socratic school. He had previously made acquaintance with the doctrines of the Sophists through the writings of Protagoras. After the death of Socrates, he taught in several cities. Indeed, he seems to have spent a great part of his life wandering about without any fixed abode, although it is probable that in his old age he returned to his native city and there established his school. Among the disciples of Aristippus, the best known are his daughter Arete, and his grandson Aristippus the Younger, or the Mother taught. Sources: The history of the Cyrenaic philosophy, like that of the teaching of the Cynics, is based on secondary authorities, chiefly on the works of Diogenes, Cicero, Sextus Empiricus, and Clement of Alexandria. We possess none of the writings of the early Cyrenaics. Indeed, it is sometimes even questioned whether it was Aristippus, the founder of the school, or his grandson, the Mother taught, who first reduced Cyrenaic doctrines to a system. Doctrines. The attitude of the Cyrenaics towards the study of logic and physics was one of hostility. They agreed with the Cynics in regarding all speculation as idle, unless it had reference to the study of ethics, by which the happiness of man is secured. But they differed from them in their attempt to define the nature of happiness. For the Cynic, virtue is the only happiness. For the Cyrenaic, pleasure is a good in itself, and virtue is good only as a means to enjoyment. The central doctrine of hedonism is, therefore, that pleasure and pleasure alone constitutes the happiness of man. For the Cyrenaic argued, after the manner of Protagoras, that is true which seems to be true. We can know only the feelings or impressions which things produce upon us. Of things in themselves we can know nothing. The production, therefore, of certain feelings is all that we can accomplish by action. Consequently, that is good which can produce in us the most pleasant feelings. Pleasure was defined by the Cyrenaics as gentle motion. It is, however, at least an inaccuracy on Cicero's part when he says that by pleasure the Cyrenaics understood mere bodily pleasure. Aristippus explained his pleasure doctrine in terms which are descriptive of mental emotion as well as of bodily enjoyment. It is true that the Cyrenaics spoke of pleasure as consisting in gentle motion. The word emotion would perhaps convey their meaning much better than the word commonly employed. On the other hand, it must be admitted that according to Cyrenaic principles, all pleasure is conditioned by bodily pleasure, or at least by organic states. This is implied in the theory of knowledge, which the Cyrenaics derived from the teaching of Protagoras. We must be careful, moreover, to distinguish between the hedonism of Aristippus, who by pleasure denoted a passing emotion, and the hedonism of his later followers, who understood by pleasure something akin to the Epicurean notion of a state, or permanent condition of painlessness. Pleasure, then, is the only good. Knowledge, culture, and even virtue are desirable only as means by which pleasure is attained. Virtue restrains us from that excess of emotion which is passion. Passion, being violent, is painful, and on that account to be avoided. We should possess our pleasures without being possessed by them. Exo hous exami, as Aristippus said. So too a man of sense will obey the laws of the country and conform to the usages of society, because he judges that his failure to do so would result in a preponderance of pain over pleasure. Diogenes Laertius gives an account of the later Cyrenaics, who, like Theodorus and Hegesias, deemed it necessary to tone down the crudities of hedonism as taught by Aristippus. Theodorus maintained that man's highest happiness is a state of cheerfulness, Zyra, while Hegesias, called the death persuader, taught that the aim of man's actions should be to attain a state of indifference to all external things. In this final form it was easy for hedonism to pass over into the Stoic school. Historical position. The development of the Cyrenaic philosophy, like that of the Cynic doctrine, was due more to the personal character of the founder of the school and to the social atmosphere of the city where the school was founded than to the requirements of the Socratic system from which it arose. Socrates, it is true, taught that happiness is the aim of action, But the doctrine that happiness consists in momentary pleasure is Socraticism woefully perverted. Know thyself was the gist of Socratic teaching. Yes, know thyself, taught Aristippus, in order that thou mayest know to what extent thou canst indulge in the pleasures of life without exceeding the limit where pleasure becomes pain. The application is, surely, more in accord with the materialistic subjectivism of the Sophists than with the Socratic principles from which the Cyrenaic philosophy claimed to be derived. Retrospect. The imperfectly Socratic schools grew up side by side without any affiliation to one another. They are thus relatively independent, each carrying out along its own line of development some point of Socratic teaching. They are essentially incomplete because they are based on an imperfect understanding of the spirit of Socratic philosophy. Still, their influence, immediate on subsequent thought, must not be underestimated. The Megarians, in their doctrine of bodiless forms, foreshadowed the Platonic theory of ideas, and both Antisthenes and Aristippus influenced the Platonic doctrine of the highest good. But important as was their immediate influence, the mediate influence of these schools was still more important. The age of Socrates was one that called for great constructive efforts. It was an age that could appreciate Plato and Aristotle rather than Aristippus and Antisthenes. Later, however, there came a time when the political condition of Greece was such that men could well be persuaded to withdraw from the world of sense, from the problems of being and becoming, in order to adopt a self-centralized culture as the only means of happiness. It was then that the influence of the imperfectly Socratic schools was felt. The Stoa adopted substantially the moral teachings of the Cynics, the skepticism of Pyrrho, and the academics sprang from the doctrines of the Megarians, while the school of Epicurus renewed hedonistic ethics by teaching a system identical in its principal tenets with the philosophy of the Cyrenaics. There is thus no continuity of development through these intercalary schools to Plato and Aristotle. Plato, entering into the spirit of Socratic philosophy more fully than the imperfect disciples had done, expanded the Socratic doctrine of concepts into the theory of ideas, and gave to Socratic ethics a broader foundation and a more enduring consistency. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mel Hart. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 9. Plato. Life. Plato was born at Athens, some years after the beginning of the Peloponnesian War. The exact year of his birth is unknown, but 427 or 428 BC is the most probable date. His father's name was Aristo. His mother, Perictione, was descended from Dropides, a near relative of Solon. Plato was originally called Aristocles, Platon being a nickname given by his master in gymnastics on account of his broad build. Concerning his early life, we do not possess much reliable information. We may, however, presume that he profited by all the educational advantages that were within the reach of a noble and wealthy Athenian youth. Zeller calls attention to 3 circumstances which had a determining influence on the development of Plato's mind. The first of these was the political condition of Athens. The city was just then experiencing the full effects of demagogic rule, and the conditions at home and abroad were such that the mind of the aristocratic young student naturally turned towards idealistic schemes of state organization, schemes which were later to find expression in the Republic. The second circumstance is the fact that in early life Plato devoted much attention to poetry, composing poems of no mean artistic value. These early studies were not without effect on his philosophy. They influenced the entire spirit of his system as well as the language, so remarkable for its grace and beauty, in which that system was set forth. Indeed, it is true in a sense that Plato became a philosopher without ceasing to be a poet. The circumstance, however, which was most decisive in determining the life and philosophy of Plato was the personal influence of Socrates. For though he had studied the doctrines of Heraclitus under Cratylus, his philosophical training may be said to date from his first meeting with Socrates. After the death of Socrates, Plato, who had spent about 8 years as disciple, began his travels preparatory to establishing a school of his own. He first repaired to Megara, where some of the disciples of Socrates were gathered under the leadership of Euclid. Thence he went to Italy to obtain a more intimate acquaintance with the doctrines of the Pythagoreans. The exact order of his subsequent journeys is not certain. Still, there is no reason to doubt that he visited Egypt, although the tales that are told of the vast stores of learning which he acquired in that country are far from reliable. We may accept as true the story of his journeys to Sicily, and of his relations with the elder Dionysius, who sold him into slavery, as well as with Dionysius the Younger, whom he tried to convert to his utopian scheme of state government. It was after his first journey to Sicily that Plato began his career at Athens as a teacher. Imitating his master Socrates, he gathered round him the young men of the city, but, unlike Socrates, he refused to teach in the public squares, preferring the retirement of the groves near the gymnasium of Academus. There he met his disciples, conversing with them after the manner of Socrates, though it is natural to suppose that in his style as well as in his choice of illustrations he departed from the Socratic example of studied plainness. On his return from his third journey to Sicily, Plato took up his residence permanently in Athens, and thenceforth devoted himself unremittingly to teaching and writing. He lived to the age of 80, dying in the midst of his intellectual labors. If Cicero's story be true, he died in the act of writing. According to another tradition prevalent in ancient times, he died at a wedding feast. Plato's character. Even in antiquity, the character of Plato was violently assailed. His dealings with Socrates and afterwards with his own disciples, his visits to Sicily, his references to the philosophical system of his predecessors were all made the pretext for accusations of self-assertion, tyranny, flattery of tyrants, plagiarism, and willful misrepresentation. His aristocratic ways and his disdain of the ostentatious asceticism of the Cynics served as the basis for charges of love of pleasure and immorality. The evidence on which all these accusations rests is of the flimsiest nature, while, on the contrary, everything that Plato wrote bears testimony to the lofty nobility of the man. The truth is that Plato's character was not easily understood. When the idealism and poetic temperament which were his by instinct and early training broke loose from the restraint of Socratic influence, he was merely realizing in his personal character the ideal of Greek life, an ideal which, by reason of its many-sidedness, was a contradiction and a scandal to the narrow-minded advocates of asceticism and abstemiousness. The importance which Plato attached to a larger culture was taken by the Cynics and his other adversaries as a sign that he had abandoned, whereas he was in reality but rounding out and perfecting the Socratic idea of what a philosopher ought to be. Plato's writings. We are fortunate in possessing all the genuine works of Plato. The so-called Platonic dialogues, which are spoken of as lost, are certainly spurious. The Divisions, mentioned by Aristotle, is neither a Platonic nor an Aristotelian treatise. The Agrapha Dogmata, of which Aristotle also makes mention, is most likely a collection of the views which Plato himself had not committed to writing, but which some disciple collected for the use of the school. While nothing that Plato wrote has been lost, it is by no means easy to determine how many of the 36 dialogues that have come down to us are undoubtedly authentic. With respect to Phaedrus, Protagoras, the Banquet, Gorgias, the Republic, Timaeus, Theaetetus, and Phaedo, there can be no reasonable doubt. Others, like Parmenides, Cratylus, the Sophist, are not so certainly genuine, while in the case of Minos, Hipparchus, etc., the balance of evidence is against their authenticity. Next comes the question of the order or plan of the Platonic dialogues. Uberweg mentions the 3 principal theories held by scholars. They are 1. that Plato wrote according to a definite plan, composing first the elementary dialogues, then the mediatory, and finally the constructive discourses. 2. That he had no definite plan, but that the dialogues represent the different stages in the development of his mind. 3. That he deliberately portrayed in his dialogues the several stages in the life of Socrates, the ideal philosopher. Zeller, however, very sensibly remarks that the question has been argued too much on a priori grounds, and suggests that the first thing to do is to determine the order in which the dialogues were written, a task that is by no means easy. The form of the Platonic writings is, as is well known, the dialogue. The reasons why Plato adopted this literary form are not far to seek. In the first place, he was influenced by the Socratic method. Secondly, he was poet enough to recognize the dramatic effect of which the dialogue is capable, and the room which it affords for local coloring and portrayal of character. Finally, he must have recognized that the dialogue afforded him the amplest opportunity of presenting the life of the model philosopher in the words and acts of the idealized Socrates. Philosophy was for Plato a matter of life as well as of thought. True philosophy, therefore, could only be represented in the perfect philosopher, in the personality, words, and demeanor of Socrates. The Platonic dialogue has been well described as occupying a middle position between the personal converse of Socrates and the purely scientific continuous exposition of Aristotle. Plato, adopting a stricter idea of method than Socrates adopted, excludes the personal and contingent elements which made the discourse of Socrates so picturesque. While at times, when he explains the more difficult points of doctrine, he abandons almost altogether the inductive method for the deductive, the dialogue well nigh disappears and gives way to unbroken discourse. This is especially true of the Timaeus. In his use of the dialogue, Plato constantly has recourse to the myth as a form of expression. The poetical and artistic value of the myth is conceded by all, but it offers no small difficulty when there is a question of the philosophical doctrine which it was meant to convey. Whatever may have been Plato's purpose in introducing the myth, whether it was to elucidate by concrete imagery some abstract principle, or to mislead the unthinking populace as to his religious convictions, or to conceal the contradictions of his thought, striving to escape philosophical criticism by seeking refuge in the license of the poet, there can be no doubt that the myth was intended to be a mere allegory, and Plato himself warns us against taking such allegories for truth, the shadow for the substance. Plato's philosophy. Definition of philosophy. Plato's philosophy is essentially a completion and extension of the philosophy of Socrates. What Socrates laid down as a principle of knowledge, Plato enunciates as a principle of being. The Socratic concept, which was epistemological, is succeeded by the Platonic idea, which is a metaphysical notion. Socrates taught that knowledge through concepts is the only true knowledge. Therefore, concludes Plato, the concept or the idea is the only true reality. Thus, for Plato, philosophy is the science of the idea, or, as we should say, of the unconditioned basis of phenomena. In the Phaedrus, Plato describes how the soul, at sight of singular phenomena, is moved to a remembrance of its heavenly home and of the archetypes which it contemplated in a previous existence and of which it now beholds the imperfect copies. Thereupon, the soul, falling into an ecstasy of delight, wonders at the contrast between the idea, archetype, and the phenomenon, copy, and from this wonder proceeds the impulse to philosophize, which is identical with the impulse to love. For while it is true that there is a contrast between every idea and its phenomenon, the contrast is more striking in the case of the idea of the beautiful, this idea shining through its visible copies more perfectly than any other idea. Philosophy, then, is the effort of the human mind to rise from the contemplation of visible copies of ideas to the knowledge of ideas themselves. To the question, how is this knowledge of ideas to be attained? Plato answers, by means of dialect. To this, all other training is preliminary. Plato, moreover, is careful to distinguish between knowledge, episteme, and opinion, doxa, so that, when he defines philosophy as knowledge, we must understand him to speak of knowledge in the stricter sense of the term. Division of Plato's philosophy. Plato, unlike Aristotle, neither distinguished between the different parts of philosophy, nor made each part the subject of a separate treatise. Still, the doctrines found in the dialogues may be classed under the three heads of dialectic, physics, and ethics, a division which, according to Cicero, was made by Plato himself, although it is more probable that it was first formulated by Xenocrates, as Sextus says. Under the title dialectic, it is customary to include not only logic, but also the doctrine of ideas. Under the division physics are comprised Plato's doctrine concerning the world of phenomena in general, his teaching regarding the relation between idea and phenomenon, his cosmogenetic theories, his notions of matter, space, and so forth. Finally, under ethics are included not only questions which belong to the science of morals, but also the political doctrines which play so important a part in the Platonic system. Dialectic. It would be idle to look to Plato for a system of logic. We find indeed that he mentions certain laws of thought, but he enunciates them as laws of being, making them serve a metaphysical rather than a logical purpose. It is owing perhaps to this tendency of Plato's mind toward the metaphysical view that the definition and division receive more of his attention than do the other problems of logic. Dialectic, he teaches, is concerned, as is every part of philosophy, with the idea, or, more explicitly, dialectic has for its object to reduce what is manifold and multiple in our experience of phenomena to that unity of concept which belongs to a knowledge of ideas, and, furthermore, to establish an organic order among the concepts thus acquired. Dialectic has, therefore, a double task of defining universal concepts by induction, synagoge, and classifying them by division, diaresis. Definition and division, together with some remarks on the problem of language, are the only logical doctrines to be found in the dialogues. Dialectic, however, includes, besides logical doctrine, the theory of ideas, which is the center of all Platonic thought. For dialectic is the doctrine of the idea in itself, just as physics is the doctrine of the idea imitated in nature, or as ethics is the doctrine of the idea imitated in human action. Under the title of dialectic, therefore, the theory of ideas is studied. It includes the following questions. 1. Origin of the theory of ideas. 2. Nature and objective existence of the ideas. 3. Their expansion into plurality. Formation of the world of ideas. Number 1. Origin of the theory of ideas. The theory of ideas, as has been remarked above, is a natural development of the Socratic doctrine of concepts. Knowledge, as distinct from opinion, is the knowledge of reality. Now, Socrates taught that in order to know a thing, it is necessary and sufficient to have a concept of that thing. Therefore, the concept or idea is the only reality. To deny that the idea is a reality is to deny the possibility of scientific knowledge. Such is the first and most immediate derivation of the theory of ideas. Starting from Socratic premises, Plato argues that the theory of ideas is the only explanation of the objective value of scientific knowledge. Elsewhere, however, as in the Philebus, he derives the doctrine of ideas from the failure of Heraclitus and the Eleatics to explain being and becoming. Heraclitus was right in teaching that becoming exists. He was wrong in teaching that being does not exist. The Eleatics, on the contrary, were right in teaching that being is, but they were wrong in teaching that becoming is not. The truth is that both being and becoming exist. When, however, we come to analyze becoming, we find that it is made up of being and not being. Consequently, in the changing world around us, that alone is real which is unchangeable, absolute, one, namely, the idea. For example, the concrete changeable just is made up partly of what we would call the contingent element, the element of imperfection of not being, and partly of the one immutable idea, justice, which alone possesses real being. To say, then, that the idea of justice does not exist, is to say that the just, a just man or a just action, is not all being and has no reality. And what is said of justice may be said of any other idea. The idea is the core of reality underlying the surface qualities which are imperfections, unrealities. Thus, the reality of being and the reality of scientific knowledge demand the existence of the idea, and this double aspect of the idea is never absent from Plato's thought. The idea is a necessary postulate if we maintain, as we must maintain, the reality of scientific knowledge and the reality of being. These are the two roads that lead to the idea, the Socratic doctrine of concepts and the problem of being and becoming, a problem that was stated, though not satisfactorily solved, by Heraclitus and the Eleatics. Besides these philosophical principles which led to the theory of ideas, there existed in the mind of Plato what may be called a temperamental predisposition to adopt some such theory as the doctrine of ideas, and by means of it to explain knowledge and reality. For Plato was a poet, and in him the artistic sense was always predominant. He was a Greek of the Greeks, and the Greek, even in his mythology, loved clearly cut, firmly outlined forms, definite, visible shapes. It was natural, therefore, for Plato not merely to distinguish in things the permanent element which is their being and the object of our knowledge, but also to extract, as it were, this element from the manifold and changeable in which it was embedded, and to hypostatize it, causing it to stand out in a world of its own, in all its oneness and definiteness and immutability. Number 2. The nature and objective existence of the ideas. From what has been said, it is clear that the idea is the element of reality in things, the one uniform, immutable element, unaffected by multiplicity, change, and partial not being. The expressions which Plato uses to describe the idea always imply one or several of these attributes. For instance, he calls it ousia, aidios ousia, ontos on, pantelos on, kata tauta on, ai kata tauta hechon achinitos, etc. The name, however, by which the idea is most commonly designated is eidos, or idea, which primarily denotes something objective, though in a secondary sense the Platonic idea is also an idea in our meaning of the word, a concept by which the object is known. But whether the idea be considered subjectively or objectively, and the objective aspect is always to be considered first, it is essentially universal, or to use Aristotle's phrase, en epipolon. We may call it the universal essence if we are careful to dissociate from the word essence the meaning of something existing in things, for nothing is clearer than that Plato understood by the idea something existing apart from, choris, the phenomena which make up the world of sense. The idea transcends the world of concrete existence. It abides in the heavenly sphere, in the topos noitos, where the gods and the souls of the blessed contemplate it. It is described in the Phaedrus as follows, quote, "Now of the heaven which is above the heavens, no earthly poet has ever sung or ever will sing in a worthy manner. But I must tell, for I am bound to speak truly when speaking of the truth. The colorless and formless and intangible essence is visible to the mind, which is the only lord of the soul. Circling around this in the region above the heavens is the place of true knowledge." End quote. In the Banquet, the idea of beauty is described as, quote, "beauty only, absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting." Unquote. There can be no doubt, therefore, that Plato separated the world of ideas from the world of concrete existence. He hypostatized, so to speak, the idea, and it was against this separation, chorizin, of the idea that Aristotle directed his criticism of Plato's theory. According to Aristotle, the Platonic world of ideas is a world by itself, a prototype of the world which we see, and in this interpretation Aristotle is supported and sustained by all the later scholastics. It is no longer seriously maintained that the Platonic ideas exist merely in the human mind. More worthy of consideration is the view of St. Augustine, who, following the example of early Christian Platonists, identifies the world of Platonic ideas with the mind of God. This view, supported as it is by the authority of some of the greatest of Christian philosophers, as well as by that of the later Platonists and of all the Neoplatonists, is not likely to be set aside. On the other hand, the statements of Aristotle are explicit, and we must remember that Aristotle was an immediate disciple of Plato. We have no reason to suppose that he willfully misrepresented his master in this most important point, and we have every reason to believe that he was fully capable of understanding his master's teaching. So far, the idea has been described as the objective correlative of our universal concept. But while the universality of our concepts is a product of dialectical thought, the universality of the idea is objective, that is, independent of the human mind. This objective universality is explained in the Sophist, in which Plato attacks the Eleatic doctrine of the oneness of being, maintaining that the idea is at the same time one and many. But how are the unity and multiplicity of the idea to be reconciled? Plato answers that they are reconciled by the community, koinonia, of concepts. As a concept, for example being, is differentiated into its determinations, such as motion and rest, so in the objective order, as Plato shows in the Parmenides by a more cogent process of direct argument, the idea is identical with another thing, tauton, and at the same time is different from other things, theteron. In this way we have unity in plurality, and plurality in unity. A scholastic would say that the fundamental unity of the subject is not incompatible with the formal multiplicity of its qualities. And while this is not precisely what Plato meant, it is certainly a better illustration of Plato's meaning than is the Neoplatonic interpretation, according to which, by ideas, Plato meant numbers. It is, however, very likely that Plato did not clearly understand how unity and multiplicity could belong to the idea. Just as Plato attacked the Eleatic doctrine of the oneness of being, so did he attack the Eleatic doctrine of immobility. The idea is active, for if it were inert, it would be capable neither of being known by us nor of constituting reality. And to cause things to be known and to constitute their reality are, so to speak, the two functions of the idea. Not only is the idea described as active, but even as the only true cause. In a remarkable passage, Socrates is represented as saying that he was dissatisfied with the speculations of the physicists, that he was disappointed in his hope that Anaxagoras would explain the origins of things, and that he finally discovered that ideas are the only adequate causes of phenomena. Aristotle, therefore, is right in saying that he knew of no efficient causes in the doctrine of Plato except ideas, and thus we are forced to accept, without attempting to explain, the Platonic doctrine that ideas, without being caused, are causes. That although they are not subject to becoming, they are the power by whose agency all phenomena become. Still, in justice to Plato, it should be remembered that while he maintains the dynamic function of the ideas, holding them to be living powers, he is primarily concerned with their static or plastic function, inasmuch as they are the forms or types of existing things. Number 3. The world of ideas. Plato hardly ever speaks of the idea, but always of ideas in the plural, for there is a world of ideas. Indeed, we may say that for Plato there are three worlds: the world of concrete phenomena, the world of our concepts, and the world of ideas, cosmos, or topos noitos. The relation between the first and third of these worlds will be discussed later under the head of physics. The relation between the world of concepts and the world of ideas lies in the fact that the former is the faint reflection of the latter. This is how Plato would describe it. In modern terminology, we would say the world of ideas is the logical and ontological prius of the world of concepts. But, however we view the relation between the two worlds, it cannot be denied that there is at least a parallelism between them. To every concept corresponds an idea, and to the laws of thought which rule the world of concepts correspond the laws of being which rule the world of ideas. In the first place, just as our concepts are many, the ideas are many. Everything has its idea, what is small and worthless as well as what is great and perfect. Products of art as well as objects of nature. Substances, qualities, relations, mathematical figures, and grammatical forms, all these have their ideas. That alone has no idea, which is mere becoming. The number of ideas, then, is indefinite. In the second place, our concepts possess a logical unity, and so in all the multiplicity of ideas there is a unity which may be called organic. The ideas form a series, descending in well-ordered division and subdivision from the highest genera to the individual, and it is the task of science to represent this series, to descend in thought from the one to the multiple. Plato himself attempted to perform this task, naming as the most universal ideas being and not being, like and unlike, unity and number, the straight and the crooked, an attempt which suggests on the one hand the 10 opposites of the Pythagoreans, and on the other hand the 10 Aristotelian categories. The classification is, of course, incomplete. Of greater importance than this incomplete enumeration of the highest kinds of ideas is Plato's doctrine of the supremacy of the idea of good. As in the material universe, the sun is the source of light and life, illumining the earth and filling every part of it with life-producing warmth, so in the supersensible world of ideas, the idea of good is the light and life of all the other ideas, causing them both to be and to be known. But what does Plato mean by this idea of good? Is it merely the absolute good, acting as final cause, the goal of human activity, the ultimate end of all things? If this were Plato's meaning, the good might be defined as a final cause. It could not be defined as efficient cause, and it certainly is so described. Moreover, in the Philebus, the good is identified with divine reason. The only rational interpretation, therefore, of Plato's doctrine of the good is that by the idea of good, Plato meant God himself. It is true that for us who are accustomed to represent the deity as a person, it is not easy to realize how Plato could hypostatize a universal concept and call it God, or how he could conceive the source of life and energy to be intelligent, and yet describe it in terms inconsistent with self-consciousness. The correct explanation seems to be that the relation between personality and intelligence did not suggest itself to Plato. Not only he, but the ancient philosophers in general, lacked a definite notion of what a personality is. Plato, it must be understood, did not deny the personality of God. Indeed, he often speaks of God as a person. He was simply unconscious of the problem which suggests itself so naturally to us, how to reconcile the notion of personality with the idea of good which he identified with God. From the consideration of the idea of good, we are led to the next division of Plato's philosophy, namely physics. It was because of his goodness that God created phenomena. We pass, therefore, as it were, through the idea of good, from the world of ideas to the world of phenomena. Physics. Under this head are included all the manifestations of the idea in the world of phenomena. Now the world of phenomena is the world of sense presentation, the region of change and multiplicity and imperfection, and therefore of partial not being. It presents a striking contrast to the world of ideas, which stands in viewless majesty above it, and where there is no change, no imperfection, and no not being. Yet these two worlds have something in common. There is a contact, koinonia, of the lower with the higher, for the phenomenon partakes, meteche, of the idea. Thus the concrete good, good men, good actions, partakes of the absolute good. A horse or a fire in the concrete world partakes of the horse in itself, or of the fire in itself, which exists in the world of ideas. In the Parmenides, the participation is explained to be an imitation, mimesis, the ideas being prototypes, paradigmata, of which the phenomena are ectypes or copies, eidola. This participation is, however, so imperfect that in beauty and luster and grandeur the world of phenomena falls far short of the world of ideas. Whence, we are forced to ask, comes this imperfection, this partial not being? For answer, Plato is obliged to assume a principle directly antithetical to the idea. He does not call this principle matter, the word hule being first used in this sense by Aristotle, and it is a mistake to interpret Plato's thought as if by the principle of imperfection he meant a material substratum of existence. The phrase by which it is designated varies in the different dialogues. It is called, for example, space, chora, mass, ekmegion, receptacle, pandeches, the unlimited, apiron, and, according to some interpreters, it is not being, me on, and the great and small. It is described in the Timaeus as that in which all things appear, grow up, and decay. Consequently, it is a negative principle of limitation, more akin to space than to matter. And Aristotle is right in contrasting his own idea of the limiting principle with that of Plato. The so-called Platonic matter is essentially a negation, whereas in Aristotle's philosophy, negation, sterisis, is but a quality of matter. The concept of Platonic matter is not easy to grasp. It is a mere form, yet it is not a form of the mind in any Kantian sense. It is a form objectively existing, and yet it is not a reality. Plato himself recognized the difficulty which the concept of the principle of limitation involved. In the Timaeus, he tells us that it is known by a kind of spurious reason, logismo notho, and is hardly a matter of belief. The confession does not surprise us, for in this attempt to designate a limiting principle lies the fatal flaw of the whole Platonic theory. To derive the limited from the unlimited, the partial not being from being, is a task which neither Plato nor Spinoza could fulfill consistently with his first assumptions. Aristotle detected this weakness in the idealistic monism of Plato, as well as in the materialistic monism of the early physicists, and it was in order to supply the defects of both that he introduced the dualistic concept of a world which is the outcome of the potential and the actual. Plato, therefore, failed to account satisfactorily for the derivation of the sensuous forms from the supersensuous world. He had recourse, as Aristotle remarks, to such widely different expressions as participation, community, koinonia, imitation, but he must have been aware that by these phrases he evaded rather than solved the real problem. One point, however, is beyond dispute. Plato assumed that a limiting principle, the source of all evil and imperfection, exists. He assumed it illogically in defiance of his doctrine that the idea is the only reality. He is, therefore, as one who would be a dualist, did his premises allow him to depart from the monism which is the starting point of all his speculation. 2. In order to explain the world of phenomena, Plato was obliged to postulate, besides the idea and the principle of limitation, the existence of a world soul, nous, which mediates between the idea and matter, and is the proximate cause of all life and order and motion and knowledge in the universe. The universe, he taught, is a living animal, zoon enon, endowed with the most perfect and most intelligent of souls, because, as he argues in the Timaeus, if God made the world as perfect as the nature of matter, the principle of limitation, would allow, he must have endowed it with a soul that is perfect. This soul is a perfect harmony. It contains all mathematical proportions. Diffused throughout the universe, ceaselessly self-moving according to regular law, it is the cause of all change and all becoming. It is not an idea, for the idea is uncaused, universal, all-being, while the world soul is derived and particular and is partly made up of non-being. Although it is conceived by a kind of analogy with the human soul, the question whether it is personal or impersonal never suggested itself to Plato. After the general problem of the derivation of the sensuous from the supersensuous world, come the particular questions which belong to what we call cosmology. Plato himself informs us that since nature is becoming rather than being, the study of nature leads not to true scientific knowledge, episteme, but to belief only, pistis. Cosmology, therefore, and physical science in general have a value far inferior to dialectic, which is the science of the pure idea. 3. As to the origin of the universe. The so-called Platonic matter is eternal. The universe, however, as it exists, had its origin in time. This seems to be the natural and obvious sense of Timaeus 28, although Xenocrates, an immediate disciple of Plato, was of opinion that Plato taught the temporal origin of the world merely for the sake of clearness, to emphasize the fact that it had an origin. Now, since matter existed from eternity, the universe was not created. From out the chaos which was ruled by necessity, anake, God, the demiurgus, or creator, brought order, fashioning the phenomena in matter according to the eternal prototypes, the ideas, and making the phenomena, for he was free from jealousy, as perfect as the imperfection of matter would allow. First he produced the world soul. Then, as the sphere is the most perfect figure, he formed for this soul a spherical body composed of fire, air, earth, and water, substances which Empedocles had designated as the root principles of the world, and which are now for the first time in the history of philosophy called elements. The question, why are the elements 4 in number? Plato answers by assigning a teleological as well as a physical reason, thus exhibiting the two influences, Socratic and Pythagorean, which more than any other causes contributed to determine his physical theories. The 4 elements differ from one another by the possession of definite qualities. All differences of things are accounted for by different combinations of the elements themselves. Bodies are light or heavy according as the element of fire, which is light, or the element of earth, which is heavy, prevails. 4. In his explanation of the world system as it now is, Plato shows still more evidently the influence of the Pythagoreans, and especially of Philolaus. Add to this influence the natural tendency of Plato's mind towards the idealistic and artistic concept of everything, and the doctrine that the heavenly bodies are created gods, the most perfect of God's creatures, from whose fidelity to their paths in the firmament man may learn to rule the lawless movements of his own soul, will cease to appear out of keeping with the seriousness of Plato's attempt to solve the problems of human knowledge and human destiny. 5. In Plato's anthropological doctrines, the mixture of myth and science is more frequent and more misleading than in any other portion of his philosophy. As to the origins of the soul, he teaches that when the Creator had formed the universe and the stars, he commanded the created gods to fashion the human body, while he himself proceeded to form the human soul, or at least the rational part of it, taking for his purpose the same materials which he had used to form the world soul, mixing them in the same cup, though the mixture was of inferior purity. Plato rejects the doctrine that the soul is a harmony of the body, on the ground that the soul has strivings which are contrary to the inclinations of sense, and which prove it to be of a nature different from that of the body. The soul is expressly defined as a self-moving principle. It is related to the body merely as a causa movens. How then did it come to be united to the body? Plato answers by the figure, or allegory, in which is conveyed the doctrine of pre-existence. In the Timaeus, however, the mythical form of expression is laid aside, as when, for example, the soul is said to have been united to the body by virtue of a cosmic law. The doctrine of pre-existence gave rise to the doctrine of recollection, though sometimes, as in the Meno, the previous existence of the soul is proved from the possibility of learning. The doctrine of recollection implies that in our super-celestial home, the soul enjoyed a clear and unclouded vision of the ideas, and that, although it fell from that happy state and was steeped in the river of forgetfulness, it still retains an indistinct memory of those heavenly intuitions of the truth, so that the sight of the phenomena, mere shadows of the ideas, arouses in the soul a clearer and fuller recognition of what it contemplated in its previous existence. The process of learning consists, therefore, in recalling what we have forgotten. To learn is to remember. If pre-existence is one pole in the ideal circle of the soul's existence, immortality is the other. The sojourn of the soul in the world of ever-changing phenomena is but a period of punishment which ends with the death of the body. Underlying the mythical language in which Plato conveyed his psychological doctrines, there is a deep-seated conviction of the reality of the future life, a genuine belief in the immortality of the soul. Indeed, Plato is the first Greek philosopher to formulate in scientific language and to establish with scientific proof an answer to the question, does death end all things? Hitherto, the immortality of the soul had been part of the religious systems of Asia and of Greece. Now it appears for the first time as a scientific thesis, as part of a purely rational system of philosophy. The dialogue which deals expressly with the problem of immortality is the Phaedo. There, Socrates is represented by the narrator as discoursing on the future existence, while the jailer stands at the door of the prison with the fatal draught in his hand. The arguments which Socrates uses may be summed up as follows. 1. Opposites generate opposites. Out of life comes death. Therefore, out of death comes life. 2. The soul, being without composition, is akin to the absolutely immutable idea. The body, on the contrary, is by its composition akin to things which change. When the body is destroyed, the soul, by virtue of its affinity to the indestructible, is enabled to resist all decay and destruction. 3. If the soul existed before the body, it is natural to expect that it will exist after the body. That it existed before the body is proved by the doctrine of recollection. 4. Besides these arguments, the following proof is used by Plato. The dissolution of anything is accomplished by the evil which is opposed to it. Now, moral evil is the only evil which is opposed to the nature of the soul. If, then, sin does not destroy the soul, as it certainly does not, the reason must be that the soul is indestructible. Underlying all the foregoing arguments is the one pivotal thought of Plato's psychology, that life necessarily belongs to the idea of the soul. This thought is brought out in the last of the Socratic arguments. 5. An idea cannot pass into its opposite. A scholastic would say, essences are immutable. An idea, therefore, which has a definite concept attached to it excludes the opposite of that concept. Now, life belongs to the idea of the soul. Consequently, the soul excludes death, which is the opposite of life. A dead soul is a contradiction in terms. The same ontological argument occurs in Phaedrus 245, and it is evidently the chief argument on which Plato bases his conviction that the soul is immortal. Yet in the Phaedo, after each of Socrates' listeners has signified his acceptance of the proof, Socrates is made to agree with Simmias that there is no longer room for any uncertainty, except that which arises from the greatness of the subject and the feebleness of the human mind. Closely allied with the doctrine of immortality is the doctrine of transmigration of souls and of future retribution. Plato recognized that immortality involves the idea of future retribution of some sort, just as the necessity of a future retribution involves immortality. He did not determine scientifically the precise nature of retribution in the next life. He was content with adopting the transmigration myths which he derived from the mysteries. Yet for Plato these myths contained a germ of truth, although the most that can safely be said is that he seriously maintained the doctrine of transmigration in a generic sense. The details so carefully set forth in the Timaeus and in the Phaedo are not to be taken as part of Plato's scientific thought. When we speak of immortality, we must not imagine that Plato held every part of the soul to be immortal. He enumerates 3 parts of the soul: the rational, logos, the irascible, thymos, and the appetitive, epithymia, parts. These are not faculties or powers of one substance, but parts, mere, the distinction of which is proved by the fact that appetite strives against reason, and anger against reason and appetite. Reason resides in the head, the irascible soul, the seat of courage, is in the heart, and the appetite, the seat of desire, is in the abdomen. Of these 3, the rational part alone is immortal. It alone is produced by God. By maintaining that the soul has parts, Plato weakens his doctrine of immortality and exposes it to many objections. Plato, in his theory of knowledge, bases his distinction of kinds of knowledge on the distinction of objects. Objects of knowledge are divided as follows. Supersensible objects, noiton genos, are divided into ideas, idee, and mathematical entities, mathematica. Sensible objects, horaton genos, are divided into real bodies, somata, and semblances of bodies, icones. To this corresponds the division of knowledge. Supersensible knowledge, noesis, is divided into intellect, nous, and reason, dianoia. Opinion, sense knowledge, doxa, is divided into sense perception, pistis, and imagination, ikasia. Knowledge begins with sense perception. The senses, however, cannot attain a knowledge of truth. They contemplate the imperfect copies of the ideas. As long as we look upon the objects of sense, we are merely gazing at the shadows of things which, according to the celebrated allegory of the cave, are moving where we cannot see them, namely in the world of ideas from which the soul has fallen. Yet, though the sense-perceived world cannot lead us to a knowledge of ideas, it can and does remind us of the ideas which we saw in a previous existence. It is by the doctrine of recollection, therefore, that Plato bridges over the chasm between sense knowledge and a knowledge of reality. Phenomena are not the causes, but merely the occasions of our intellectual knowledge. For in knowledge, as in existence, the universal, according to Plato, is the prius of the individual. The doctrine of the freedom of the will assumes a novel phase in the philosophy of Plato. Plato unequivocally asserts that the will is free. not only is freedom a choice, a quality of adult human activity, but it is a free choice also that decides our parentage, hereditary tendencies, physical constitution, and early education, for all these are the result of actions freely performed during the previous existence of the soul. Notwithstanding this doctrine of freedom, Plato holds the Socratic principle that no one is voluntarily bad. Plato's physiological doctrines are of interest as serving to show the futility of attempting to explain the complicated phenomena of life with such inadequate experimental data as he had at his command. He was forced by his philosophical principles to neglect observation and to underestimate sense knowledge. Aristotle, who attached greater value to empirical knowledge, was far more successful in his investigation of natural phenomena. Ethics. Under this head are included Plato's ethical and political doctrines. If Plato's physics was styled the study of the idea in the world of phenomena, this portion of his philosophy may be called the study of the idea in human action and human society. Ethics, however, is vastly more important than physics in the Platonic system of thought, for physics is treated as if it were scarcely more than a science of the apparent, while such is the importance attached to ethics that Plato's philosophy as a whole has been described as primarily ethical. And the description is true to a certain extent. All Platonic as well as Socratic speculation starts with an inquiry about the good and the beautiful, and proceeds, in the case of Plato, through the doctrine of concepts to the theory of ideas. Nevertheless, while Socratic influence is more apparent in Plato's ethics than in any other portion of his philosophy, it is true that the system of ethics in its completed form is part of the Platonic structure and is conditioned by the metaphysics, anthropology, and physics of Plato, as well as by the Socratic inquiries concerning virtue. 1. The highest good, subjectively considered, is happiness. Objectively, it is the idea of good, which has been seen is identified with God. Consequently, the aim of man's actions should be to free himself from the bonds of the flesh, from the trammels of the body in which the soul is confined, and by means of virtue and wisdom to become like God, even in this life. Here, however, Plato shows a moderation which presents a striking contrast to the narrow-mindedness and intolerance of the cynics, as well as to the sensualism of the hedonists. For though virtue and wisdom are the chief constituents of happiness, there is place also for right opinion, art, and for such pleasures as are genuine and free from passion. 2. Virtue differs from the other constituents of happiness in this, that it alone is essential. It is defined as the order, harmony, and health of the soul, while vice is the contrary condition. Socrates had identified all virtue with wisdom. Plato merely assigns to wisdom the highest place among virtues, reducing all virtues to 4 supreme kinds: wisdom, fortitude, temperance, and justice. He differs also from Socrates in his attempt to reduce the idea of virtue to its practical applications. Socrates, as has been pointed out, based all practical virtue on expediency. Plato, on the contrary, abandoned the utilitarian view, and by attaching to virtue an independent value, inculcated greater purity of intention. 3. It is in the state that we find the most important applications of Plato's doctrine of virtue. Man should aim at being virtuous, and could, even in his savage condition, attain virtue. Without education, however, virtue would be a matter of mere chance, and without the state education would be impossible. While, therefore, the state is not the aim and end of human action, it is the indispensable condition of knowledge and virtue. Accordingly, the state should have for its object virtue, or, as we should say, the establishment and maintenance of morality. Now, the only power that can remove from virtue what is contingent and casual and can place morality on a firm foundation is philosophy. Consequently, in the Platonic state, philosophy is the dominant power, and Plato teaches expressly that, quote, unless philosophers become rulers, or rulers become true and thorough students of philosophy, there will be no end to the troubles of states and of humanity. End quote. The ideal state is modeled on the individual soul, for the state is the larger man. Now, in the soul there are three parts. In the state, therefore, there are three orders: rulers, warriors, and producers. In the details of his scheme for the government of the ideal state, Plato is led by his aristocratic tendencies to advocate a system of state absolutism. He abolishes private interests and private possessions. He sacrifices the individual and the family to the community. He subordinates marriage and education to the interests of the state. He acknowledges, however, that his schemes are difficult of realization, and it is for this reason that in the Laws he sketches the scheme which, though inferior to the scheme outlined in the Republic, is nearer to the level of what the average state can attain. Religion and Aesthetics. This title does not, like physics and ethics, designate a portion of Plato's philosophy. It is merely a convenient heading under which are grouped the doctrines of Plato concerning the existence of God and the nature of the beautiful. 1. Religion. Plato, as we have seen, identifies true religion with philosophy. The highest object of philosophical speculation and the object of religious worship are one and the same, for philosophy is a matter of life and love as well as of theoretical thought. Atheism, therefore, is as irrational as it is impious. The existence of God is evident from the order and design which Plato recognizes as existing not only in animal organisms, but also in the larger world of astronomy, in the cosmos whose soul is so much superior to the souls of animals and of men. Besides this teleological argument, Plato makes use of the argument from efficient cause. He combats the principles of the early physicists, according to whom all things, including reason itself, came originally from matter. This he considers to be an inversion of the true sequence, for reason precedes matter, and is the cause of all material motion and of all the processes of matter. The divinity is the absolute good, the idea of goodness. Plato extols his power, his wisdom, and his all-including knowledge, and freely criticizes the prevailing anthropomorphic notions of God. God is supremely perfect. He will never show himself to man otherwise than he really is, for all lying is alien to his nature. He exercises over all things a providence which orders and governs everything for the best. Sometimes Plato speaks of God as a personal being. Besides this sovereign divinity, Plato admits the existence of subordinate created gods. It is they who mediate between God and matter, and fashion the body of man as well as the irrational parts of his soul. Chief among the created gods are the world soul, the souls of the stars, and the demons of ether, air, and water. With regards to popular mythology, Plato employs the names of the gods. He speaks of Zeus, Apollo, and the other divinities, but quote, the existence of these divinities, as held by the Greeks, he never believed, nor does he in the least conceal it. Unquote. 2. Aesthetics. When we consider the importance of art in the thought and civilization of Greece, we are surprised at the scant attention which aesthetics received from Greek philosophers before Plato. And even Plato, though he concerned himself with the analysis of the beautiful into its metaphysical constituents, seems to have overlooked the necessity of a psychological study of the sentiment of the beautiful. Although the good is the highest of the ideas, the beautiful is of greatest interest in philosophy, because it shines more clearly through the veil of phenomena than does any of the other ideas. For the essence of the beautiful is harmony, symmetry, and order, qualities which strike the mind of the intelligent observer of the world of phenomena, even though he fail to penetrate to the depths of the phenomenon where the good lies hidden. By a convenient phrase, kalokagathon, the Greeks identified the beautiful with the good. The phrase, however, is capable of two interpretations. It was commonly understood to mean that the beautiful is good. Plato, following Socrates, interpreted it to mean that the good is beautiful. Corporeal beauty, he taught, is lowest in the scale of beautiful things. Next come fair souls, fair sciences, fair virtues. Highest of all is the pure and absolute beauty to which none of the grossness of the phenomenon cleaves. Now, the good is harmonious and symmetrical being. The good, therefore, is beautiful, and the phenomenon which partakes of the good partakes in like manner of the beautiful. Art has for its object the realization of the beautiful. All human products are imitations, but while, for example, good actions are the imitations of the idea of good, and beautiful actions are the imitations of the idea of the beautiful, works of art are imitations of phenomena, imitations of imitations. Consequently, art is not to be compared with dialectic, nor with industry, nor with the science of government. It is merely a pastime intended to afford pleasure and recreation. Strange doctrine, surely, for one who was himself a poet. Like other pastimes, it must be controlled, for art too often flatters the vulgar taste of the wicked and the base. Plato, accordingly, taught that all artistic productions, the works of sculptors and painters, as well as those of poets and rhetoricians, should be submitted to competent judges to whom should be delegated the authority of the state. For rhetoric and all the other arts should be placed at the service of God, and should be so exercised as to assist the statesman in establishing the rule of morality. Historical position. There is scarcely a portion of Plato's philosophy which does not betray the influence of his predecessors. The Socratic principle was his starting point. The Pythagorean school determined to a large extent his cosmological doctrines as well as his speculations about the future life. Empedocles, Anaxagoras, and the earlier Ionians influenced his cosmogenetic theories and his doctrine of elements, while Heraclitus, Zeno the Eleatic, and Protagoras the Sophist contributed each in his own way to the Platonic theory of knowledge. Yet it goes without saying that Plato was no mere compiler. He modified even the Socratic teaching before making it part of his philosophical system, and whatever he derived from those who went before him, he molded and wrought so as to fit it for its place in the vast philosophical edifice, the foundation of which is the theory of ideas. This distinctively Platonic theory is the basis on which rests the whole superstructure of physics, dialectic, ethics, theology, and aesthetics. It is also the unifying principle in Plato's system of thought. Whether the problem he discusses be the immortality of the soul, the nature of knowledge, the conditions of the life after death, the mission of the state, or the nature of the beautiful, his starting point is always the idea. It is, therefore, no exaggeration to say that with the doctrine of ideas, the entire system of Platonic philosophy stands or falls. Consequently, our judgment of the value of the contents of Plato's philosophy must be postponed until we can enter with Aristotle into a critical examination of the value of the theory of ideas. But whatever may be our judgment as to the value of his philosophy, no adverse criticism can detract from his preeminent claim to the first place among the masters of philosophical style. Even though we refuse to call him profound, we cannot but subscribe to the verdict by which all ages have agreed to give him the titles divine and sublime. Subsequent speculation, subsequent discovery, and subsequent increase in the facilities for acquiring knowledge have corrected much that Plato taught, and added much to what he said, and yet not a single master has appeared who could dream of rivaling, not to say excelling, the literary perfection of his philosophical dialogues. This literary perfection goes deeper than words. It includes a peculiar charm of manner, by which Plato lifts us from the sordid world of material things to a world of exalted types and ennobling ideals. His aim as a philosopher is to demonstrate that true knowledge and true reality should be sought not in the things of the earth, but in those of that other world beyond the heavens, where there is no imperfection, change, or decay. It is this charm of manner that Joubert had in mind when he wrote, quote, "Plato shows us nothing, but he brings brightness with him. He puts light into our eyes and fills us with a clearness by which all objects afterwards become illuminated. He teaches us nothing, but he prepares us, fashions us, and makes us ready to know all. The habit of reading him augments in us the capacity for discerning and entertaining whatever fine truths may afterwards present themselves. Like mountain air, it sharpens our organs and gives us an appetite for wholesome food." End quote. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 10. The Platonic Schools. The Laws, which according to the most probable opinion was written by Plato, though it was not made public until after his death, bears evidence of the influence which, in the later years of his life, the philosophy of the Pythagoreans exercised on his mind, inclining him to attach more and more importance to the mystic element in philosophy and to the number theory. It was this phase of Platonic thought that was taken up and developed by the Platonic academies, while in the hands of Aristotle the teachings of the earlier dialogues were carried to a higher development. During the lifetime of Plato there was little, if any, dissension among the members of the school which assembled in the grove of Academus. After Plato's death, however, Aristotle set up a school of his own, in opposition to the members of the Academy, who claimed to possess in their scholarch the authorized head of the Platonic school. The first scholarch was Speusippus, the nephew of Plato, who, according to Diogenes Laertes, received his appointment from Plato himself. He in turn was succeeded by Xenocrates, and in this manner the succession of scholarchs continued down to the 6th century of the Christian era. It is customary to distinguish in the history of the Platonic school 3 periods, known as the Old, the Middle, and the New Academy. To the Old Academy belong Speusippus, Xenocrates, Heraclides of Pontus, Philip of Opus, Crates, and Crantor. Archelaus and Carneades are the principal representatives of the Middle Academy, while Philo of Larissa and Anticus of Ascalon are the best-known members of the New Academy. Sources. Our sources of information concerning the history of the doctrines of the 3 academies are for the most part secondary. They are scanty and cannot be relied upon in matters of detail. As far, however, as a general characterization of each school is concerned, our materials are sufficiently ample and trustworthy. Old Academy. The Old Academy flourished from the death of Plato, 347 B.C., until the appearance of Arcesilaus as scholar, about 25 B.C. It is distinguished by its interpretation of the Platonic theory of ideas in accordance with the number theory of the Pythagoreans. Speusippus seems to have substituted numbers for ideas, assigning to them all the attributes, including separate existence, which Plato in his earlier dialogues had attributed to the ideas. Although, according to Theophrastus, Speusippus devoted but little attention to the study of the natural sciences. On one important point of physical doctrine he differed from Plato, maintaining, if we are to believe our Neo-Pythagorean authorities, that the elements are 5, not 4, and deriving these 5, after the manner of Phaiolus, from the 5 regular figures. If, as is probable, Aristotle in Analytica Posteriora 2, 13, 97a, 6, is speaking of Speusippus, The latter maintained that in order to know anything, we must know everything. Xenocrates continued to combine, as Chrysippus had done, the number theory of the Pythagoreans with Plato's doctrine of ideas. He went farther, however, than Chrysippus in his application of number to theological notions, developing a system of demonology which suggests in its elaborateness the doctrines of the Neoplatonists. Heraclitus of Pontus is remarkable for having taught the diurnal revolution of the earth on its axis, and the immobility of the fixed stars. These views were first proposed by Hicetus of Sicily, and by Ecphantus, who was also a Sicilian. Our authorities are Theophrastus and Plutarch. Philip of Opus is generally believed to be the author of Epinomus and the editor of the Laws, of which the Epinomus is a continuation. Crates and Crantor devoted themselves mainly to the study of ethical problems. Middle Academy. The Middle Academy was characterized by an ever-increasing tendency to skepticism. Chronologically, it belongs to the third period of Greek philosophy, and in its spirit and contents it is more in keeping with the post-Aristotelian age than with the time of Plato and Aristotle. Arcesilaus, who was born about 315 B.C., is regarded as the founder of the Middle Academy. He combated the dogmatism of the Stoics, maintaining that, as according to the Stoics, the criterion of truth is perception, and as a false perception may be irresistible as a true one, all scientific knowledge is impossible. It is therefore, he concluded, the duty of a wise man to refrain from giving his assent to any proposition, an attitude of mind which the academicians called forbearance. Still, Arcesilaus would grant that a degree of probability sufficient for intelligent action is possible. Carneades lived from about 210 to 129 B.C. Consequently, he was not the immediate successor of Arcesilaus, whose principles he developed into a more pronounced system of skepticism. He held that there is no criterion of truth, that what we take to be true is only the appearance of truth, which Cicero renders probabile visum. New Academy. After the death of Carneades, the Academy abandoned skepticism and returned to the dogmatism of its founder. Philo of Larissa and Antiochus of Ascalon introduced into the Academy elements of Stoicism and Neoplatonism, which belong to the third period of Greek philosophy. Historical position. The academics, although they were the official representatives of Platonic philosophy, failed to grasp the true meaning of the theory of ideas. By introducing Pythagorean and other elements, they turned the tradition of the Platonic school out of the line of its natural development, and ended in adopting a skepticism or a dogmatic eclecticism, either of which is far from what should have been the logical outcome of Plato's teaching. They are to Plato what the imperfectly Socratic schools are to Socrates. The continuity, therefore, of Platonic thought is not to be looked for in these schools, but rather in the school founded by Aristotle. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 11, Aristotle. The Socratic doctrine of concepts introduced into philosophy the notion of the universal. No sooner, however, had Socrates formulated the doctrine of universal concepts than the Cynics arose, denying that anything exists except the individual. Thus it at once became necessary to define the true relation between the universal and the individual. This was the aim of Plato's theory of ideas, in which the relation was explained by deriving the individual, in reality and in knowledge, from the universal. Aristotle, judging that Plato's explanation was a failure, open up the problem once more, and endeavor to solve it by deriving the universal, in reality and in knowledge, from the individual. The continuity of philosophic thought is, therefore, to be traced from Socrates through Plato to Aristotle, as if the imperfect Socratic and Platonic schools had not existed. Life. Aristotle was born at Stagira, a seaport town of the colony of Chalcidice in Macedonia, in the year 384 B.C. His father, Nicomachus, was physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, and if, as is probable, the profession of medicine was long hereditary in the family, we may suppose that this circumstance was not without its influence in determining Aristotle's predilection for natural science. When he was 18 years old, Aristotle went to Athens, where for 20 years he followed the lectures of Plato. Many stories are told concerning the strained relations between the aged teacher and his illustrious scholar, stories which, however, are without any foundation. There may indeed have been differences of opinion between master and pupil, but there was evidently no open breach of friendship, and in later years Aristotle continued to count himself among the Platonic disciples associated with Xenocrates on terms of intimate friendship, and showed in every way that his respect for his teacher was not lessened by the divergence of their philosophical opinions. Many of the tales told to Aristotle's discredit are traced to Epicurus and the Epicureans, calumniators by profession, grubbers of gossip as Teller calls them. And it is to be regretted that writers like Saint Gregory Nazianzen and Justin Martyr were misled by statements which were manifestly made with a hostile purpose. We are safe, therefore, in supposing that Aristotle was a diligent and attentive pupil, and that he did not give expression to his criticism of Plato's theories until after he had listened to everything that Plato had to say in explanation and defense of his views. After Plato's death, Aristotle repaired in company with Xenocrates to the court of Hermias, lord of Atarneus, whose sister or niece, Pythias, he married. In 343 he was summoned by Philip of Macedon to become the tutor of Alexander, who was then in his 13th year. The influence which he exercised on the mind of the future conqueror is described in Plutarch's Alexander. When Alexander departed on his Asiatic campaign, Aristotle returned to Athens. This was about the year 335. It is possible that, as Gellius says, Aristotle had, during his former residence at Athens, given lessons in rhetoric. It is certain that now, for the first time, he opened a school of philosophy. He taught in a gymnasium called the Lyceum, discoursing with his favorite pupils while strolling up and down the shaded walks around the gymnasium of Apollo, whence the name Peripatetics, from peripateo. Through the generosity of his royal pupil, Aristotle was enabled to purchase a large collection of books, and to pursue his investigations of nature under the most favorable circumstances. His writings prove how fully he availed himself of these advantages. He became thoroughly acquainted with the speculations of his predecessors, and neglected no opportunity of conducting, either personally or through the observations of others, a systematic study of natural phenomena. Towards the end of Alexander's life, the relations between the philosopher and the great commander became somewhat strained. Still, so completely was Aristotle identified in the minds of the Athenians with the Macedonian party, that after Alexander's death he was obliged to flee from Athens. The charge which was made the pretense of his expulsion from the city was the stereotyped one of impiety, to which charge Aristotle disdained to answer, saying, as the tradition is, that he would not give the Athenians an opportunity of offending a second time against philosophy. Accordingly, he left the city in 323, repairing to Chalcis in Euboea. There he died in the year 322, a few months before the death of Demosthenes. There is absolutely no foundation for the fables narrated by so many ancient writers and copied by some of the early fathers, that he died by poison, or that he committed suicide by throwing himself into the Euboean Sea because he could not explain the tides. Aristotle's character. Eusebius, in his Preparatio Evangelica 15:2, enumerates and refutes the accusations which were brought against Aristotle's personal character, quoting from Aristocles, a peripatetic of the 1st century BC. These accusations are practically the same as those which gained currency among the enemies and detractors of Plato, and are equally devoid of foundation. From Aristotle's writings, from fragments of his letters, from his will, as well as from the reliable accounts of his life, we are enabled to form a tolerably complete picture of his personal character. Noble, high-minded, thoroughly earnest, devoted to truth, courteous to his opponents, faithful to his friends, kind towards his slaves, he did not fall far short of the ideal moral life which he sketched in his ethical treatises. Compared with Plato, he exhibited greater universality of taste. He was not an Athenian. In a certain sense, he was not a Greek at all. He exhibited in his character some of that cosmopolitanism which afterwards became a trait of the ideal philosopher. Aristotle's writings. It is quite beyond dispute that some of the works which Aristotle compiled or composed have been lost. Thus, for example, the Anatomai, containing anatomical charts, the Periphyton, the existing treatise De Plantis is by Theophrastus, the Politeiae, a collection of constitutions of states. The portion which treats of the constitution of Athens has been discovered in recent years, and the dialogues are among the lost works. It is equally certain that many portions of the collected works of Aristotle, as we now possess them, are of doubtful authenticity, while it is possible that a still larger number of books or portions of books are little more than lecture notes amplified by the pupils who edited them. It is well, for example, for the student of the metaphysics to know that of the 14 books which compose it, the first, third, fourth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth constitute the work as begun but not finished by Aristotle. Of the remaining books, the second and 1/2 of the 11th are pronounced spurious, while the rest are independent treatises which were not intended to form part of the work on first philosophy. Without entering into the more minute questions of authenticity, we may accept the following arrangement of Aristotle's works with their Latin titles. Logical treatises, constituting the Organon. 1. Categorie. 2. De Interpretatione. 3. Analytica priora. 4. Analytica posteriora. 5. Topica. 6. De Sophisticis Elenchis. These were first included under the title of Organon in Byzantine times. Metaphysical treatise. The work entitled Metaphysica, or at least a portion of it, was styled by Aristotle Prote Philosophia. Its present title is probably due to the place which it occupied after the physical treatises in the collection edited by Andronicus of Rhodes about 70 BC. Physical treatises. 1. Physica auscultatio, or Physica. 2. De Cello. 3. De Generatione et Corruptione. 4. Meteorologica. 5. Historiae Animalium. 6. De Generatione Animalium. 7. De Partibus Animalium. Psychological treatises. 1. De Anima. 2. De Sensu et Sensibili. 3. De Memoria et Reminiscentia. 4. De Vita et Morte. 5. De Longitudine et Brevitate Vitae, and other minor works. Ethical treatises. 1. Ethica Nicomachia. 2. Politica. The Eudemian Ethics is the work of Eudemus, although it is probable that it was intended as a recension of an Aristotelian treatise. Rhetorical and Poetical Treatises. 1. De Poetica. 2. De Rhetorica. These are spurious in parts. Gellius speaks of a twofold class of Aristotelian writings, the exoteric, which were intended for the general public, and the acroatic, which were intended for those only who were versed in the phraseology and modes of thought of the school. All the extant works belong to the latter class. The story of the fate of Aristotle's works, as narrated by Strabo and repeated with the addition of a few details by Plutarch, is regarded as reliable. It tells how the library of Aristotle fell into the hands of Theophrastus, by whom it was bequeathed to Nellius of Skepsis. After the death of Nellius, the manuscripts were hidden in a cellar, where they remained for almost 2 centuries. When Athens was captured by the Romans in 84 BC, the library was carried to Rome by Sulla. At Rome, a grammarian named Turanian secured several copies, thus enabling Andronicus of Rhodes to collect the treatises and publish them. It must not, however, be inferred that the manuscripts hidden in the cellar for 200 years were the only existing copy of Aristotle's works, or that during all those years the peripatetic philosophers were without a copy of the works of Aristotle. The subsequent history of the Corpus Aristotelium and the story of the Syriac, Arabian, and Latin translations belong to the history of medieval philosophy. Aristotle's philosophy, general character and division. Aristotle's concept of philosophy agrees in the main with that of Plato. Philosophy is the science of the universal essence of that which is actual. Aristotle is, however, more inclined than Plato was to attach a theoretical value to philosophy. The difference between the two philosophers is still greater in their respective notions of philosophic method. Aristotle does not begin with the universal and reason down to the particular. On the contrary, he starts with the particular data of experience and reasons up to the universal essence. His method is inductive as well as deductive. Consequently, he is more consistent than Plato in including the natural sciences in philosophy and considering them part of the body of philosophic doctrine. In fact, Aristotle makes philosophy to be coextensive with scientific knowledge. Quote, all science, dianoia, is either practical, poetical, or theoretical. End quote. By practical science, he means politics and ethics. Under the head poetic, poietike, he includes not only the philosophy of poetry, but also the knowledge of other imitative arts, while by theoretical philosophy he understands physics, mathematics, and metaphysics. Metaphysics is philosophy in the stricter sense of the word. It is the knowledge of immaterial being, or of being in the highest degree of abstraction, peri chorista kai akineta. It is the pinnacle of all knowledge, the theological science. In this classification, logic has no place, being apparently regarded as a science preparatory to philosophy. Our study of Aristotle's philosophy will therefore include uppercase A, logic, uppercase B, theoretical philosophy, including lowercase a, metaphysics, lowercase b, physics, lowercase c, mathematics, uppercase C, practical philosophy, uppercase D, poetical philosophy. Uppercase A, logic including theory of knowledge. Aristotle does not employ the word logic in the modern meaning of the term. The science which we call logic, and of which he is rightly considered the founder, was known to him as analytic. The Organon, as the body of logical doctrine was styled by the later Peripatetics, consists of 6 parts or treatises. 1. The Categoriae. In the first of his logical treatises, Aristotle gives his classification or enumeration of the highest classes, categories, into which all concepts and consequently all real things are divided. They are substance, quantity, quality, relation, action, passion, place, time, situation, and habitus. He intimates that these are intended as classes of things expressed by isolated words, ta aneu symploces legomena, that is to say, by words which do not form part of a proposition. They are to be distinguished, therefore, from the predicables, or classes of the possible relations in which the predicate of a proposition may stand to the subject. The predicables are definition, horos, genus, difference, property, and accident. There can be no reasonable doubt as to the originality of the Aristotelian arrangement of categories. It is true that there is a remote analogy between the categories and the distinctions of the grammarian, but the analogy can be explained without supposing that Aristotle expressly intended to conform his categories to the grammatical divisions of words. It is also true that Aristotle does not always enumerate the categories in the same manner. 2. The De Interpretatione. In the second of the logical treatises, Aristotle takes up the study of the proposition and the judgment. He distinguishes the different kinds of propositions and treats of their opposition and conversion. This portion of his work forms the core of modern logical teaching. 3. The Analytica Priora contains the treatise on reasoning, deductive and inductive. In his doctrine of the syllogism, Aristotle admits only 3 figures. The syllogism he teaches is based on the law of contradiction and the law of excluded middle. He mentions 3 rules of the syllogism. Induction, epagoge, he defines as reasoning from the particular to the general, and though the syllogism which proceeds from the general to the particular is more cogent in itself, induction is, for us, easier to understand. The only kind of induction admitted by Aristotle is complete induction. 4. In the Analytica Posteriora, Aristotle takes up the study of demonstration, apodeixis. True demonstration, as indeed all true scientific knowledge, deals with the universal and necessary causes of things. Consequently, all true demonstration consists in showing causes, and the middle term in a demonstration must therefore express a cause. Not all truths, however, are capable of demonstration. The first principles of a science cannot be demonstrated in that science, and principles which are first absolutely are indemonstrable. They belong not to reason, but to intellect, nous. To the class of indemonstrable truths belong also truths of immediate experience. 5. The Topica has for subject matter the dialectical or problematic syllogism, which differs from demonstration in this, that its conclusions are not certain, but merely probable. They belong to opinion rather than to scientific knowledge. The Topica also treats of the predicables. 6. The treatise De Sophisticis Elenchis contains Aristotle's study of fallacies or sophisms. It contains also an attack on the sophists and their methods. Before we proceed to explain Aristotle's metaphysical doctrines, it is necessary to take up the principles of his theory of knowledge, as we find them in the Analytica Posteriora and elsewhere in his logical and metaphysical treatises. Theory of knowledge. Nowhere does the contrast between the philosophy of Plato and that of Aristotle appear so clearly as in their theories of knowledge. 1. Plato makes experience to be merely the occasion of scientific knowledge. Aristotle regards experience as the true source and true cause of all our knowledge, intellectual as well as sensible. 2. Plato begins with the universal idea and attempts to descend to the particular phenomenon. Aristotle, while he recognizes that there is no science of the individual as such, hed episteme ton katholo, maintains nevertheless that our knowledge of the individual precedes our knowledge of the universal, ek ton kathekastagar to katholo. 3. Plato hypostatized the universal, attributing to it a separate existence. This, according to Aristotle, is to reduce the universal to a useless form, for if the universal exists apart from the individual, there can be no transition from a knowledge of the one to a knowledge of the other. The universal, Aristotle teaches, is not apart from individual things. 4. Finally, according to Plato, the universal, as it exists apart from phenomena, is a full-blown universal, endowed with the formal character of universality. According to Aristotle, the formal aspect of universality is conferred by the mind, and therefore the universal as such does not exist in individual things, but in the mind alone. This is the only intelligible interpretation of such passages as Metaphysics 3:4-999 and De Anima 2:5-417, in which Aristotle maintains that the individual alone exists, and that the universal is somehow, pos, in the mind. Aristotle's theory of knowledge, as is evident from the four principles just explained, recognizes two fundamental attributes of intellectual knowledge: its essential dependence on sense knowledge, and its equally essential superiority to sense knowledge. Aristotle is as careful to avoid sensism on the one hand as he is to escape idealism on the other. For though he admits that all knowledge begins with experience, he contends that intellectual thought, noesis, is concerned with the universal, or intelligible, noeton, while sense knowledge has for its object the individual, the sense perceived, aistheton. The distinction of objects is made the basis and ground of a distinction of faculties and of kinds of knowledge. If then there is a distinction between sense knowledge and thought, and if all knowledge begins with sense knowledge, how do we rise from the region of sense to that of intellect? Aristotle answers by distinguishing first and second substance. The first substance, ousia prote, is the individual, which can neither exist in another nor be predicated of another. Second substance is the universal, which as such does not exist in another, but may be predicated of another. In the individual substance we distinguish on closer examination two elements: the hypokeimenon, or undetermined, determinable substratum, the matter, hyle, and the determining principle, or form, eidos, by which the substance is made to be what it is. The essential nature, therefore, the unalterable essence corresponding to the concept, the object consequently of intellectual knowledge, is the form. Matter, it is true, is part of the essential nature, but it is, as it were, the constant factor, always the same and of itself undifferentiated. It enters into a definition as materia communis, and when we designate the form of an object, implying the presence of matter in its general concept, we have answered the question, what is that object? The form, then, considered apart from the matter, is the essence of the object as far as intellectual knowledge is concerned. For intellectual knowledge has for its object the universal. And since matter is the principle of individuation, and form the principle of specification, the conclusion of the inquiry as to the object of intellectual knowledge is that matter and the individual qualities arising from matter belong to sense knowledge, while the form alone, which is the universal, belongs to intellectual knowledge. Returning now to the question, how do we rise from the region of sense to the region of intellect? The object of sense knowledge, we repeat, is the whole, the concrete individual substance. Thought, penetrating through the sense qualities, reaches the form, or quiddity, lying at the core of the substance, and this form, considered apart from the material conditions in which it is immersed, is the proper object of intellectual knowledge. Thus, the acquisition of scientific knowledge is a true development of sense knowledge into intellectual knowledge, if by development is understood the process by which, under the agency of the intellect, the potentially intelligible elements of sense knowledge are brought out into actual intelligibility. Aristotle himself describes the process as one of induction, epagoge, or abstraction, aphairesis. Uppercase B, theoretical philosophy. Lowercase a, metaphysics. In the foregoing account of Aristotle's theory of knowledge, it has been found necessary to mention form, matter, and substance, notions which properly belong to this division of his philosophy. 1. Definition of metaphysics. Metaphysics, or first philosophy, is the science of being as being. Other sciences have to do with the proximate causes and principles of being, and therefore with being in its lower determinations. Metaphysics considers being as such in its highest or most general determinations, and consequently it is concerned with the highest or ultimate causes. Accordingly, on metaphysics devolves the task of considering the axioms of all sciences insofar as these axioms are laws of all existence. For this reason it is that in the metaphysics Aristotle takes up the explanation and defense of the law of contradiction. 2. Negative teaching. Before proceeding to answer the problem of metaphysics, what are the principles of being, Aristotle passes in review the answers given by his predecessors. He not only recounts the doctrines and opinions of the pre-Socratic philosophers, thereby adding to his many titles that of founder of the history of philosophy, but he also points out what seem to him to be the shortcomings and imperfections of each school or system. His criticism of Plato's theory of ideas is deserving of careful study, because it is an unprejudiced examination of a great system of thought by one who was unusually well equipped for the task, and also because it is the most natural and intelligible introduction to the positive portion of Aristotle's metaphysics, in which he expounds his own views. Both Plato and Aristotle maintain that scientific knowledge is concerned with the universal. Compare Socratic doctrine of concepts. They agree in teaching that the world of sense is subject to change, and that we must go beyond it to find the world of ideas. Here, however, they part company. Plato places the world of ideas, the region of scientific knowledge, outside phenomena. Aristotle places it in the sensible objects themselves. It is therefore against the doctrine of a separate world of ideas that all Aristotle's criticism of Plato's theory is directed. Lowercase a. In the first place, Aristotle contends that the Platonic theory of ideas is wholly barren. The ideas were intended to explain how things came to be and how they came to be known, but they cannot be principles of being, since they are not existent in things, and they cannot be principles of knowledge, since they exist apart from and have no intelligible relation to the things to be known. To suppose that we know things better by adding to the world of our experience the world of ideas is as absurd as to imagine that we can count better by multiplying the numbers to be counted. In a word, the ideas are a meaningless duplication of sensible objects. Lowercase b. In the next place, Aristotle recognizes in the theory of ideas an attempt at solving the problem of motion and change. Indeed, since the ideas are the only reality, they must contain the principle of change, for change is a reality. But Plato, by separating the ideas from the world of phenomena, and by insisting on the static rather than on the dynamic phase of the ideas, precludes all possibility of accounting for change by means of the ideas. Lowercase c. Moreover, Aristotle finds several contradictions in the Platonic theory. He is not satisfied with the Platonic doctrine of community between the idea and the phenomenon. For if the participation of the idea by the phenomenon is anything more than a mere figure of speech, if there is really part of the idea in the phenomenon, there must be a prototype on which this participation is modeled. If such a prototype exists, there is, for example, a tritos anthropos, in addition to the absolute idea of man and the man who exists in the world of phenomena. The significant fact is that Plato at one time describes the participation as methexis, in another as mimesis, and ends by leaving it unexplained. Lowercase d. Finally, the reason why Plato introduced the doctrine of ideas was because scientific knowledge must have for its object something other than the phenomenon. Now, scientific knowledge has an object if ideas exist. The validity of scientific knowledge does not require that the idea should exist apart from the phenomenon itself. 3. Positive teaching. Metaphysics, as has been said, is the inquiry into the highest principles of being. A principle, arche, is that by which a thing is or is known. The first problem of metaphysics is, therefore, to determine the relation between actuality and potentiality, the first principles of being in the order of determination or differentiation. Actuality, entelegia, energia, is perfection. Potentiality, dynamis, is the capability of perfection. The former is the determining principle of being. The latter is of itself indeterminate. Actuality and potentiality are above all categories. They are found in all beings with the exception of one with a capital O, whose being is all actuality. In created beings, then, as we should say, there is a mixture of potency and actuality. This mixture is, so to speak, the highest metaphysical formula, under which are included the compositions of matter and form, substance and accident, the soul and its faculties, active and passive intellect, etc. The dualism of actual and potential pervades the metaphysics, physics, psychology, and even the logic of Aristotle. Still, potency and actuality are principles of being in its metaphysical determinations. In the physical order, there enter into the constitution of concrete beings four other principles called causes, itiae. A cause is defined as that which in any way influences the production of something. It is therefore a principle in the order of physical determination. The classes of causes are four: matter, hule, form, eidos or morphe, efficient cause, to kinetikon, and final cause, to hu henika. Of these, matter and form are intrinsic constituents of being, while efficient and final causes are extrinsic principles. Nevertheless, these latter are true causes inasmuch as the effect depends on them. Matter, or material cause, is that out of which being is made. Bronze, for example, is the material cause of the statue. Matter is the substratum, hypokeimenon, indeterminate but capable of determination. It is the receptacle, dektikon, of becoming and decay. It can neither exist nor be known without form. In a word, it is potency. Matter, in the condition of absolute potentiality, is called first matter, hyle prote, that is, matter without any form. Second matter is matter in the condition of relative potentiality. Second matter possesses a form, but because of its capability of further determination, it is in potency to receive other forms. Form, or formal cause, is that into which a thing is made. It is the principle of determination overcoming the indeterminateness of matter. Without it, matter cannot exist. It is actuality. The Aristotelian notion of form, like the Platonic notion of idea, was intended as a protest against the skepticism of the Sophists and the pan-metabolism of the Heracliteans. Form is the object of intellectual knowledge, the unalterable essence of things, which remains unchanged amid the fluctuations of accidental qualities. Like the idea, the form is the plenitude of actual being, for while matter is a reality, it is real merely as a potency. There is, however, a radical difference between the form and the idea. The form exists in individual beings. The idea exists apart from them. Aristotle merely distinguished matter and form. Plato not only distinguished, but also separated the idea from the phenomenon. The union of matter and form constitutes the individual or concrete substance, to synolon, ousia prote. From matter arise the imperfections, limitations, and individuating qualities. From form come the essential, unalterable attributes, the specific nature of the substance. Matter, then, being presupposed as the common substratum of material existence, a substance is constituted in its essential nature by the form. Hence it is that Aristotle identifies the form with the essence, the quiddity, to ti hen einai, the universal nature of a substance. Form is a second substance, ousia deutera, which, while it cannot inhere in another as in a subject, may, on account of its universality, be predicated of many. It would, however, be a serious mistake to represent Aristotle as reducing all reality to form, and ending as Plato had begun, with the doctrine of monism. For matter, in its generic concept, enters into the definition of the specific nature, and while it is not an actual, it is a real principle of being. Aristotle further develops his theory of the relation between matter and form by teaching that matter is destined to receive form. It tends towards its form with something akin to desire, for the absence of form is not mere negation, it is privation, steresis. Aristotle, however, explains that matter is not pure privation. It is a positive something which, of its nature, is disposed to become determined by means of form. Efficient cause is the third principle of being. It is defined as that by which, that is, by the agency of which, the effect is produced. Ultimately, it is form considered as operative, for no agent can act except by virtue of the form, which is the principle of its action as well as of its being. Hence the scholastic adage, agere sequitur esse. Moreover, all action is motion, kinesis, and motion is defined as the passing from potency to actuality. He tu dyname ontos entelegia he toiuton. This identification of action with motion and the definition of motion in terms of the actual and potential lead at once to a conclusion which is at first sight startling in its universality, that all natural processes are processes of development, and that action merely brings out latent possibilities by bringing into actuality those perfections which were already contained as potencies in the matter. This generalization, it may be remarked, is in perfect harmony with modern physical principles, as for example with the law of the conservation of energy. Aristotle, it is true, does not enter into the question of quantitative relations between the potential and the actual. But the higher the human mind rises in its inquiries, the less attention it pays to questions of quantitative equivalence, and the more importance it attaches to the general notion of internal development. Final cause, the fourth principle of being, that on account of which the effect is produced, is, in a certain sense, the most important of all the causes. It not only determines whether the agent shall act, but it also determines the mode and manner of the action and the measure of the effect produced, so that if we could know the motive or end of an action, we should be in possession of a most fruitful source of knowledge concerning the result of that action. The final cause, like the efficient, is in ultimate analysis identical with form. It is the form of the effect, presented in intention and considered as a motive, inasmuch as by its desirability it impels the agent to act. By the reduction of efficient and final causes to formal cause, the ultimate principles of finite being are reduced to two, matter and form. These are the two intrinsic essential constituents of the individual concrete object, matter being the source of indeterminateness, potency, and imperfection, while form is the source of specific determination, actuality, and perfection. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. The Aristotelian doctrine of causes is a synthesis of all preceding systems of philosophy. The earlier Ionians spoke generically of cause. The later Ionians distinguished material and efficient causes. Socrates, developing the doctrine of Anaxagoras, introduced the notion of final cause. Plato was the first to speak of formal causes, unless the Pythagorean notion of number may be regarded as an attempt to find a formal principle of being. Thus did the generic notion of cause gradually undergo differentiation into the four kinds of cause. Aristotle was the first to advert to this historical dialectic of the idea of cause, and to give the different kinds of cause a place in his doctrine of the principles of being. Consequently, the Aristotelian doctrine of cause is a true development, a transition from the undifferentiated to the differentiated. And nowhere do we realize more clearly than in this doctrine of cause that Aristotle's philosophy is the culmination of all the philosophies which preceded it. According to Aristotle, metaphysics is rightly called the theological science, because God is the highest object of metaphysical inquiry. For although we may in our analysis of the principles of being descend to the lowest determination, or rather to the lack of all determination, materia prima, we may turn in the opposite direction, and by following the ascending scale of differentiation, arrive at the notion of pure actuality, of being in the highest grade of determinateness. Aristotle, in his proofs of the existence of God, did not set aside the teleological arguments of Socrates. Devoted as he was to the investigation of nature, and especially to the study of living organisms, he could not fail to be struck by the adaptation everywhere manifest in natural phenomena, and particularly in the phenomena of life. He recognized, however, that the teleological is not the strongest argument for the existence of a supreme being. Accordingly, we find him establishing the existence of God by means of proofs more properly metaphysical than was the argument from design. He argues, for example, that although motion is eternal, there cannot be an infinite series of movers and moved. There must therefore be one, the first in the series, which is unmoved, the proton kinun akineton. Again, he argues that the actual is of its nature antecedent to the potential. Consequently, before all matter, and before all composition of actual and potential, pure actuality must have existed. Actuality is therefore the cause of all things that are, and since it is pure actuality, its life is essentially free from all material conditions. It is the thought of thought, noesis noesios. To the question, what does Aristotle understand by the primum movens immobile and the actus purus, the answer seems to be that by the former of these expressions he meant something other than the Supreme Being. In the Physics, where he speaks of primum mobile, or rather of the prima moventia non mota, he describes the first being as the first in the order of efficient causes, an intelligence, the primum celum. This, which is moved by the sight of the supreme intelligence of God, not therefore by any efficient cause, but by a final cause only, sets in motion the whole machinery of efficient causes beneath it. In the metaphysics, however, our philosopher pursues his investigation into the realms beyond the first heaven, and finds that the intelligence which moves by its desirability the soul of the first heaven is the intelligence of intelligence, pure actuality, God. This is the interpretation of St. Thomas, who, while he regards God as the immediate efficient cause of the first motion of the universe, interprets Aristotle to mean that the first intelligence moves merely by the desire which he inspires, drawing towards him the soul of the first heaven. And it is natural to expect that in the philosophy of Aristotle there should be a supreme in the physical order as well as a supreme in the metaphysical order, that the metaphysical concept of first intelligence should complete and round out the physical concept of a first mover. God is one, for matter is the principle of plurality, and the first intelligence is entirely free from material conditions. His life is contemplative thought. Neither providence nor will is compatible with the eternal repose in which he dwells. Nevertheless, Aristotle sometimes speaks of God as taking an interest in human affairs. The truth is that Aristotle's idea of God was, like Plato's, far from being a clear or even a coherent concept. Aristotle was content with deducing from his philosophical principles the idea of a supreme self-conscious intelligence, but he had no adequate conception of the relation between self-consciousness and personality. It was left for Christian philosophy to determine and develop the notion of divine person. We find the same indefiniteness in Aristotle's account of the origin of the world. The world, he taught, is eternal, for matter, motion, and time are eternal. Yet the world is caused. But how, according to Aristotle, is the world caused? Brentano believes that Aristotle taught the doctrine of creation ex nihilo, and there can be no doubt that St. Augustine and St. Thomas saw no contradiction in maintaining that a being may be eternal and yet created. The most conservative critics must grant that while Aristotle does not maintain the origin of the world by creation, he teaches the priority of act with respect to potency, thus implying that since the first potency was caused, it must have been caused ex nihilo. His premises, if carried out to their logical conclusion, would lead to the doctrine of creation. Lowercase b. Physics. Physics, the study of nature, considers existence not as it is in itself, but so far as it participates in movement, kinesios metechei. Nature includes everything which has in itself the principle of motion and rest. The works of nature differ from the products of art because while the latter have no tendency to change, their originating principle being external to them, nature is essentially spontaneous, that is, self-determining from within. Nature does not, however, develop this internal activity except according to definite law. There is no such thing as accident or hazard. Quote, "Nature does nothing in vain. Nature is always striving for the best." End quote. Thus, although Aristotle expressly rejects the Platonic idea of a world soul, he recognizes in nature a definite teleological concept, a plan of development, to which the only obstacle is matter. For matter it is that, by resisting the form, forces nature, as it were, to be content with the better in lieu of the best. The striving of nature is, therefore, through the less perfect to the more perfect. Space, topos, is neither matter nor form. It is not the interval between bodies. It is the first and unmoved limit of the enclosing as against the enclosed. To tu periechontos peras akineton proton. That is to say, the surface of the surrounding air, water, or solid substance, which is immediately contiguous to the body said to be in space, and which, though it may change, is considered as unmoved because the circumscribed limits remain the same. Particular space is, therefore, coterminous with extended body, and space in general is coterminous with the limits of the world. Space is actually finite, yet potentially infinite, inasmuch as extension is capable of indefinite increase. Time, chronos, which like space is the universal concomitant of sensible existence, is the measure of the succession of motion. Arithmos kinesios katatoproteron kai hysteron. The only reality in time is the present moment. In order to join the past and the future with the present, that is, in order to measure motion, mind is required. If there were no mind, there would be no time. Movement, kinesis, is the mode of existence of a potential being becoming actualized. He tu dynami ontos entelegia he tu iuton. Motion does not require, nor does it postulate, a vacuum, since we may imagine that another body leaves the space which the moving body enters. Besides substantial change, in which matter is the substratum, three kinds of motion are recognized by Aristotle: quantitative, qualitative, and spatial, phora. In his Stoichology, Aristotle adopts the four elements, or radical principles, which Empedocles introduced. He teaches, however, that the celestial space is filled with a body different from the four elements. This seems to be the part assigned by him to ether. Ether, then, is neither a fifth element entering with the other four into the constitution of the terrestrial world, nor, as is sometimes maintained, an undifferentiated substratum like the apeiron of Anaximander, from which the four elements originated. It is the constituent of celestial bodies. The natural motion of ether is circular, that of the other elements is upward or downward, according as they are naturally endowed with lightness or with heaviness. It is hardly necessary to remark that until Newton's time there existed the belief that each particular body moved towards its own place, upward or downward, in virtue of the light or heavy elements which it contained. Aristotle's astronomical doctrines were not in advance of the notions of the age to which he belonged. The earth, the center of the cosmic system, is spherical and stationary. It is surrounded by a sphere of air and a sphere of fire. In these spheres are fixed the heavenly bodies, which daily revolve round the earth from east to west, though 7 of them revolve in longer periods from west to east. Outside all is the heaven of the fixed stars, the protos Uranos. It is next to the deity, who imparted to its circumference a circular motion, thus immediately putting in motion the rest of the cosmic machinery. Aristotle agrees with Plato in teaching that the first heaven, like all the other heavenly bodies, is animated. It is in his biological doctrines that Aristotle shows how far he excels all his predecessors as a student of nature. When we consider the difficulties with which he had to contend, he never dissected a human body, and probably never examined a human skull. He did not in any adequate sense dissect the bodies of animals, although he observed their entrails. When we remember that he was obliged to reckon time without the aid of a watch, and to observe degrees of temperature and atmospheric changes without the aid of a thermometer or a barometer, we realize that the words of superlative praise in which Cuvier, Buffon, and others speak of him as a naturalist are far from being undeserved. His mistakes are due to conditions which limited his power of personal observation. Despite these limitations, he did observe a great deal, and observed accurately, discussing, classifying, comparing his facts before drawing his conclusions. His Histories of Animals, for example, is a vast record of investigations made by himself and others on the appearance, habits, and mental peculiarities of the different classes of animals. Life is defined as the power of self-movement. The principle that all action is development applies here as elsewhere in nature. Everywhere in the world of natural phenomena there is continuity. Life and its manifestations offer no exception. Non-living matter gives rise to living things. The sponge is intermediate between plants and animals. The monkey, pithekoi, keboi, kynocephaloi, is intermediate between quadrupeds and man. The lower animals are divided into 9 classes: viviparous quadrupeds, oviparous quadrupeds, birds, fishes, whales, mollusks, Malacostraca, Testacea, and insects. Of these, the first 5 classes are blood-possessing, the latter 4 being bloodless. In his anatomical studies, he divided organs into homoiomere, made up of parts which are like the whole organ, and anamoiomere, made up of parts which are unlike the whole, as the hand is made up of the palm and fingers. Digestion and secretion are the results of a cooking process. The soul is the principle of that movement from within which life has been defined to be. It is the form of the body. Psycheistin entelegia heprote somatos physikou dyname zoen echontos. And its relation to the body is generically the same as that of form to matter. Soul, then, is not synonymous with mind. It is not merely the principle of thought, it is the principle of life, and psychology is the science of all vital manifestations, but more particularly of sensation and thought. Thought is peculiar to man, but since in the hierarchy of existence the more perfect contains the less perfect, the study of the human soul includes all the problems of psychology. What then is the human soul? It is not a mere harmony of the body, as some of the older philosophers taught. It is not one of the 4 elements, nor is it a compound of the 4, because it exhibits powers of thought which transcend all the conditions of material existence. In no sense, therefore, can it be said to be corporeal. And yet it is united with the body, being, according to its definition, the form of the body. For the body has mere potency of life. All the actuality of the body comes from the soul, The soul is the realization of the end for which the body exists, the to tu henika of its being. Soul and body, although distinct, are one substance, just as the wax and the impression stamped upon it are one. It is worthy of note that, as in metaphysics Aristotle distinguishes without separating the universal from the individual, so in psychology he maintains on the one hand the distinction, and on the other the substantial unity of soul and body in man. The soul, the radical principle of all vital phenomena, is one. Still, we may distinguish in the individual soul several faculties, dynames, which are not parts of the soul, but merely different phases of it, according as it performs different vital functions. The soul and its faculties are, to use Aristotle's favorite comparison, like the concave and the convex of a curve, different views of one and the same thing. The faculties of the human soul are 1. Nutritive, threptikon; 2. Sensitive, aesthetikon; 3. Appetitive, orektikon; 4. Locomotive, kinetikon; and 5. Rational, logikon. Of these, the sensitive and the rational faculties claim special attention. Sensation is the faculty by which we receive the forms of sensible things without the matter, as the wax receives the figure of the seal without the metal of which the seal is composed. This form without the matter, eidos astheton or typos, is what the schoolmen called the species sensibilis. It differs essentially from the effluxes of which Empedocles spoke, for these latter are forms with matter. Besides, the Aristotelian typos is not like the efflux a diminished object, but a medium of communication between object and subject. Sensation is a movement of the soul, and like every other movement, it has its active and its passive phase. The active phase is what we call the stimulus. The passive phase is the species. Now, the active and passive phases of a movement are one and the same motion. The species, therefore, is merely the passive phase of the stimulus, or the operation of the object, as Aristotle calls it. This is the explicit teaching of the treatise De Anima. For example, Hede tu aiste tu energia cae tes aestesius, heaute menesti cae mia, todeinae ut autonautais. Aristotle distinguishes 5 external senses, to each of which corresponds its proper object, aestheton idion. Besides objects proper to each sense, there are objects common, koina, to several senses, such as movement, and there is the sensibili per accidens, or inferential object, kata symbebekos, such as substance. Among the internal senses, the most important is the common or central sense, aestheterion koinon. By it we distinguish the separate communications of the external senses, and by it also we perceive that we perceive. It has its seat not in the brain, but in the heart. Having no idea of the function of the nerves, Aristotle naturally regarded the veins as the great channels of communication, and the heart as the center of functional activity in the body. Moreover, he observed that the brain substance is itself incapable of responding to sensation stimulus. In addition to the central sense, memory and imagination are mentioned by Aristotle as internal senses. Imagination as a process, fantasia, is the movement resulting from the act of sensation. As a faculty, it is the locus of the pictures, phantasmata, which are the materials of which reason generates the idea. Without the phantasm, it is impossible to reason. Noein uk estin aneo phantasmatos. Intellect, nous, is the faculty by which man acquires intellectual knowledge. It differs from all the sense faculties in this, that while the latter are concerned with the concrete and individual, it has for its object the abstract and universal. It is well called the locus of ideas, says Aristotle, if we understand that it is the potential source of ideas. For in the beginning it is without ideas, it is like a smooth tablet on which nothing is written. We must always bear in mind this twofold relation of intellect to sense, namely, distinction and dependence. The process by which the intellect rises from the individual to the universal has already been described in part. It is a process of development. The material on which the intellect works is the individual image, phantasm, or the individual object. The result of the process is the intelligible form or idea, and the process itself is one of unfolding the individual so as to reveal the universal contained in it. The intellect does not create the idea. It merely causes the object which was potentially intelligible to become actually intelligible, quote, in the same way as light causes the potentially colored to become actually colored, end quote. The expressions developing, unfolding, illuminating are of course metaphorical. What really takes place is a process of abstraction, a separation of the individuating qualities from the universal, or an induction, that is to say, a bringing together of individuals under a universal image. Quote, just as in the routed army, one man must stand so as to become the center round which others may group themselves. End quote. It is evident, therefore, that while the intellect does not create the concept, it is active in causing the object to become actually intelligible. There is, however, a subsequent stage in the process. Once the object is rendered intelligible, it impresses itself on the intellect in precisely the same way as the sensible object impresses its species on the senses. The intellect in the second stage of the process is called the passive intellect, nous pathetikos, while in the first stage of the process it is called to poion. It is worthy of remark that although it is usual to speak of the active and passive intellect, Aristotle never speaks of a nous poietikos, always designating the active intellect by means of the present participle. From this it is clear that in Aristotle's psychology there is no room for the doctrine of innate ideas. All knowledge comes through the senses, nothing being innate in the mind except the native power of the active intellect by which it discovers in the concrete and individual the abstract and universal elements of thought contained therein. But what is this active intellect? What is its relation to the psyche, the vital principle in man? These are questions which have vexed the commentators and interpreters of Aristotle from the days of Theophrastus down to our own time. There is even greater difficulty in determining what Aristotle meant by the passive intellect. Where there is so complex a diversity of opinion, it is perhaps hazardous to classify interpretations. Still, it seems that the commentators and interpreters may be included under the heads transcendentalists and anthropologists. Eudemus, Alexander of Aphrodisias, the Arabians of the Middle Ages, and most modern commentators since the time of Hegel, understand the active intellect to mean something apart from, or transcending in some way, the individual soul, while as to the nature of the passive intellect, they are in a state of hopeless confusion. Theophrastus, Philoponus, Themistius, Simplicius, Boethius, and the greater number of the schoolmen understand the active intellect to mean a faculty of the individual soul, while many of the schoolmen identify the passive intellect with the active, making the difference between the two powers to consist merely in a difference between two phases of the same faculty. It will be sufficient here to give the words in which Aristotle describes the active intellect, without entering into the question of interpretation. He speaks in De Anima 429a of the intellect as separate and unmixed. In the following chapter he describes the active intellect as being alone, separate, eternal, and immortal, 430a. And in De Generatione Animalium 23736b 28, he describes it as coming from without, thurathen, and as divine, theon. It must, however, be borne in mind that the chapters in which Aristotle enunciates his theory of knowledge are of fragmentary nature, and moreover that this portion of Aristotle's psychological treatise deals with a question which no modern school, with the exception of the transcendentalist school, has attempted to solve. It is therefore not a matter for surprise that in expounding Aristotle, so many modern writers have fallen into the error of interpreting him in the terminology of transcendentalism, thus illustrating the adage, Aristotelem non nisi ex ipso Aristotele intelliges. By reason of its intellectual function, which it performs without intrinsic dependence on the bodily organism, and by which it transcends the conditions of matter, the soul is immaterial and immortal. Aristotle's doctrine of immortality is, however, conditioned by his doctrine of the active intellect. If the active intellect is something separate from the individual soul, an impersonal intellect common to all men, and this is the interpretation followed by Alexander, by the Arabians, and by many modern scholars, it does not appear how Aristotle could hold that the soul is in any true sense of the word endowed with personal immortality. With regard to will, in place of Plato's vague, unsatisfactory notion of thumos, we find the definite concept of boulesis, which may be described as a consilience of reason and desire. Will is rational appetite. It is the desire of good as apprehended by reason, and because it is preceded by a rational apprehension of good, it is free. This view of freedom of choice, proairesis, is supported by the recognized voluntariness of virtue, and by the equally well recognized fact that man is held accountable for his actions. Reason, in its function of suggesting the best means by which an end is to be attained, is called practical. Before proceeding, however, to treat of ethics, which is the science of human conduct according to the principles of practical reason, it is necessary to mention the last division of theoretical philosophy, namely mathematics. C. Mathematics deals with immovable being, thus differing from physics, which has for its subject being subject to motion. It differs from metaphysics in this, that it deals with corporeal being under the determination of quantity, while metaphysics has for its object being in general, under its highest determinations, such as act and potency, cause and effect. C. Practical philosophy includes the science of political government and organization, as well as the general questions of moral science. 1. The supreme good of man is happiness. Of this no Greek had the least doubt. The word eudaimonia has, however, more of an objective meaning than our word happiness. It is more akin to well-being or welfare. But how is this well-being to be attained? What is it that constitutes happiness? Happiness is determined by the end for which man was made, and the end of human existence is that form of good which is peculiar to men, the good which is proper to a rational being. Now, reason is a prerogative of man. It should therefore be the aim of man's existence to live conformably to reason, to live a life of virtue. Nevertheless, Aristotle would not exclude wealth and pleasure from the idea of human happiness, for wealth is necessary for the external manifestation of virtue, and pleasure is the natural reward of a virtuous life. Happiness also includes friendship, health, in a word, all the gifts of fortune. 2. Virtue, while it is not the only constituent of happiness, is the indispensable means of attaining happiness. It is not a mere feeling, but rather a fixed quality or habit of mind, axis. Now, mind must first of all hold the lower functions, and especially the passions, in subjection, and then it must develop its own powers. Thus we have moral virtue and intellectual virtue. Lowercase a. Moral virtue is a certain habit of the faculty of choice, consisting in a mean, mesotes, suitable to our nature and fixed by reason in the manner in which a prudent man would fix it. It is a habit, that is, a fixed quality. It consists in a mean between excess and defect. Courage, for example, preserves the mean between cowardice and reckless daring. Virtue, it is true, is impossible without moral insight. Still, we must not identify these two, as Socrates did, when he reduced all virtue to knowledge. There are many kinds of virtue, for virtue is a quality of the will, and the defects and excesses to which the will may lead us are many, as will be seen by the following schema. Defect, mean, excess. Defect, cowardice. Mean, courage. Excess, rashness. Defect, insensibility. Mean, temperance. Excess, intemperance. Defect, illiberality. Mean, liberality. Excess, prodigality. Defect, pettiness. Mean, munificence. Excess, vulgarity. Defect, humble-mindedness. Mean, high-mindedness. Excess, vaingloriousness. Defect, want of ambition. Mean, right ambition. Excess, over-ambition. Defect, spiritlessness. Mean, good temper. Excess, irascibility. Defect, surliness. Mean, friendless civility. Excess, obsequiousness. Defect, ironical deprecation. Mean, sincerity. Excess, boastfulness. Defect, boorishness. Mean, wittiness. Excess, buffoonery. Defect, shamelessness. Mean, modesty. Excess, bashfulness. Defect, callousness. Mean, just resentment. Excess, spitefulness. Justice, dikaiosyne, in its generic meaning signifies the observance of the right order of all the faculties of man, and in this sense it is synonymous with virtue. In a more restricted sense, justice is the virtue which regulates man's dealings with his fellow men. It is divided into distributive, corrective, and commutative justice. Lowercase b. The intellectual virtues are perfections of the intellect itself, without relation to other faculties. We have 1. The perfections of the scientific reason, namely, understanding, nous, science, episteme, and wisdom, sophia, which are respectively concerned with first principles, demonstration, and the search for highest causes. And 2. The perfections of the practical reason, namely art, which is referred to external actions, poiein, and practical wisdom, which is referred to actions the excellence of which depends on no external result, pratein. The most characteristic of Aristotle's ethical teachings is the superiority which he assigns to intellectual over ethical virtue, and the most serious defect in his ethical system is his failure to refer human action to future reward and punishment. 3. In his political doctrines, Aristotle starts with the principle that man is by nature a social being, politikon zoon, and is forced to depend on the social organization for the attainment of happiness. Man's social life begins in the family, for the family is prior to the state. The state is consequently bound to keep the family intact, and in general its mission is the advancement and development of its subjects, the lifting up of the people by the just administration of law to a higher plane of moral conduct. Aristotle combats the state absolutism of Plato. There are three ultimate forms of government: monarchy, aristocracy, and the republic. The best form of government is that which is best suited to the character of the people. Politica 3:17. Thus, although monarchy is the ideal, the best attainable form seems to be an aristocracy, not of wealth nor of birth, but of intellect. A true aristocracy, a government of the best. D. Poetical philosophy. Under this head, Aristotle treats the theory of art. Art, he teaches, is traceable to the spirit of imitation, and consists in the realization of external form of the true idea, a realization which is not limited to mere copying, but extends also to the perfecting of the deficiencies of nature by grouping the individual phenomena under the universal type. History merely copies. Poetry idealizes and completes the work of history. Poetry is more philosophical and more elevated than history. Aristotle's analysis of the beautiful is, like Plato's, confined to a study of the objective constituents of beauty. These he reduces to order and grandeur, which are found especially in moral beauty. So vague and indefinite is this analysis that Aristotle was obliged, as we have seen, to base his theory of art on the realization of the essence, without referring art at all to the notion of the beautiful. The aim of art is the calming, purifying, and ennobling of the affections. Historical position. It is difficult to form a true estimate of Aristotle's philosophy, and the difficulty arises, strange as this may seem, from our too great familiarity with many of the notions which Aristotle introduced into human science. The basic ideas of his philosophical system have become the commonplaces of elementary education. They have found their way into the vocabulary of our everyday life, and have impressed themselves indelibly on the literature of Western civilization. The terminology, the invention of which is one of Aristotle's chief titles to preeminence, has become indissolubly associated with the exposition of Christian theology, and forms, so to speak, the alphabet of our catechetical instructions. All this has made it difficult for the modern reader to appreciate the importance of Aristotle's contributions to philosophy. Consueta vilescunt. It is necessary, therefore, to forget how familiar many of Aristotle's discoveries have become, to go back in imagination to the time when they were first enunciated, and in this way to realize, if we can, the breadth and depth of a mind that could succeed in accomplishing such a vast amount of original work as to entitle him to be considered the founder of logic, the author of the first treatise on scientific psychology, the first natural historian, and the father of the biological sciences. Placing ourselves at this point of view, we shall be less inclined to single out the undeniable defects of Aristotle's philosophy, finding it a more natural as well as a more congenial task to compare Aristotle with his predecessors in the history of Greek speculation. Aristotle's philosophy is the synthesis and culmination of the speculations of pre-Socratic and Socratic schools. His doctrine of causes is an epitome of all that Greek philosophy had up to his time accomplished. But it is especially with Plato, his master, that Aristotle is to be compared, and it is by his additions to Platonic teaching that he is to be judged. Plato built out of the ruins of pre-Socratic speculation a complete metaphysical structure according to a definite plan, a structure beautiful in its outlines, perfect in its symmetry, but insecure and unstable, like one of those golden palaces of fairyland which we fear to approach and examine, lest it vanish into airy nothingness. Aristotle, on the contrary, drew his plan with a firmer hand. He laid the foundation of his philosophy deep on the rock bottom of experience, and although all the joints in the fabric are not equally secure, the care and consistency with which the design is executed are apparent to every observer. It was left for scholastic philosophy to add the pinnacle to the structure which Aristotle had carried as far towards completion as human thought could build unaided. If Plato has been called the sublime, Aristotle must be called the profound, a title which, when applied to a philosopher, should be the expression of higher praise, for wisdom is ofttimes nearer when we stoop than when we soar. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 12. The Peripatetic School. Sources. Besides our primary sources, consisting of treatises and commentaries of the philosophers of Aristotle's school, we have as secondary sources the works of Diogenes Laertius and the references made by Cicero, who, it should be said, is more trustworthy when he mentions the Peripatetics than when he speaks of the pre-Socratic philosophers. Theophrastus of Lesbos was born about the same year as Aristotle. He seems to have become Aristotle's disciple even before the death of Plato. After Aristotle's death, he ruled in the Peripatetic school as scholarch for about 35 years. He wrote many works, of which the best known are the two treatises on botany and his ethical characters, the latter consisting of lifelike delineations of types of human character. He extended and completed Aristotle's philosophy of nature, devoting special attention to the science of botany. In his ethical doctrines he insisted on the choregia secured by virtue of the possession of external goods. Of the life of Eudemus of Rhodes little is known, except that he and Theophrastus were disciples of Aristotle at the same time. It is probable that he continued to belong to the school when Theophrastus became scholarch. He is the author of the Eudemian Ethics, which, however, is merely a redaction of Aristotle's notes, or at most a treatise intended to supplement Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. In his writings and doctrines, Eudemus shows far less originality and independence than does Theophrastus. Aristoxenus of Tarentum, known as the musician, introduced into the Peripatetic philosophy many of the ideas of the Pythagoreans, attaching a special importance to the notion of harmony. Strato of Lampsacus, the physicist, succeeded Theophrastus as scholarch in 288 B.C., and continued to preside over the school for 18 years. Like his predecessor, he devoted his attention to the study of nature, manifesting, however, a tendency to discard from natural philosophy the teleological concept and the idea of the incorporeal. Demetrius of Phalaris and others of the earlier Peripatetics confined their literary labors to general history and the history of opinions. Among the later Peripatetics, mention must be made of Andronicus of Rhodes, who edited the works of Aristotle about 70 B.C. To the 2nd century of our era belong Alexander of Aphrodisias, the exegete, and Aristocles of Messene. To the 3rd century belongs Porphyry, and to the 6th century Philopponus Simplicius. All these, though they belong to the Neoplatonic or eclectic schools, enriched the literature of the Peripatetic school by their commentaries on Aristotle. The physician Galen, born about 131 A.D., is also reckoned among the interpreters of Aristotle. Retrospect. The second period of Greek philosophy has been characterized as subjectivo-objective. Compared with the preceding period, it is subjective. That is, it diverts the mind of the inquirer from the problems of nature to those of thought. Compared with the period immediately following, it is objective. That is, it is not concerned solely with the ethical problems and the problems of the value of knowledge. It is not wholly subjective. Historically, the period is short, not extending over more than 3 generations. Yet in that brief space of time much was accomplished. It is perhaps because the period was so short, and because it was dominated by 3 men, each of whom stood to his predecessor in the relation of personal disciple, that there exists so perfect an organic unity among the philosophies of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. The philosophy of Socrates was the philosophy of the concept. It was concerned with the inquiry into the conditions of scientific knowledge and the basis of ethics. The philosophy of Plato was the philosophy of the idea. It claimed to be a scientific study of reality, a system of metaphysics. The philosophy of Aristotle was centered around the notion of essence, and essence implies the fundamental dualism of matter and form. It is in Aristotle's philosophy, therefore, that the objective and subjective are united in the highest and most perfect synthesis. For organic unity is compatible with growth in organic complexity. The concept is the simplest expression of the union of subject and object. Next in complexity is the idea, which is a form of being and knowing, existing apart from what is and what is known, while highest in complexity is the essence, which is in part the matter and in part the form, existing in the reality and also in the object of knowledge. From Socrates to Aristotle there is, therefore, a true development, the historical formula of which is ideally compact: concept, idea, and essence. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kobe Dad. The History of Philosophy by William Turner. Part 1, Section B, Third Period. Post-Aristotelian Philosophy. The death of Aristotle marks the end of the golden age of Greek philosophy. From Thales to Socrates was the period of beginnings. From Socrates to Aristotle, the period of highest perfection. With the opening of the post-Aristotelian period begins the age of decay and dissolution. To this third period belongs the pantheism of the Stoics, the materialism of the Epicureans, and the final relaxation of all earnest philosophical thought, culminating in the absolute skepticism of the Pyrrhonists. The period of highest perfection in philosophy was also the period of the political greatness of Greece, and the causes which brought about the political downfall of Greece are in part accountable for the decay of Greek philosophy. 16 years before the death of Aristotle, the Battle of Chaeronea, 338 BC, was fought, the battle in which the doom of Greece was sealed. There followed a series of unsuccessful attempts to shake off the Macedonian yoke. In vain did Demosthenes strive to arouse in the breasts of the Athenians the spirit of the days of Marathon and Thermopylae. The iron hand of military despotism crushed the last manifestations of patriotism. Then the Roman came, to succeed the Macedonian, and Greece, the fair home of philosophy in the West, was made a province of a vast military and commercial empire. The loss of political freedom was followed by a period of torpor of the creative energies of the Greek mind. Speculation, in the highest sense of constructive effort, was no longer possible, and philosophy became wholly practical in its aims. Theoretical knowledge was valued not at all, or only insofar as it contributed to that bracing and strengthening of the moral fibre which men began to seek in philosophy, and for which alone philosophy began to be studied. Philosophy thus came to occupy itself with ethical problems, and to be regarded as a refuge from the miseries of life. When men ceased to count it an honour to be a citizen of Hellas, they turned to philosophy in order to become citizens of the world, and so philosophy assumed a more cosmopolitan character. Imported into the Roman Empire, it failed at first to take root on Roman soil because in the Latin contempt of the Graeculus was included a contempt for all things Greek. Gradually, however, philosophy gained ascendancy over the Roman mind, while in turn the Roman love of the practical asserted its influence on Greek philosophy. All these influences resulted in 1. A disintegration of the distinctively Greek spirit of philosophy and the substitution of a cosmopolitan spirit of eclecticism. 2. A centering of philosophical thought around the problems of human life and human destiny. And 3. The final absorption of Greek philosophy in the reconstructive efforts of the Greco-Oriental philosophers of Alexandria. But while metaphysics and physics were neglected in this anthropocentric movement of thought, the mathematical sciences, emancipating themselves from philosophy, began to flourish with new vigour. The astronomers of Sicily and later those of Alexandria stand out of the general gloom of the period as worthy representatives of the Greek spirit of scientific inquiry. The principal schools of this period are 1. The Stoics, 2. The Epicureans, 3. The Skeptics, 4. The Eclectics, and 5. The Mathematicians and Astronomers. A separate chapter will be devoted to the philosophy of the Romans. Chapter 13. The Stoics. Sources. All the writings of the earlier Stoics, with the exception of a few fragments, have been lost. We possess, indeed, the complete works of the later Stoics, Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Heraclitus, and Cornutus. But these philosophers lived under the Roman Empire, at a time when foreign influences had substituted new elements for the doctrines which had been characteristic of the school at the beginning of its existence. We are obliged, therefore, to rely for our knowledge of early Stoicism on writers like Cicero, Plutarch, Diogenes Laertius, Sextus Empiricus, and the Aristotelian commentators who, however, do not always distinguish between the earlier and the later forms of Stoicism. Consequently, it will be found more satisfactory first to give a history of the Stoic school, and then to describe the Stoic doctrine as a whole, without attempting to determine the contributions made by individual members of the school. History of the Stoic school. A. Greek Stoics. Zeno of Citium, 350 to 258 BC, the founder of the Stoic school, was born at Citium in Cyprus in the year 350 BC. He was at first a merchant, but owing, it is said, to a shipwreck in which he lost a considerable part of his wealth, he repaired to Athens with the intention of pursuing the study of philosophy. On reading the Memorabilia of Xenophon and the Apology of Plato, he was impressed with the remarkable character of Socrates, and was led to attach himself to the school of Crates, the Cynic, who appeared to reproduce in his own life and manners the character of the sage. Later on, repelled, no doubt, by the coarseness and vulgarity of the Cynics, he became successively disciple of Stilpo, the Megarian, and of Xenocrates, the ruler of the Academy. About the year 310 BC, he founded a school of his own, which, reason of his habit of teaching in the painted porch, Stoa, came to be known as the Stoic school. He reached an advanced age and, according to account given by Diogenes and others, ended his life by suicide. His writings have all been lost. Cleanthes succeeded Zeno as master of the Stoa. He is said to have been originally a pugilist. Zeno characterized the mental temperament of Cleanthes by comparing him to a hard slab on which it is difficult to write, but which retains indefinitely whatever is written on it. True to this description, Cleanthes preserved the teachings of his master, but showed himself incapable of expanding them into a more complete system. He is the reputed author of a Hymn to the Most High, preserved by Stabaeus. Chrysippus, who succeeded Cleanthes, was born at Soli, in Cilicia, in the year 280 BC. He was more original than Cleanthes, and under his direction the Stoic school reached its full development. Among his disciples were Zeno of Tarsus, Diogenes of Seleucia, and Antipater of Tarsus, whose pupil, Panatius, 180 to 111 BC, introduced Stoicism into the Roman world. B. Roman Stoics. Among the Roman Stoics, the best known are L. Aeneas Cornutus, AD 20 to 66, M. Annaeus Lucanus, AD 39 to 65, Seneca the Younger, AD 3 to 65, Persius the satirist, AD 34 to 62, Epictetus the philosopher slave, flourished AD 90, and the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, AD 121 to 180. It is a fact worthy of note that Cleanthes, Seneca, and Lucan committed suicide in accordance with what, as we shall see, was one of the ethical doctrines of the school, imitating in this the example of the founder. Stoic philosophy. General idea of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics evidently considered themselves the true disciples of Socrates, and it was, without doubt, from Socratic principles that they deduced their idea of the aim and scope of philosophy. We have seen that Zeno was first led to philosophy by the hope of finding in it consolation for the loss of his temporal goods, and when he came to establish his school, he took for his starting point the Socratic doctrine that knowledge is virtue, making the pursuit of knowledge, philosophy, and the cultivation of virtue synonymous. When, however, the Stoics set about discovering a systematic basis for their ethical teachings, they went back to pre-Socratic systems and drew largely from the physical doctrines of Heraclitus. Now, there were two tenets in the Heraclitean philosophy which recommended themselves in a special manner to the Stoics. One, that all individual things are but the ever-changing manifestations, or apparitions, of the ever-enduring fire, and 2, that there is but one law which governs the actions of men as well as the processes of nature. Consequently, the Stoics made these principles the foundation of the science of human conduct. At the same time, they did not hesitate to supplement the physics of Heraclitus by borrowing from Aristotle's physical doctrines. They were influenced too by Antisthenes' nominalism and by his opposition to the Platonic theory of ideas, and, in their theological doctrines, they made use of the Socratic and Platonic teleology. All these elements they amalgamated into a consistent system. Logic and physics they made subservient to ethics, on the principle that the theoretical should be subordinated to the practical. We have, therefore, 3 divisions of Stoic philosophy. 1. Logic, including the theory of knowledge. 2. Physics, including theology. And 3. Ethics, the hegemonic science. Stoic logic. It was probably Zeno who first gave to logic the name by which it is now known, though this is by no means certain. The logic of the Stoics was simply the analytic of Aristotle, supplemented by a more adequate treatment of the hypothetical syllogism and by the addition of the problem of the criterion of truth. To the latter question they devoted special attention and, in their solution of it, developed the Stoic theory of knowledge. Theory of knowledge. 1. The Stoics start with the Aristotelian principle that all intellectual knowledge arises from sense perception. Sense perception, aesthesis, becomes representation or imagination, phantasia, as soon as it rises into consciousness. During the process of sense perception, the soul remains passive, the object producing its image on the mind, just as the seal produces its impression on wax. The process was, therefore, called typoses, although Chrysippus is said to have substituted the word heteroioses, alteration of the soul. When the object of knowledge is removed from the presence of the senses, we retain a memory of it, and a large number of memories constitutes experience, empiria. 2. The next step is the formation of concepts. Concepts are formed either a. Spontaneously, that is, when, without our conscious cooperation, several like representations fuse into universal notions, prolepses, or koinai enoi, or b. Consciously, that is, by the reflex activity of the mind, which detects resemblances and analogies between our representations and combines these into reflex concepts, or knowledge, episteme. Neither spontaneous nor reflex concepts are, however, innate. Spontaneity does not imply innateness. 3. As, therefore, all our knowledge arises from sense perception, the value to be attached to knowledge depends on the value to be attached to sense perception. Consequently, the Stoics decided that apprehension, catalepsis, is the criterion of truth. That is true which is apprehended to be true, and it is apprehended to be true when it is represented in the mind with such force, clearness, and energy of conviction that the truth of the representation cannot be denied. The saying attributed to Zeno by Cicero, that perception is like the fingers extended, that assent is like the half-closed hand, that apprehension is like the hand fully closed, and that knowledge, or scientia, is like the closed hand firmly grasped by the other hand, would seem to attribute knowledge a superiority over sense perception. On closer examination, however, it is seen that the difference is only a difference of degree. 4. The question, what is the value of concepts, was answered by the Stoics in accordance with nominalistic principles borrowed from Antisthenes, who, in opposition to Plato, taught that no universality exists outside the mind, the individual alone being real. 5. In their classification of concepts, the Stoics reduced the 10 Aristotelian categories to 4. 1. Substance, hypokimenon. 2. Essential quality, topion. 3. Accidental quality, pos ekon. And 4. Relation, pros typos ekon. This enumeration, as will be readily perceived, does not retain the Aristotelian distinction between predicables and categories. All the Stoic categories, except the first, are modes of predication rather than modes of being. Stoic physics and teleology. The physics of the Stoa is a system of materialistic monism, while the theology of the Stoa may be described as a compromise between theism and pantheism. The Stoics maintained that the material alone is real. They would not admit, for example, that the soul, or virtue, is real except insofar as it is material. God himself they believed to be material. Above all the categories, therefore, they would place not on being, but ti, something, a transcendental notion including not being as well as being, the incorporeal as well as the corporeal. Thus did they identify the incorporeal with the unreal, and include all real being under the generic concept of matter. Consistently with these principles, the Stoics teach that all attributes are air currents. Emotions, concepts, judgments, virtues, and vices are air currents which either pass into the soul or come out from it. In extenuation of this crude materialism, it must be remarked that the Stoics distinguish between a finer and a coarser matter, attributing to the former an active and to the latter a passive character. The air currents are in substance material. In function, however, they are active and may be said to play a role similar to that which the form plays in Aristotelian philosophy. Everything, therefore, is material. The common distinction between corporeal and incorporeal is merely a distinction between coarser and finer matter. We may indeed distinguish two principles, or sources, of reality, matter and force, but we shall find that in ultimate analysis force too is material. God is at once the author of the universe and its soul, the immanent principle of its life. For every kind of action ultimately proceeds from one source which, whether it resides in the heavens or in the sun or in the centre of the world, on this point the Stoics were not agreed, diffuses itself throughout every part of the universe as the cause of heat and growth and life and motion. God is at one time described as fire, ether, air, atmospheric current, pneuma, at another time as soul, mind, reason containing the germs of all things, logos spermatikos, while sometimes both styles of phraseology are combined, and he is called the fiery reason of the world, mind in matter, reasonable pneuma. The language of compromise is never wholly consistent, and the Stoic theology is an attempt to compromise between theism and pantheism. It is, however, certain that the Stoics conceived God to be something material, for in their explanation of the presence of God in the universe, they assume that the universal intermingling, krasis dihalon, implies the impenetrability of matter, so that even when they call him mind, law, providence, destiny, they understand by these terms something corporeal. God and the world are the same reality, although there exists a relative difference between God, or reality regarded as a whole, and the world, or reality considered in some one or other of its aspects. This pantheism is the central doctrine of the Stoic physics. Indeed, it may be said to be the inspiring thought which justified to the Stoic mind the study of natural phenomena. For the Stoics, as has been said, looked upon philosophy as primarily a matter of practical import, and studied physics only in order to find a basis for their ethical speculations. Such a basis they found in the doctrine of pantheism. This doctrine may, therefore, be said to have been their religion as well as their philosophy. Accordingly, they criticized the popular beliefs of their time, being careful, however, to admit whatever elements of truth they found in polytheistic religion, and making free use of allegory as a means of bridging over the chasm between polytheism and pantheism. We may therefore speak of the world as the body, and of the deity as the soul of the universe, if we are careful to bear in mind that the distinction is merely a relative one. The world arose in the following manner. The primal fire was condensed into air and water. Water in turn was condensed into earth. The derived elements are constantly tending to return by rarefication to the primal fire. But no sooner will this destruction by conflagration have taken place than the primal fire will issue forth in another series of condensations, thus beginning another cosmic period, which will end like its predecessor in conflagration. Here the influence of Heraclitus is apparent. The deity, regarded as the origin of these processes of condensation and returning rarefication, the primal fire, is logos spermatikos, regarded as the ruling or guiding principle of these processes. He is providence, pronoia, and destiny, emamene. For all things come forth from the primal fire according to law, and all the subsequent changes in the world, all the events of human history, take place according to the necessary sequence of cause and effect. When we think of the order and intelligent arrangement of the divine government, we name the divine ruler Providence. When we think of the necessary dependence of effect on cause, we name him Destiny or Fate. According to the Stoic conception, Providence is directed immediately to the processes of the universe in general, and only mediately to the individual and his actions. In support of their doctrine of providence, the Stoics appeal to the universal consent of mankind, being, apparently, the first to use this argument. The human soul is material. This not only follows from the general principles of Stoic philosophy, but is also expressly taught by the Stoics and proved with the aid of many arguments. The soul is conceived as fiery breath, pneuma, diffused throughout the body. In fact, the relation of the soul to the body is the same as that of the deity to the world. It is, in a special sense, part of the deity, partaking more and more of the nature of the deity according as we allow greater play to the divine or reasonable in us. Now, it is precisely on account of this special proximity of the soul to the divine that it cannot escape the necessity which divine law imposes on all things. The soul is in no sense free, unless it be said to be free because the necessity by which it is ruled comes from its own nature rather than from anything external to it. Merit and reward follow the action which, although it must be performed, is performed voluntarily, that is, with perfect acquiescence in the rule of divine destiny. Volentem fata ducunt, nolentem trahunt. The Stoic idea of the soul is as incompatible with immorality as it is with the freedom of the will. The soul, being material, is destined to destruction. The time, however, at which the soul is to be dissolved into the primal fire is not the moment of death, but the end of the cosmic period, when all matter is to be destroyed by conflagration. The Stoics were divided as to whether the souls of all men, or only those of the wise, will last until that time. Seneca's reference to death as the birth of a future life, and his description of the peace that awaits the soul beyond the grave, suggestive as they are of Platonic and possibly Christian influences, contain nothing that is at variance with what the Stoics taught about the destiny of the human soul. Stoic ethics. The Stoics regarded ethics as the divine part of philosophy, from which, as from a centre, all their logical and physical inquiries radiate. Questions of logic and physics were of interest merely insofar as their solution threw light on the paramount problem of philosophy, the problem of human destiny and human happiness. Thus, at the very outset of the ethical inquiry concerning happiness, the Stoics applied the most characteristic of their physical doctrines, that everything in the world of reality obeys and must obey inevitable law. Man, it is true, is endowed by reason, and is thereby enabled to know the law which he obeys. He is none the less obliged to obey it. Nay, more, since he is in a special sense divine, he is under greater necessity to obey than other manifestations of the divine. The supreme canon of conduct is, therefore, to live comfortably to nature, homologomenos to physis en, or, as Zeno is said to have formulated the maxim, to live a consistent life, homologomenos zen. This is man's happiness, eudaimonia, his chief good, agathon, the end of his existence, telos. The highest purpose of human life is not, therefore, contemplation, but action in accordance with the laws of universal nature, with the will of the deity. A hint of this purpose is contained in the instinct of self-preservation, which is the primary impulse in every being. Action in accordance with nature's law is virtue, which Cicero translates recta ratio. Virtue is not merely a good, it is the only good. Consequently, riches and pleasure and health and honours are not goods in any true sense of the word, and the Stoics persistently combated the teaching of Plato and Aristotle, who considered that the external goods of life are worthy of being desired, although they are subservient to the chief good, which is virtue. Stoicism was still more decided in its opposition to the hedonist doctrine, which made virtue itself to be a good subordinated to pleasure. Therefore, then, virtue is the only good. It must be sought for its own sake. It contains all the conditions of happiness. Virtue is virtue's own reward. Everything else is indifferent, adiaphoron. The Stoics adhered to the Socratic doctrine that virtue is one, and yet, since virtue, while one, may have a plurality of objects, they considered that there are different manifestations of virtue, such as prudence, courage, temperance, and justice, which Plato regarded as 4 kinds of virtue, and patience, magnanimity, etc., which may be regarded as derivations from one or other of the cardinal virtues. Accordingly, a man who is prudent must of necessity be courageous, for he who possesses one virtue must possess all. Now, he who has a right appreciation of good and evil, and who consequently intends to do good, is virtuous, from which it follows that no act is in itself praiseworthy or reprehensible. The morality of the act is determined by disposition, non quid fiat, aut quid deter refert, sed qua mente. Vice, the opposite of virtue, consists in living out of harmony with the laws of nature. Like virtue, it is essentially one. He who is guilty of one vice is guilty of all. There is no distinction of degree in vice. Omnia peccata pariah. The Stoics, however, although they seemed to identify moral excellence with intellectual or rational insight, and spoke of the virtuous man as the wise man, recognized that man is not wholly rational. From his irrational nature springs the emotions, pathe. The emotions, perturbations, as Cicero calls them, are movements of the mind contrary to reason. Now, there is a desire, horme, which is according to law and reason, and this is the natural impulse towards what is good. The desire, on the contrary, which is according to emotion, is intrinsically unreasonable and therefore bad, for all emotions are contrary to reason. It follows that the wise man should aim at eradicating all his emotions. He should strive to become absolutely emotionless. This doctrine of apathy is one of the most characteristic of the doctrines of the Stoa. In their application of these ethical principles, the Stoics developed a vast number of paradoxes referring to the wise man, that is, to the ideal Stoic philosopher. He alone is free, beautiful, rich, and happy. He alone knows how to govern as well as to obey. He is the orator, the poet, the prophet. The rest of the world is mad. The majority of men pass their lives in wickedness, slaves to custom, to pleasure, and to a multitude of desires. The wise man alone is indifferent to pain. For him, death has no terrors, and when he is called upon to decide between death and dishonor, he is true to his Stoic teaching if he prefers the former. Suicide, therefore, is sometimes a duty. It is always justified if impending misfortune is such as seriously to threaten peace of mind and tranquility of soul. The wise man is independent of all ties of blood and kinship. He is at home everywhere. He is a citizen of the world, or, as Epictetus says, he is a child of God, and all men are his brethren. Historical position. Stoic philosophy, by reason of its systematic development, approaches more closely to the comprehensiveness of the Platonic and Aristotelian systems than does any other philosophy of this third period. Taking up the best principles of the Cynic morality, it advanced far beyond the Cynic philosophy, owing to the larger part which it assigned to mental culture in its scheme of life, and also to the broader and more systematic basis of logic and physics on which it built its ethical teaching. Nevertheless, Stoicism is not free from the dominant vice of the age to which it belonged. It is a one-sided development of philosophy. It subordinates the theoretical to the practical. In its theory of knowledge, it is sensistic. In its physics, it is materialistic and pantheistic. In the development of its moral principles, it subordinates the individual to universal law, stamping out individual desire and advocating the merging of domestic and political instincts in the far-off dream of the fellowship of cosmopolitan philosophers. It lacks that comprehensive sweep of contemplation which, in the golden age of Greek philosophy, set the theoretical by the side of the practical, placed the study of nature on a footing which gave it a value of its own, distinguished, without separating, matter and mind, and in ethics gave due importance to the individual emotions and to the social instincts as well as to the immutable moral law. This disintegration of the universal philosophical view and the consequent isolation of separate aspects of speculative and practical problems, which is first seen in Stoicism, goes on increasing in the systems which come after the philosophy of the Stoa. Of all the defects of Stoicism, that which contributed most to the downfall and dissolution of the school was the doctrine that the wise man is emancipated from all moral law. This doctrine is not the only tenet of the Stoics which recalls the philosophy of the Orient rather than that of Greece. The identity of God and the world, the emanation of the soul, the final reabsorption of all things in God, these and similar doctrines are peculiar to the Oriental form of speculation. We must remember that Zeno of Cyprus was not more than half Greek, and though his mental training and the logical derivation of his philosophy were entirely Greek, there was in him enough of the Oriental temperament to infuse into his philosophy a spirit more in accordance with the quietism of the East than with the Grecian sense of artistic completeness. This quietism, together with the exorbitant claims set up on behalf of the wise man, finally brought Stoicism down to so low a level of moral aims that it was scarcely to be distinguished from Epicureanism. End of chapter 13. Recording by Kobe Dad.
Chapter 14 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. The Epicureans. Sources. Of the voluminous writings of Epicurus, only a few fragments have come down to us, and these are for the most part unimportant. For the history of the school, the most important primary source is Lucretius' poem De Rerum Natura. As secondary sources we have the works of Cicero, Plutarch, Diogenes Laertius, and the Aristotelian commentators. History of the Epicurean School. Epicurus was born at Samos in the year 341 or 342 B.C. His father, Neocles, was, Strabo tells us, a school teacher. According to the tradition of the Epicurean school, Epicurus was a self-taught philosopher, and this is confirmed by his very superficial acquaintance with the philosophical systems of his predecessors. Still, he must have had some instruction in philosophy, for Pamphilus and Nausiphanes are mentioned as having been his teachers. Epicurus, however, would not acknowledge his debt to them, boasting that he had begun his self-instruction at the age of 14, having been driven to rely on his own powers of thought by the inability of his teachers to explain what was meant by the chaos of Hesiod. He first taught at Mytilene, afterwards at Lampsacus, and finally at Athens, where he established his school in a garden, thereby giving occasion for the name by which his followers were known, hoi apo ton Katon. Here he taught until his death, which took place in 270 B.C. The most celebrated of the disciples of Epicurus were Metrodorus, born 330 B.C., Hermarchus, who succeeded Epicurus as president of the school, and was succeeded by Polystratus, Dionysius, and Balasades. Towards the end of the 2nd century B.C., the school was represented at Athens by Apollodorus, Zeno of Sidon, and Phaedrus. Amilphinius, about 150 B.C., seems to have been the first to make known the doctrines of Epicurus to the Romans. Later on we hear of a Syro, or Scyro, who taught Epicurean philosophy at Rome, but it is Lucretius, Titus Lucretius Carus, 950-51 B.C., who in his poem De Rerum Natura gives us the first Latin contribution to Epicurean literature. Although the school of Epicurus is said to have been distinguished by its cheerful tone, it is certain that it indulged in much abusive criticism, for the Epicureans were known throughout antiquity as leaders in the art of calumny. Everything, therefore, which the Epicureans say about the systems and the philosophers of pre-Socratic and Socratic times must have corroboration from other sources before it can be accepted. Epicurus himself set the example in misrepresentation when he gave expression to his contempt for his teachers and predecessors, while from his own followers he exacted every outward mark of respect, even insisting on their committing to memory certain brief formulas, curiae doxae, which contained the pith of his teachings. Hence it is that Epicurean philosophy adhered so closely to the form which it first received from the teaching of Epicurus. Epicurean philosophy. Epicurean notion of philosophy. Having defined philosophy as the art of making life happy, and having laid down the principle that there should be no deviation from the curiae doxae, Epicurus subordinated speculation to the practical aspects of philosophy, and effectively discouraged all independence of thought on the part of his disciples. It is well known that he despised learning and culture. The only logical problem to which he gave even cursory attention was the problem of knowledge. He attached greater value to the study of nature, but only because he considered that a knowledge of natural causes may free the mind from a fear of the gods, and in this way contribute to human happiness. In the philosophy of Epicurus, therefore, ethics, or the inquiry into the nature and conditions of happiness, is the paramount problem, to which logic and the study of nature are merely the preliminaries. Epicurean logic. This portion of Epicurean philosophy was styled canonic because it consists merely of a system of rules, or canons, referring to the acquisition of knowledge and the ascertainment of truth. It passes by the question of formal logic, and is in reality an epistemology. In their theory of knowledge, the Epicureans favor a more pronounced sensism than that of the Stoics. They maintain that while in practice the standard of truth is pleasure and pain, in theory the ultimate test of all knowledge is sensation, aesthesis. Sensation as such is always to be relied upon. Error lies not in the sensation itself, but rather in our judgment concerning sensation. Several sensations amalgamated in a general picture result in a notion, prolepsis. The notion, however, as regards objective value, is not superior to the sensations from which it arises. From notions arises opinion, or thought, doxa, upolepsis. which likewise depends on sensation for its truth. How then does sensation take place? In their answer to this question, the Epicureans content themselves with reproducing the doctrine of Democritus, according to whom sensation takes place by means of certain effluxes, idola aporoi, which, detaching themselves from external objects and passing through the pores of the air, enter the senses. If, therefore, sensation is sometimes apparently at fault, the real source of the deception lies in the objective distortion or mutilation of the efflux images. Thus, for example, the image of a man and the image of a horse, combined as it were by accident, give rise to the impression of a centaur. Our impression, even in cases of this kind, corresponds to the image, and consequently the sensation is true. And if, as sometimes happens, the same object affects several persons differently, the cause of the diversity of impression is the plurality of images. The sensation in each case is true because it corresponds to the image which produces it. Epicurean Physics. The physical doctrines of the Epicureans receive their tone and character from the purpose which the Epicureans always had in mind throughout their investigations of nature, to free men from the fear of the gods. To this aim the Epicureans subordinated their physical inquiries, and as they cared little whether their explanation was accurate or inaccurate, complete or incomplete, they left matters of detail to be settled by individuals according to individual choice, insisting, however, in their general explanation of natural phenomena, on the exclusion of any cause that was not a natural cause. Deliberately rejecting the Socratic philosophy of nature and turning to the pre-Socratic system of philosophy, Epicurus recognized that the philosophy which was most naturalistic in its explanations, and waged most persistent warfare on final causes, was that of Democritus. As his theory of nature, therefore, he adopted the physics of Democritus, modifying it, as we shall see, in one important respect. Thus he accepted without modification the atomism of Democritus, as well as the Democritian idea of a vacuum. Nothing exists except atoms and void. Mind as moving cause is a superfluous postulant. Ergo preto inane et corpora tertiae per se, nullo potest rerum in numero natura relinqui. The only point on which Democritus and Epicurus differ is in reference to the primal motion of atoms. Democritus maintained that the atoms, falling through empty space, moved with different velocities on account of their difference in weight. This, Aristotle pointed out, is impossible. Epicurus, acknowledging the justice of Aristotle's criticism, sought to account for the collision of the falling atoms by postulating on the part of the atoms a self-determining power by means of which some of them swerved slightly from the vertical line and thus caused a circular or rotatory motion. In his account of the origin of life, Epicurus accepted the theory of Empedocles, who held that all sorts of deformed and monstrous creatures first sprang from the earth, those alone surviving which were fit to support and protect themselves and to propagate their kind. The Epicurean account of human society is well known. Lucretius taught that the men of olden times were as strong and as savage as beasts, and that the primitive condition of the race was one of warfare, and that civil society was formed as a protection against anarchy and the absolute power of kings. Similarly, religion, according to the Epicureans, was of natural growth. Fear is the basis of religion. Ignorance, too, is a factor in the genesis of the religious instinct. It was owing to ignorance and fear that men attributed natural portents to the intervention of supernatural powers, and sought to explain the regularity of the motion of the heavenly bodies by referring to the agency of Providence. Nevertheless, Epicurus did not wholly abandon belief in the gods. The gods, he said, exist because they have appeared to men and left on the minds of men representative images, prolepsis. They are immortal. They enjoy perfect happiness. Formed of the finest atoms, they dwell in the uppermost parts of the universe, in the spaces between the stars. The popular notion, however, that the gods take an interest in human affairs is erroneous, because an interest in the affairs of men would be inconsistent with the perfect happiness which the gods enjoy. The human soul is, like the gods, composed of the finer kind of atoms. It is a more subtle kind of body, resembling air and fire. More accurately, it is composed of air, fire, vapor, and a fourth element, which is nameless. This last constitutes the rational part, logikon, of the soul, which is seated in the breast, while air, fire, and vapor constitute the irrational part, which is scattered throughout the remainder of the body. Lucretius calls the rational part animus or mens, and the irrational part anima. According to the Stoics, it is the soul which holds the body together. According to the Epicureans, it is the body which shelters the atoms of the soul, so that when the protection afforded by the body ceases, as it does at the moment of death, the soul atoms are instantly scattered, owing to their extreme lightness. In this way Epicurus, keeping in mind the chief aim of all his physical inquiries, sought to rob death of its terrors by teaching that there is no future life. Toto res ficta est pueriliter, as Cicero exclaims. Epicurus asserted the freedom of the will. He denied the existence of fate, but in his own analysis of human action he was obliged to substitute chance for fate. Despite his doctrine of freedom, he was forced to maintain that there is no truth in disjunctive propositions referring to the future. Epicurean ethics. The Epicurean canonic and the general views which the Epicureans maintained in matters of physical science led inevitably to the conclusion that the only unconditional good is pleasure, a conclusion which is the basis of Epicurean ethics. The ethical system of Epicurus is simply a modified form of the hedonism of Aristippus and the other Cyrenaics. When, however, Epicurus comes to define pleasure, he does not, like Aristippus, define it as a gentle motion. Considering rather its negative aspect, he describes it as the absence of pain. He does not indeed omit the positive aspect. He merely insists that the negative aspect, repose of the mind, atapraxia, is essential, while the gentle motion which constitutes positive pleasure is secondary and accidental. Unsatisfied desire is pain, and pain is destructive of mental repose. For this reason, and for this reason alone, should the desires be satisfied, and it is only in this way that positive pleasure becomes part of the highest good. The difference between the Epicureans and the Cyrenaics is furthermore apparent in the Epicurean doctrine of the hierarchy of pleasures. Highest of all pleasures are those of the mind, namely knowledge and intelligence, which free the soul from prejudice and fear, and contribute to its repose. For this reason the wise man should not place his hope of happiness in the pleasures of sense, but should rise to the plane of intellectual enjoyment. Here, however, Epicurus was inconsistent. He could not logically maintain a distinction between sense and intellect. Indeed, Diogenes preserves a saying of Epicurus to the effect that there is no good apart from the pleasures of the senses, and Plutarch and others represent Metrodorus as maintaining that everything good has reference to the stomach. In their application of the doctrine of pleasure, the Epicureans recognize that each man is, in a certain sense, his own legislator. It is for him to determine what is useful or pleasant, and what is harmful or painful. Hence the principle of moderation. Restrain your needs and desires within the measure in which you will be able to satisfy them. And while no kind of pleasure is evil in itself, the wise man will avoid those pleasures which disturb his peace of mind and which, therefore, entail pain. Virtue has for the Epicureans a merely relative value. It is not good or praiseworthy in itself, but only so far as it is useful in securing that painlessness which is the happiness of life. The virtuous man secures the maximum of pleasure and the minimum of pain. Temperance teaches him to avoid excess, and courage enables him to forego a pleasure or endure a pain for the sake of greater pleasure or less pain in the future. Less successful even than these attempts at finding a rational basis for courage and temperance is the Epicurean attempt at analyzing the virtue of justice. For justice in the Epicurean philosophy is based on the social compact into which primitive man entered as a means of self-defense and self-preservation. Cicero complains that the ethics of the Epicureans leaves no place for the sentiment of honor. A more serious fault is its failure to supply a rational basis for the virtue of justice. The claims which the Epicureans advance on behalf of the wise man are similar to those advanced by the Stoics. The wise man alone is master of his desires. He is unerring in his convictions. He is happy in every circumstance and condition of life. And although he is not, as was the Stoic sage, wholly unemotional, still he holds his emotions in perfect control. Later, however, this ideal gradually degenerated, and despite the example of moderation set by Epicurus and his early followers, the wise man of Epicurean tradition became the model of the careless man of the world, with whom it is impossible to associate earnestness of moral striving. Historical position. The Stoic and Epicurean schools, the two most important schools of the period, both sprang up and developed under the influence of the same external conditions. The internal principle of their development was, however, different. The Stoics were fatalists. The Epicureans were causalists. This difference in their conception of nature led to the difference in their view of practical life which is so apparent in their ethical systems. Yet there were points, theoretical as well as ethical, in which the two schools approached very closely to each other. Both were materialistic in their physical systems and sensualistic in their theories of knowledge. Both were illogical in their development of the idea of duty, although, as Zeller points out, the charge of inconsistency is urged with less justice against the Epicureans than against the Stoics. The Epicureans defined philosophy as the art of making life happy, and for them happiness was primarily a matter of feeling rather than of knowledge, while the Stoics defined happiness as consisting in a life led in harmony with nature. For the Stoic, therefore, the study of nature and the adoption of a consistent theory of nature were of greater importance than they were for the Epicurean. The physics of the Epicureans differs, as has been said, from the physics of Democritus in regard to the doctrine of the swerving motion of the atoms, an admission which destroys the consistency of Democritus' theory. This theory was at least not self-contradictory. The Epicurean theory is a mixture of dynamism and mechanism, which cannot stand a moment's serious investigation. The ethics of the Epicurean school is simply the hedonism of Aristippus refined under a broader idea of culture and a more enlightened concept of Socratic eudaimonism. In spite of Socratic influence, the Epicurean ethics is not, in the strict sense of the word, a system of morality at all. It contains no principles of morality. It reduces right and wrong to a matter of individual feeling, substituting for good and evil the categories pleasant and painful. End of chapter 14. Chapters 15 to 17 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 15. The Skeptics. Sources. Pyrrho, the chief skeptic of this period, left no writings. Of the writings of his earlier followers, very few fragments have come down to us. We are obliged, therefore, to rely on secondary sources, such as Diogenes Laertius, Aristocles, quoted by Eusebius, and the later skeptics. The Stoics and Epicureans laid down certain theoretical principles from which they deduced canons of conduct, always keeping in view the practical aim of philosophy, to make men happy. The skeptics agreed with the Stoics and Epicureans in referring philosophy primarily to conduct and the pursuit of happiness, but instead of laying down theoretical principles, as the Stoics and Epicureans had done, they taught that the first step to happiness is to forego all theoretical inquiry and to disclaim all certainty of knowledge. The principal skeptics are 1. Pyrrho, 2. The Platonists of the Middle Academy, 3. Later skeptics, including Aeneasidemus. Pyrrho. Life. Pyrrho of Elis was a contemporary of Aristotle. Very little is known about his life. It is probable that he died about the year 270 B.C. Among his disciples, Timon of Phlius, surnamed the Stylographer, is best known. Timon composed satirical poems, Siloi, in which he attacked the dogmatists, following in this the example of his teacher, who declared that Democritus alone deserved the name of philosopher, and that all the rest, Plato and Aristotle included, were mere sophists. Doctrines. In accounting for pyroskepticism, it is safe to add to the influence which Democritus may have exercised on his mind, the influence of the Megarian spirit of criticism which must have prevailed in Pyrrho's native city. All we know about the teaching of Pyrrho may be reduced to the following propositions. 1. In themselves, real things are neither beautiful nor ugly, neither large nor small. We have as little right to say that they are the one as we have to say that they are the other. Hence the famous uden malon. Real things are therefore inaccessible to human knowledge, and he is wise who, recognizing the futility of inquiry, abstains from judging. This attitude of mind was called hypaxia. 3. From this withholding of judgment arises the state of imperturbability, ataraxia, in which human happiness consists. In this account of Pyrrhonism, no attempt has been made to separate the doctrines of Pyrrho from those of Timon. Pyrrho taught orally, and the fact of his having left no writings accounts for the freedom with which his writers attribute to him the principles and tenets of his followers. The Middle Academy. Arcesilaus and Carneades, departing from the tradition of the Platonic school of which they were the official representatives, lent their aid to the skeptical movement by seeking to establish on rational and empirical grounds the thesis that it is impossible to arrive at certitude. The skepticism of the Middle Academy very quickly gave way before eclecticism. The later skeptics. Under this title are included Anicedemus and others who were for the most part physicians, and who from sensualistic premises deduced a system of skepticism which was more radical than the idealistic skepticism or the probabilism of the Academy. Anicedemus of Knossos in Crete taught at Alexandria about the beginning of the Christian era. According to Ritter and Preller, he flourished between the years 80 and 50 B.C. Diogenes alludes to the work of Anicedemus, in which, by means of 10 tropes, tropoi, he strove to show that contradictory predicates may be affirmed of one and the same subject, and that consequently certain knowledge is impossible. These tropes are a fairly complete enumeration of the arguments of the skeptics, and furnish directly or indirectly material to more than one advocate of the relativity of knowledge in subsequent times. According to Sextus Empiricus, Anicedemus objected the notion of cause to special analysis, and pronounced it to be self-contradictory. A cause, he argued, either precedes the effect, or is synchronous with it, or is subsequent to it. Now it cannot precede the effect. If it did, it would be a cause before it was a cause. It cannot be synchronous with the effect, for in that case cause and effect would be interchangeable. There would be no reason why one rather than the other should be called the product. Finally, the hypothesis that cause is subsequent to the effect is manifestly absurd. In this way did Anicedemus conclude sophistically that the notion of cause is utterly devoid of meaning. Anicedemus, however, did not regard skepticism as a system, but only as an introduction, agoge, to a system of philosophy. Agrippa, who lived about a century after Anicedemus, reduced the tropes to 5, and argued that knowledge is impossible because the major premise of the syllogism being itself a conclusion, syllogistic reasoning is a regressus in infinitum. Sextus Empiricus, who is the most important of the later skeptics, lived in Alexandria about the year A.D. 300. In his work against the mathematicians, and in his treatise known as Pyrrhonic Hypotyposes, he subjects to critical examination the dogmatism not only of the great constructive systems of theoretical and practical philosophy, but also of arithmetic and geometry. He maintains that no science is certain, or rather that the true skeptic should refrain from any absolute judgment whatever. Historical position. The history of Greek skepticism exhibits an interesting phase of the practical idea which dominated the philosophy of Greece during the third period. Like the Stoics and Epicureans, the skeptics were animated with the desire to find in philosophy a refuge from the disheartening conditions of the times in which they lived. But unlike their dogmatizing contemporaries, they believed that the first step towards securing happiness is the abdication of all claim to the attainment of scientific knowledge. Chapter 16. The Eclectics. The eclecticism of this third period of history of Greek philosophy is merely another aspect of the skepticism which resulted from the exhaustion of speculative thought. The conflict of parties and schools led to the skeptic despair of attaining scientific knowledge. The same cause led to the eclectic attempt at finding in a looser concept of system a common speculative basis on which to erect a philosophy of conduct. Eclecticism relinquished the task of constructing a speculative system in the stricter sense of the word, and adopted what may be called a working hypothesis, falling back on common consciousness or uncriticized immediate knowledge as the final test of philosophic truth. The eclectic tendency penetrated all the schools, everywhere dissolving the spirit of system which under scholarchs of inferior ability had already begun to lose its primitive power of cohesion. Accordingly, among the Stoics and Epicureans, as well as among the followers of Plato and Aristotle, we find all through the century and a half before Christ, as well as during the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, evidences of the eclectic spirit preparing the way for the more comprehensive syncretic efforts of the school of Alexandria. Among the Stoics, the principal eclectics were Boethus, who borrowed from the peripatetic sources, and Panaetius and Posidonius. The latter two belonged to the 2nd century before Christ, and strove under the influence of Platonic and Aristotelian ideas to moderate the rigor of Stoic morality. Later, in the 2nd century after Christ, Demetrius and Demanax exhibited a tendency to return to the ultra-Stoic rigor of cynicism. Among the Epicureans, Asclepiades of Bithynia modified the teaching of his school by maintaining the indefinite divisibility of atoms. The Platonic Academy shows the influence of the eclectic spirit in the teachings of Philo of Larissa and of Antiochus of Ascalon, as well as Eudorus of Alexandria, who was a contemporary of Augustus. Mention has already been made of Andronicus of Rhodes, Alexander of Aphrodisias, and Galen, who were eclectics of the peripatetic school. Chapter 17. The Scientific Movement. As an inevitable result of the skeptical and eclectic tendencies of the age, the natural and mathematical sciences gradually broke loose from philosophy. They flourished especially in the Greek islands of the Mediterranean and in Egypt, because there they were free from the disheartening influences which at Athens and elsewhere in Hellas led to the dissolution of classical culture and classical philosophy. In Sicily, where Pythagorean tradition is still unbroken, Hicetas and Archimedes taught as early as the 3rd century before Christ a system of astronomy which was far superior to the astronomical doctrines of Plato and Aristotle. About the same time Aristarchus of Samos advanced the hypothesis that the earth moves round the sun. This theory was stamped as impious by the Stoics and rejected by Ptolemy himself. It did not succeed in supplanting the old conception until the dawn of modern times, when its truth was demonstrated by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. At Alexandria there developed, under the influence of the Ptolemies, a new phase of philosophic thought, the study of which belongs to the history of Greco-Oriental philosophy. Side by side with this new philosophy there grew up a new science in which Euclid, about 300 B.C., is the chief representative. He wrote the Elements of Geometry and treatises on harmony in optics and chatropics. Ptolemy, Claudius Ptolemaeus, who lived about the middle of the 2nd century after Christ, belongs also to the Alexandrian school of science. His work, the Amalgast, or Megale Syntaxis, continued to be the authoritative source of astronomical learning until the time of Copernicus. End of chapters 15 through 17.
Chapter 18 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 18. Philosophy of the Romans. The Pythagoreans of Magna Graecia were the first to introduce Greek philosophy into Italy. Pythagorean philosophy, however, never took deep root in Roman soil. Indeed, although Pythagorean speculation flourished in Italy as early as the 6th century, it was not until the beginning of the 2nd century before Christ that Rome began to feel the power of Greek literature and Greek art, and it was about the same time that the influence of Greek philosophy was first felt. That the Romans did not accept, without a struggle, this imposition of a foreign culture is evident from the fact that in 161 BC, residence in Rome was, by a decree of the Senate, forbidden to philosophers and rhetoricians. Later, however, the conquest of Greece and the military expeditions of Pompey, Caesar, Antony, and Augustus broadened the minds of the Romans, rendered them susceptible to the beauty of Greek literature, and led to the inflow of Greek learning, and to the establishment in Rome of the representative teachers of Greek philosophy. Cicero was, therefore, contrasting his own age with the more conservative past when he said, Philosophia jacuit usque ad hanc aetatem. In accepting the philosophy of Greece, the Roman spirit asserted its practical tendency, selecting what was more easily assimilated and modifying what it accepted by imparting to it a more practical character. Thus it was the ethical philosophy of the Epicureans and Stoics and the eclectic systems of later times, rather than the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, that throve when transplanted to Roman soil. Cicero. Life. Marcus Tullius Cicero is the best-known representative of Roman eclecticism. He was born at Arpinum in 106 BC and died at Formiae 43 BC. He had for teachers Phaedrus the Epicurean, Philo of Larissa representing the New Academy, Diodotus the Stoic, and Antiochus, an exponent of the later eclecticism of the Academy. In addition to the advantages to be derived from such a training, he possessed a knowledge, widely extended if not always accurate, of the philosophical literature of pre-Socratic and Socratic schools. He did not lay claim to any great independence as a philosopher, being willing, as he tells us, to take credit merely for the art with which he clothed Greek philosophy in Roman dress. Verba tantum affero quibus abundo. In this self-appointed task, Cicero is not always successful, his account of the doctrines of the pre-Socratic philosophers being especially inaccurate. Sources. Cicero's principal philosophical works are Academica or Quaestiones Academicae, Tusculanae Disputationes, De Finibus, De Natura Deorum, De Officiis, De Divinatione, unfinished, De Republica, of which about a third part was discovered and published in 1822 by Cardinal May, Paradoxa Stoicorum, De Senectute, De Amicitia, De Fato. Doctrines. General idea of philosophy. Cicero describes himself as a member of the New Academy. His philosophy is, in point of fact, an eclecticism based on skepticism. So impressed was he with the war of philosophical systems that he despaired of arriving at certainty and was content to accept probability as the guide of conduct. But whenever he discovered that philosophical schools could be reconciled, he strove to coordinate the common elements into a system loosely connected, as is every system of eclecticism. Theory of knowledge. All our knowledge rests, in ultimate analysis, on immediate certainty, which is variously called notiones innatae, notiones nobis insitae, or, since immediate knowledge is common to all men, consensus gentium. In the Tusculan Disputations, for example, Cicero speaks of the principles of morality as innate, sunt enim ingeniis nostris semina innata virtutum. These elements of knowledge are antecedent to all experience. We have therefore in Cicero's theory of knowledge the first explicit expression of the doctrine of innate ideas. Theological notions. Cicero, in his proof of the existence of God, falls back on the innate idea of God, the presence of which in the minds of all men is proved by the universality of the belief in a supreme being. He brings forward also the teleological argument in its Stoic form, contending that the Epicurean doctrine of chance is as absurd as would be the expectation that the 21 letters of the Latin alphabet could, by being poured out at random, produce the annals of Ennius. He attaches great importance to the doctrine of providence and of the divine government of the universe. Anthropology. With the belief in God is intimately associated the conviction of the dignity of man. The soul is of supernatural origin. Animorum nulla in terris origo inveniri potest. It is different from matter. Still, Cicero does not altogether exclude the Stoic idea of the soul as a fire-like substance. He teaches that the soul is immortal, having recourse to the Platonic arguments as well as to the inner conviction and universal consent. In his incomplete treatise De Facto, he proves the freedom of the will by similar arguments. Ethics. In this portion of his philosophy, Cicero is a follower of the eclectic Stoics. On the one hand, he rejects the Epicurean doctrine that pleasure is the highest good. But when, on the other hand, he adopts the Stoic doctrine of virtue, he is too much of a man of the world not to recognize that the Stoic morality is too exalted or too severe to be applied to everyday life. Accordingly, he modifies the severity of Stoicism by introducing the Platonic and Aristotelian teaching that honors, wealth, etc. are goods, although subordinate to virtue, which is the chief good. He teaches that, while virtue is sufficient for vita beata, external goods are also necessary for vita beatissima, a distinction borrowed from Antiochus of Ascalon. The morally good, honestum, is that which is intrinsically praiseworthy. Historical position. Cicero, as has been said, laid no claim to originality as a philosopher. He merely collected and assimilated the philosophical doctrines of the Greeks. He is the truest representative of the eclecticism of this period. Chief among Cicero's followers was Varro, 116-27 BC, whom Seneca calls Doctissimus Romanorum. He was more famous as a scholar than as an independent philosopher. Like Cicero, he was a Stoic and an eclectic. Unlike the other philosophers of Rome, Titus Lucretius Carus, 95-51 BC, is not an eclectic. In his poem De Rerum Natura, he adheres closely to the doctrine of Epicurus. Under the first emperors, the school of the Sextians acquired considerable importance. The founder, Quintus Sextius, was born about 70 BC. He was succeeded by his son, under whose leadership the school came to include among its adherents Socian, Celsus, and Fabianus. Soon, however, it dwindled into insignificance, so that in Seneca's time it had entirely ceased to exist. From the few scattered utterances of the Sextians which have come down to us, and from the account given by Seneca, it is evident that the teaching of the school was Stoicism tinged in one or two points of doctrine with Pythagoreanism. In the 1st century of our era, there flourished in Rome an important branch of the Stoic school. It included Lucius Annaeus Carnutus, died AD 68, Aulus Persius Flaccus, AD 34-62, Lucius Annaeus Seneca, and his nephew Marcus Annaeus Seneca, AD 39-65. Seneca, the most important of these, was born about the beginning of the Christian era at Cordoba in Spain. He owed his philosophical training to the Sextians and other Stoics. In AD 65, he committed suicide by order of Nero, whose counselor he had been. His writings possess great value as sources for the history of the Stoic school. He agrees in all essentials with the early Stoics, although in many points of detail he follows the later representatives of the school, who modify the doctrines of Zeno and Chrysippus in more than one respect. Towards the end of the 1st century, Musonius Rufus was distinguished in Rome as a teacher of Stoic philosophy. He confined his teaching, however, more strictly than Seneca had done, to the ethical application of Stoicism. The most important of his disciples was Epictetus, the philosopher's slave, a Phrygian who lived in Rome from the time of Nero to that of Trajan, AD 117. The works entitled Diatribae and Encheiridion contain the discourses of Epictetus as written down by his disciple Arrian. Epictetus defines philosophy to consist in learning what to avoid and what to desire. In accordance with this definition, he develops a system of practical philosophy, teaching, with the Stoics, that happiness is to be found in independence of external things. Closely allied to Epictetus is the emperor-philosopher Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, AD 121-180. His work, entitled Ta eis eauton, consists of aphorisms written down in the form of memoranda, or notes for personal guidance. His teaching agrees with that of the Stoics. He insists more than did the other Stoics on the kinship of man to God. In order to secure happiness, man must lose his soul from the bonds of interest in things external, and, retiring within himself, learn to become like to God by becoming resigned to the will of God, and by loving all his fellow men, excluding neither the weak and erring nor the ungrateful and hostile. Retrospect. The philosophy of the Romans reflects the essential traits of the Roman character. It is practical in its aims. It subordinates theoretical inquiry to problems of conduct, thus depriving itself of the power of systematic development, and condemning itself to the circumscribed task of assimilating and applying what the Greek masters had taught. Character of Greek philosophy. We have now reached the point whence we may look back over the whole course of the development of Greek speculation before we turn to the study of a new era, in which Greek civilization and Greek philosophy came into contact with the religions of the East and were influenced by them. The civilization of Greece had a character peculiar to itself. The national spirit, to use a Hegelian phrase, which dominated the life of the nation, determined the character of the literature, the art, the political institutions, as well as the philosophy of the country. What, then, is the character which the national spirit of Greece imparted to Greek philosophy? The answer to this question is best reached by a comparison of Greek with Oriental philosophy on the one hand, and with medieval and modern philosophy on the other. Compared with Oriental philosophy, the philosophy of Greece is remarkable, in the first place, for its manifold completeness. It contained in germ all the systems that were to appear in subsequent times. Scarcely a problem of speculative or practical philosophy failed to receive attention at the hands of the philosophers of Greece. Oriental speculation, on the contrary, being centered round a few problems of physics, theology, and ethics, fell far short of Hellenic speculation in breadth and completeness. In the next place, while Oriental thought was stagnant, producing throughout long ages of inquiry not more than a few schools, and exhibiting in its development a certain languid sameness, the course of thought in Greece was free and active, producing a variety of systems of speculation and manifesting all the freedom, force, and supple pliancy of the Greek mind. Finally, the comparison of Greek with Oriental philosophy furnishes an instance of the essential racial difference between Greece and the Orient. The East was ruled by metaphor, the Oriental mind being strangely averse to the direct and natural mode of expression. The Greek mind, on the contrary, abhorred all intricacy and metaphorical tortuousness. It went towards the truth with a directness, and formulated conclusions with a boldness which may appear childish in the case of a Thales or an Anaximander, but which, nevertheless, must command our admiration when we come to reflect how far Thales and Anaximander have advanced beyond the mythological concept of the universe. Completeness, productive activity, and directness are, therefore, the qualities which Greek philosophy exhibits when compared with the philosophy of the East. The comparison of Greek with modern philosophy suggests at the very outset the trait which is most distinctive of Greek civilization. Greek life, Greek art, Greek literature, and Greek religion were objective. Modern civilization, on the contrary, is more subjective than objective. To this general contrast of Greek life and modern life, the philosophy of Greece and modern philosophy offer no exception. At first, in the period of beginnings, Greek philosophy was entirely objective. In the second period, the period of greatest perfection, the subjective element in philosophical speculation received due attention. It was only in the third period, when philosophy began to degenerate, that the subjective element became unduly prominent. In Greek philosophy, at the period of its greatest perfection, in its golden age, we find the union of the subjective and objective elements, the belief in the continuity of the spiritual with the material, a continuity which is not incompatible with the distinction between matter and spirit. We find, too, the conviction that the inquiry into the conditions of knowledge does not destroy, but rather confirms the trustworthiness of our impressions of the external world. Modern philosophy, on the contrary, starts out with the supposition that there is an original antithesis between object and subject, between matter and mind, between the impression of sense and the verdict of pure reason. The Greek, even in his most abstract idealism, was never so abstract as the modern transcendentalist, and in his philosophical realism he always knew how to stop short of the crudeness of materialism. Modern speculation has tended towards centralizing philosophy on self. The Greek always considered that other self, nature, is the chief subject of inquiry. In a word, Greek philosophy, at least in the golden age of its development, was more true to nature than modern speculation is. This fidelity to nature is, however, a source of weakness as well as of strength. The spirit of naturalness prevented the Greek from looking beyond nature for his ideal in art. It prevented him in his philosophy from carrying his theological speculations far enough to determine, for example, the notion of personality. It was left for Christian speculation to complete the work of Plato and Aristotle, and, by laboring in the Greek spirit of completeness and manifoldness, to determine, as it did in the golden age of medieval philosophy, that faith and reason are at once distinct and continuous. In this way, Christian philosophy carried the Greek fidelity to nature into the region of the supernatural, refusing to admit an antagonism between these two phases of reality, the world of reason and the world of faith, just as the Greeks had refused to admit the antithesis between mind and matter, which is the postulate of modern philosophy. Before we come to the philosophy of the Christian era, it is necessary to outline the rise and course of thought in the Alexandrian school, for it was in Alexandria that the ancient world first came into contact with the civilization of the new era. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Section C. Greco-Oriental Philosophy. The Alexandrian Movement. The scientific movement in Alexandria, of which mention has already been made, was but a phase of the general intellectual revival which was centered in the capital of Egypt during the last centuries of the Old Era and the first century of the New. This revival may be said to date from the foundation of the city, 332 BC, by Alexander the Great, who, owing probably to the influence of Aristotle, always held philosophy in the highest esteem and took a lively interest in the spread of philosophical knowledge. After the division of the Macedonian Empire, consequent on the death of Alexander, the Seleucidae in Syria, the Attalai in Pergamus, and the Ptolemies in Egypt continued to protect and encourage philosophy. The Ptolemies were especially zealous in the cause of learning, and under their rule Alexandria soon became the Athens of the East, the center of the intellectual as well as of the commercial life of the Orient, and the point where the Eastern and the Western civilizations met. The famous museum, founded about the beginning of the 3rd century before Christ by Ptolemy Soter, was literally a home of learning, and the no less famous library contained all that was best in Grecian, Roman, Jewish, Persian, Babylonian, Phoenician, and Hindu literature. The protection and encouragement extended to learning by the Ptolemies were continued by the Roman emperors after Egypt became a Roman province. From this intellectual movement there arose a new phase of philosophical thought, which may be broadly characterized as an attempt to unite in one speculative system the philosophy of Greece and the religious doctrines of the Orient, an attempt which was rendered particularly opportune by a variety of circumstances. The Jews had settled in large numbers in Alexandria, and there was constant communication between Alexandria and Palestine, which was at that time dependent on Egypt. The translation known as the Septuagint had brought the sacred books of the Hebrews within the reach of Greek scholars, and Greek philosophy was not unprepared for the task of adjusting itself to the new ideas thus presented to the Greek mind. Indeed, Greek philosophy had reached the point where, its own resources having been exhausted, it welcomed the inflow of new ideas from the East, which had ever been to the Greek imagination the home of the mysterious and the spiritual. Besides, the conviction was gaining ground that Greek philosophy and Oriental religion had a common origin. What, therefore, could seem more natural than that the two should be reunited? Finally, the movement had a practical as well as a theoretical aim. It was hoped that the diffusion of the new religious ideas would bring about a reform of the popular religion. At the end of a generation of skepticism, such a reform was sadly needed. In the movement thus broadly characterized as an effort to reform the intellectual and moral life of the time by a synthesis of Greek philosophy and Oriental religion, the religious element was naturally the dominant element, and the philosophy which resulted was more properly a theosophy than a system of philosophy strictly so called. In the stream of theosophical thought we may distinguish two currents: 1. Greco-Jewish philosophy, and 2. Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. In Greco-Jewish speculation, Greek philosophy turned to the religious tradition of the East. In the Neo-Pythagorean and Neoplatonic systems, it turned rather towards a mystic enlightenment, a revelation of the deity to the individual soul. Chapter 19. Greco-Jewish philosophy. Greco-Jewish philosophy may be described as an effort to harmonize the sacred books of the Hebrews with the tenets of Greek philosophy. The Jews of Alexandria were steadfast in the belief that their sacred books contained wisdom infinitely superior to the wisdom of philosophers. Yet they could neither resist the inroad of Greek culture and Greek philosophy, nor refrain from admiring the wisdom of the Greeks. They set themselves, therefore, the task of finding Plato in the law, and of finding the law in Plato, being guided in the accomplishment of this purpose by some such principles as the following. 1. Revelation is the highest possible philosophy. It includes what is best in Greek philosophy. 2. The Greeks derived their doctrines ultimately from the Jewish scriptures, or at least from Jewish tradition. 3. The difference between the revealed doctrines of the Jews and the philosophy of the Greeks consists chiefly in this, that in the sacred books of the Jews truth is expressed in symbols and figures, whereas Greek philosophy puts the figure aside and sets before us the thought which the figure expressed. The practical conclusion of all this was the adoption by the Alexandrian Jews of the allegorical method of interpretation. Aristobulus, around 160 BC, was the first to apply these exegetical principles in a treatise of which some fragments are preserved by Eusebius. The first to build on them a system of thought was Philo of Alexandria. Philo, life. Philo was an Alexandrian Jew. Little is known of his life beyond the fact that in AD 40 he was sent to Rome to represent his co-religionists in their contest with Appian. Sources: Philo's works, composed in Greek, are very voluminous. Besides these writings, we have as sources of information the references which Eusebius and other writers of the early Church make to the teachings of Philo. General aim of Philo's philosophy. It was Philo's aim so to expound the scriptures as to bring the revealed religion of the Old Testament into agreement with the philosophy of the Greeks, and especially with Platonism, Aristotelianism, and Stoicism. For to each of these systems he had recourse, according as each in turn seemed best suited to the text under consideration. On account of this mixture of different elements, it is impossible to find harmony or unity in his philosophical doctrines. God, the first cause, is the starting point of Philo's system. He is above all created things. From his works we know that he exists, but what he is above our comprehension. He transcends all predicates, except the predicate of being, hoon, which he applied to himself. I am who am. Nevertheless, since men will speak of God after their own fashion, he is called one, unbegotten, unchangeable, free, independent of all things. The world. The Stoics taught that the world is God. Philo teaches that it is the work of God. It is not eternal. It was made in time by God, who wished by creating to manifest his goodness. God, being supremely immaterial, did not create the world by his own immediate action. He had recourse to the intermediate agency of certain powers, dynames, which are described at one time as divine ideas, and at another as agents, souls, angels, and demons. All these powers are comprehended in the divine Logos. The Logos. This is one of the peculiar tenets of Philo's philosophy. Philo might have taken the Platonic term idea to designate the Logos, for his notion of the Logos is more akin to the Platonic world of ideas than to any other notion in Greek philosophy. He chose the word Logos, however, because of the biblical use of the term in the expression Word of God, and because of the Stoic use of it in the phrase Logos spermatikos. Indeed, the Logos in Philo's philosophy corresponds to the Stoic concept of a world soul as well as to the Platonic world of ideas. For just as in man there are the extrinsic word and the indwelling reason, so in the divine Logos we may consider the Logos endiathetos, or aggregate of ideas in the divine mind, which is divine wisdom, and the Logos prophorikos, or world soul, which is divine power pervading all things and giving life to all. The Logos, then, is the first begotten of God, the Son of God, a God with a capital G, but not God himself. Its principal function is that of mediation. Like the high priest, it stands between the Creator and the creature. Philo, however, fails to determine in any definite manner what the Logos is in itself. The obscurity, the vacillation, the apparent contradiction of the expressions which he employs show how vague is his concept of the nature of the Logos, although he has a definite concept of its function. Anthropology. In his doctrine concerning man, Philo distinguishes the ideal man, made to the image and likeness of God, and the man of our own experience, in whom he makes a further distinction of rational and irrational natures. At times he elaborates this distinction still further, teaching that there are 8 different natures in man. In speaking of the rational soul, he renews the Pythagorean doctrine of transmigration, the Stoic doctrine of the kinship of the soul to God, and the Platonic doctrine of the soul's pre-existence. The soul of man does not differ from the angelic nature. In punishment for some original sin, it was degraded to a union with the body, which is its prison, its grave, the source of all its ills and all its misery. Theory of knowledge. Philo distinguishes three faculties of cognition: aesthesis, which has for its object the concrete and the sensible; logos, which is the reasoning faculty; and nous, which is the faculty of immediate contemplation of intellectual truths. Contemplation, then, is the highest kind of knowledge. By it only can man attain absolute certainty. It is not, however, like reason and sense, dependent on the natural powers of the mind. Its light is a light from above, an illumination which God alone can give, and which he gives through the Logos to those who pray for it. The doctrine of mystical illumination leads to the ethical doctrine of mystical ecstasy. Ethics. The body is constantly inclining the soul towards sin. Man's first duty is, therefore, to free his soul from the trammels of the body, to rise above the world of sense, to acquire the apathy which the Stoics inculcated. His next duty is to rise from reason to contemplation, until the soul at last becomes one with the divine wisdom, and man and God become united in mystical ecstasy. In this ecstatic union consists the supreme happiness of man. Philo, true to his oriental instinct, places contemplation above action. Above the cardinal virtues which belong to the active life, he places confidence in God, piety, penance, and contemplative wisdom. The possessor of this wisdom, the truly wise, is truly free. Wisdom rescues him from the dominion of matter. Historical position. Despite the inconsistency of many of his doctrines, Philo exercised a considerable influence not merely on the Gnostics of the first centuries of the Church, but also on the Jewish opponents of scholasticism during the Middle Ages. The most characteristic qualities of his philosophy are its spirit of mysticism, its ethical quietism, and its psychological and ethical dualism, the separation of body and soul, the sources of evil and of good in man. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Brent. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 20. Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. During the Greco-Oriental period of its history, philosophy seemed to turn to the supernatural for light and assistance, while, however, Philo sought to supply his supernatural element by bringing to bear on philosophical problems the whole wealth of Jewish religious ideas. Neoplatonism looked for supernatural light not in any system of religion, but in such communication with the divine as each man may, by his own individual effort, attain. In the Neoplatonic movement, we may distinguish 1. The transition schools, 2. Neoplatonism in its earlier form, 3. The Syrian school, 4. The school of Constantinople, 5. The Athenian school, 6. The Alexandrian school. 1. Transition schools. The way was prepared for the Neoplatonic movement by Neo-Pythagoreans and Pythagorizing Platonists who, before the time of Plotinus, agreed in admitting that philosophical knowledge is to be supplemented and perfected by communication with a more or less vaguely defined transcendent divine something. The chief Neo-Pythagoreans were Phigulus, 45 BC, of whom Cicero speaks, Apollonius of Tyana, and Moderatus of Gades, both of whom lived in Nero's time, and Nicomachus of Gerasa, who lived in the time of the Antonines. The philosophy of the Neo-Pythagoreans is a blending of Pythagorean traditions with Platonism Aristotelianism, and Stoicism. The Neo-Pythagoreans taught a highly spiritual notion of God, in accordance with which they interpreted the numbers and the ideas of their predecessors to mean ideas in the mind of God. They attached great importance to the spiritual elements in human life, to mysticism, ecstasy, and prophecy. And around the lives of Pythagoras and Apollonius they threw a halo of supernaturalism, exalting these philosophers into ideals of human conduct, into prophets and servants of God. Of the Pythagorizing Platonists, the best known are Eudorus of Alexandria, died about 25 BC, Thrasyllus, died AD 36, Plutarch, AD 50 to 125, Maximus of Tyre, end of the 2nd century, Celsus, about AD 200, the opponent of Christianity, and Numenius, end of the 2nd century. To this school belong also the so-called Hermetic books, the writings of the pretended Hermes Trismegistus, which date from the latter part of the 3rd century, and come apparently from an Egyptian branch of the school. All these writers manifest an inclination on the part of the Platonists to admit the religious ideas of the East as supplemental to philosophy. They lay stress on the antagonism between the spiritual and the carnal in man, between the spiritual and the material in the universe, and in order to bridge over the chasm between these antithetical elements, they admit the existence of creatures intermediate between God and the material world. 2. Neoplatonism in its earlier form. Ammonius Saccas, AD 176 to 242, of Alexandria, is regarded as the founder of Neoplatonism. He did not commit his teachings to writing. It is to his disciple Plotinus that we owe the first written exposition of his system. Plotinus. Life. Plotinus, a native of Lycopolis in Egypt, lived from 205 to 270. In 253 he went to Rome, and there won over to his philosophy the Emperor Gallienus and his wife Salonina. In 263 he retired to Campania, where he died 6 or 7 years later. Sources. Footnote. For bibliography of Neoplatonism, cross-reference Ritter and Preller, opposite page 519. Ad Whitaker, The Neoplatonists, London, 1901. End footnote. The works of Plotinus consisted originally of 54 apostles. After having, as some maintain, undergone a previous recession at the hands of Eustochius, these apostles were collected by Porphyry and arranged according to subject matter in 6 Enneads. Doctrines. General character of Neoplatonism. The Neoplatonists made use of the Agrapha Dogmata. Footnote. Cross-reference page 95. End footnote. And, in general, were more influenced by Platonic tradition than by the teaching of the dialogues. In this way they were led to accentuate more and more the mystical element in human thought, to separate matter from spirit, and to have recourse to the doctrine of emanations. The philosophy of Plotinus centers around 3 ideas: the One, the Nous, and the world soul, which for him constitute a kind of philosophical trinity. The One. Plotinus, like Philo, starts with the notion of God. God is described as the One, the Good, rather than a being or mind, for he transcends all being and all rational nature. He is the primal reality. Therefore, he is not properly styled intelligence, because intelligence, nous, implies 2 elements, the act of knowing and the object known, and duality cannot be primal, because it presupposes unity. God, therefore, is absolute unity, undifferentiated by any act of his will or intellect, or by any predication on our part, except the predication of unity and goodness. But goodness leads to emanation, which is at least an apparent breaking up of the unity of the one into the multiplicity of the manifold. Plotinus, however, explains that created things come from the primal one, not by a transference of part of the nature of the one, nor by an act of will, but by a process called emanation. The process, then, is not one of creation, nor is it a process of emanation in the pantheistic sense. It is an overflow of the perfection of the one supreme reality, a beam sent forth from the infinite light. And with these metaphorical expressions, Plotinus seems to have contented himself, being unable to describe more definitely the nature of the process of emanation. The one sheds around itself an ousia, or essence, which like a light conveys the luster of the one, and is also its image. The image, turning to the one, recognizes itself as an image. Thus does the essence become intellect, a dual principle, the source of all subsequent differentiation of the one. The intellect is, like the logos of Philo, the agglomerate of ideas. It is, indeed, expressly identified by Plotinus with Plato's world of ideas. Now, the ideas are differentiated in the intellect by an act of reflection, precisely in the same way as the intellect differentiated itself from the one by an act of reflection. But the act of reflection, while it distinguishes the ideas in the intellect, does not dissociate or separate them from it. They sever themselves, because they are essentially operative powers. By this separation, they give rise to the world of phenomena, not indeed immediately, but through the further mediation of the world soul. The world soul. As the nous is an image of the one, the world soul is an image of the nous. Being the image of an image, it is, as it were, doubly dual. In fact, while it is in part akin to the intellect, it is in part unlike the intellect, for it is in part essentially inclined to realize the ideas in concrete phenomena. However, before we come to the material phenomenon, there is still another step, another intermediate emanation. The world soul gives rise to individual souls, or, more properly, to plastic forces, logi spermatiki. These, in turn, give rise to matter, with which they combine to constitute material phenomena. Matter, therefore, emanates from the plastic forces, which emanate from the world soul. The world soul, as we have seen, emanates from the intellect, and intellect emanates from the one. In this way, light, in the series of emanations, becomes darkness, for matter is the antithesis of the one. Matter is multiplicity, change, not being, privation, the source of all evil, the protou kakoi. It is present everywhere in the world of phenomena, in composition with the plastic forces, in the heavens, where it is united with a most perfect soul, in the stars, where it is united with the visible gods, in the powers of air and sky, where it is united with the demons, who mediate between the stars and the souls of men, in the body of man, where it is united with the human soul, and in inorganic bodies, where it is united with the lowest of the plastic forces. Wherever it is present, it is the principle of imperfection, limitation, and evil. Psychological doctrines. Man is therefore a compound of matter and that plastic force which is the human soul. The soul is immaterial. It existed before the union with the body. It was united to the body in punishment for some primordial guilt. It survives the body, but is liable to be sent back into the bodies of animals or plants, according to the degree in which it attached itself to material things during its union with the body. This doctrine of future retribution implies freedom on the part of the soul, and Plotinus maintains the doctrine of freedom in opposition to the teaching of the Stoics. Return of the soul to God. Plotinus, following Plato, attaches little importance to the senses as means of acquiring knowledge of reality. In order to attain knowledge of the ideal, which alone is real, the soul must retire into itself and there contemplate the intellect, which is indwelling in each of us. Proceeding along this path of self-contemplation, the soul rises from the contemplation of the intellect within us to a contemplation of the One. This final step is not, however, to be attained unless the One himself sheds upon the soul a special light, whereby the soul is enabled to see the One. In the splendor of that light, all apprehension and all consciousness disappear. The soul is wrapped in ecstasy, ecstasis, and is reunited with the One, whence all things have emanated. This ecstasy is the supreme happiness of man. It is, therefore, man's duty first to withdraw from the world of sense by a process of purification, katharsis, then, freed from the bonds of sense, to rise in contemplation of God, and thus become truly spiritual, the man of God, the prophet, the wonder-worker. Thaumaturgus. Historical position. The philosophy of Plotinus is an elaborate attempt to bring the transcendent spiritual element of religion into harmony with the philosophy of Plato, or, more correctly, with the philosophy of the Platonists. Plotinus the pagan attempted to accomplish what Philo the Jew had attempted to accomplish 2 centuries before. He imagined that by his doctrine of emanations he had bridged over the chasm between the One and the world of sense phenomena. But, like all monists, he was doomed to failure. His exclusion of volition and thought from the concept of the deity forbade the introduction of a principle of differentiation. He could not consistently maintain the origin of the multiple from the one. Among the disciples of Plotinus, Porphyry, A.D. 233 to 304, is best known on account of his treatise, Isagogi Istas Categorias, an introduction to the logic of Aristotle. It was he who reduced the works of Plotinus to their present form. His exposition of the doctrines of Plotinus contains some material additions to his master's teaching in regard to questions of asceticism, the use of magic, and the worship of demons. 3. Syrian School. Iamblichus of Syria died about A.D. 330, a pupil of Porphyry, developing the mystico-religious ideas of the Neoplatonists, elaborated a systemic defense of polytheism. Above the one, he places the absolute first. The nous he divides into an intelligible and intellectual, each of which he divides into triads. These are the super-terrestrial gods. The terrestrial gods he divides into 300, and 60 celestial beings, 72 orders of subcelestial, and 42 orders of natural gods. Inferior to these are angels, demons, and heroes. Iamblichus endeavored to introduce the worship of Pythagoras, writing for this purpose a life of Pythagoras, full of legend and fable. Peritu Pythagorico Vio. 4. School of Constantinople. After the failure of the Neoplatonic attempt to restore pagan philosophy, an attempt which received the imperial sanction of Julian, who reigned from A.D. 361 to 363, the Neoplatonists went back once more to the works of Plato and Aristotle, inaugurating an era of more eager study and more elaborate exegesis of the writings of these great masters. At Constantinople, under the patronage of the Christian emperors, Themistius devoted himself to the task of commentating the works of Aristotle. Though he remained a pagan, Themistius was obliged to make concessions to the Christian religion, which was just then emerging victorious from its struggle with pagan civilization. Constantinople, however, did not long remain the center of the new movement. Its place was taken by Athens, which once more became the focus of the Hellenistic philosophy, and Constantinople disappeared from the history of philosophy to reappear in Byzantine times. 5. The Athenian School. About the beginning of the 5th century, a new school of Platonism arose in Athens. Its chief representatives were Plutarchus, Syrianus, and Proclus. Proclus, AD 410 to 485, endeavored by means of Aristotelian dialectic to synthesize and systematize the Neoplatonic doctrines. He retained the essential elements of Neoplatonism: monism, doctrine of the nous, emanation, antithesis of matter and spirit, mysticism, belief in demons, magic, etc. The principle on which he endeavored to unify all these was that of triadic development. That which is produced is similar to that which produces it. At the same time, it differs from it, as the derivative differs from the original. By reasons of this difference from the original, the derivative differentiates or produces, while by reason of its identity with the original, it tends to return to it. Thus we have the original, the emergence from the original, and the return, in a lower form, to the original. Moni pro odos epistrophi, the 3 stages of triadic development. The absolute original is the one, superior to all created unity, to all being, to all knowledge. From the one come, by the first emanation, the Henades, Enades. They alone are related to the world. They are the supreme gods. It is they who exercise providence over worldly affairs. Next, from the Henades come, by a second emanation, the triad: intelligible, intelligible intellectual, and intellectual being, having for chief properties being life and thought. Each member of the triad is further differentiated into a hebdomad. A series is thus formed, of which each member corresponds to one of the divinities of the pagan pantheon. The most important point of difference between Proclus and Plotinus is the doctrine of the origin of matter. According to Proclus, matter is derived immediately from the unlimited, the first of the intelligible triads. According to Plotinus, on the contrary, matter is derived from the plastic forces, and thus ultimately through the world's soul, and the intellect from the one. Proclus maintained that the duty of man is to rise from the sensuous to the supersensuous, in the hope of reaching the mystical union with God, which constitutes supreme happiness. Like Plotinus, he believed that such a union is impossible without a special illumination from on high, and he advocated, as means of attaining this illumination, all religious helps, magic, demon worship, hero worship, which a decadent paganism could offer. It was Proclus who gave Neoplatonism its final, most complete form. His successor, Simplicius, is more important as a commentator than as an independent thinker. 6. Alexandrian School. Among the pupils of Proclus was Ammonius, who taught at Alexandria during the 5th century. With him are associated the names Damascius, John Philoponus, 6th century, Simplicius, and Olympiodorus. It was at Alexandria that Hypatia, during the first decade of the 5th century, attempted to restore pagan philosophy. After her time, Philoponus and Olympiodorus, the last representatives of Neoplatonism in the East, became converts to Christianity, and the warfare so long waged between the new religion and the old philosophy came to an end. Pagan Platonism gave way before the Platonism of the Christian Church. Historical position. Neoplatonism is Platonism in the condition of senile debility. The contrast between Plato and Proclus is sufficient to show that philosophy degenerated rather than developed in its unequal struggle with the new religion, and the degeneracy was not confined to the speculative portion of Plato's philosophy. That it extended also to ethics is manifest from the substitution of the practice of magic for the practice of virtue. What prolonged the life of Neoplatonism was the opposition of the pagan world, and especially of the learned world of paganism, to Christianity. When, AD 529, Justinian forbade the teaching of philosophy at Athens, the Platonists emigrated to Persia. 30 years later, there was no Platonism outside the Christian Church. Neoplatonism is the last phase of pagan philosophy. Although the most important systems of Neoplatonism fall within the Christian era, they belong in spirit and in contents to the pagan world. With the history of Neoplatonism, therefore, the history of ancient philosophy comes to an end. End of chapter 20 and end of part 1.